Sloppy.
Dude, the violin segment in the song is just too good. Eternal Wind from Final Fantasy III. I want to hear it now. At least that part in the song. Eternal Wind. Zephyr Memories? Legend of the Eternal Wind? Oh, from Final Fantasy III, huh? Such a good fucking theme. Such a good fucking theme, dude. Hang on, let's listen to this. Zephyr Memories. Legend of Eternal Wind from Final Fantasy III. Gonna be lurking. I need to go to the gym. Number 2 in Pokemon. Love you guys. Best of luck, Worse. Love you. The Crystal Towers from 3 as well. Oh. See, this is why I have to go back and play all the Final Fantasies, or as many of them as I can handle. Because I need reverse nostalgia. Dude, this is incredible. Also, hi G, welcome in. Well snuck in here. Avalon, hello. Jolly, hello. Randall, hi. Worse, hi. There it is. Oh my god, you're right, Rando. I mean, not that I doubted you. Ooh! What a good theme. Damn. Incredible. Incredible. They've been known to take the original music files from other games and use them when writing music for 14. It's beautiful. And if you had played the games previously, you'd get hit with a sudden little wave of nostalgia. Dude, they know what they're doing. You would definitely get hit with this wave of nostalgia being like, wait, this is so familiar. And even if you couldn't place it right away, it would be deep memories in your brain. They're so smart. They're so smart. What do you mean password is incorrect? Bravo, Becca. Hello, bestie. How you doing? How was your walk? Also, really quickly before we get into the final of the fantasies. When I launched OBS today, well, I guess it would have showed up even if I launched my Twitch channel. We have a shield mode now. I don't know if any streamers or anyone has been in a stream that's talked about shield mode yet. It's coming so late as to when like the hate raids were at their worst, but we have a shield mode now. Which basically, it's given us a panic button. It's a panic button that we can press that turns on a bunch of settings that just like makes it like, for example, the default settings I should probably just switch scenes, huh? I should probably just be like over here. Hi guys, hello. How you guys doing? Happy Thursday. But anyways, whoa! My music very loud. Hang on, let me turn this down for myself. I know it's different for you guys than it is for me, and I'm gonna adjust right there. Okay, anyways, the shield mode. At the default settings, it turns on followers only chat. You have to have been following for a week before you can type in the channel. It turns on slow mode with a 30-second delay. And it turns on non-mod chat delay to 6 seconds. So if you aren't a mod, your delay is going to be 6 seconds. And that's just at its default. You can also just straight up turn on no first-time chatters. You can turn on emote only and sub only chat with that. So like, it's awesome. Like we could have used this arguably like a year ago when the hate raids were at their worst, but I know they still happen. And just having a button that me or my mods can just reach down and turn on shield mode if something is hitting the fan is so good. And it should like barely disrupt regular stream unless somebody's like really new to the channel who is like an actual first-time chatter and is just new and not part of the hate raid. The default was a month of following, but I thought a week is definitely good enough. Oh, you switched it, Val. Did you play with it? It's great because I had my stream really locked down after I got hate raiders in the summer and it was hard for new people to join. We got to lighten the settings yesterday since shield mode exists. Yeah, okay, so Val did it. So as default you have to be following for a month. But a week sounds so reasonable to me, Val. Nobody's going to plan a hate raid a week in advance. And if they do, Jesus, that's commitment. It's commitment to hatred, then they have far bigger problems. But hello, everybody. I hope your Thursdays are awesome. I got my big mug of coffee. I'm ready to go. I'm staying in Maduin, Jelly. I'm staying in Maduin because we shouldn't need any like dire cues. So if you're joining me today, hop on over to Maduin. Because that's why we're going to be vibing. Dude, I don't know how many of you were in Kuiper's stream today. Kuiper was showing off their house. They had somebody design it. I kind of wanted to just quickly go through it. I just want to quickly go through it and show you guys what can be done. Because the person who designed it did so good. Did so good. Where's my music? There it is. Normally don't worry too much about size, but damn, that mug is bigger than mine. Size queen confirmed. Size queen confirmed, Izagi. Jackbox Games came out with tools for hate raiders sooner than Twitch did. I mean, Twitch may have dragged its heels, but it got there, right? It got there in the end. Chat's in the right position. Everything looks good. We're good. Right on. We're gonna go stalk Kuiper's house, okay? I think Kuiper's back to MSQ because I had to go hard lurk. Lavender beds. Let's get HGTV. Oh, I'm sure, without having looked for it, I am sure that there's a Final Fantasy like HGTV channel that like previews people's houses and remodels people's houses for them. Just like you probably put the Gil up front and they do it for you. I'm sure that exists. There's a goddamn pizza delivery like role player in here. I'm sure that exists without doing any research. Colby, hang around on my main because I grinded for this glam and I'm gonna use it, god damn it. You did PvP? You poor sod. You poor sod, you. Kuiper is ward 18. She was doing MSQ Redacted, was talking to Redacted about Redacted. Hey, thanks for keeping me in the loop, Izagi. I really appreciate it. I want to Final Fantasy XIV Love It or List It knockoff. Oh no, you guys are giving me ideas for fucking Final Fantasy reality TV. Don't put these ideas in my head. I'm unhinged enough to do them. I need to do more PvP for your Dargon mount. Oh, so I wanted to ask the crafter mains in my channel. How do you get that cute red dragon with the little hammer? What collections or whatever it is do I need to do? Because I want to get started on that because my goldsmith is 65 now. Custom deliveries for whomst do I deliver them to? In the firmament. Oh, I haven't fully gone in the firmament yet. That's my bad. L2, and they're in the firmament, eh? Custom deliveries in the firmament. Thanks, guys. Love you. Because that little dragon with the little hammer, I forget who was on it, but it was so cute and I want it. It's a question I need to do to unlock him. Okay. Anyways, this is Kuiper House. You can hand in 6 items a week, so we'll take a few weeks. Okay, that's why I wanted to get started on it sooner rather than later. because I know it's gonna be like a little bit of a time gated thing. I love the way she floated her thing here. I might need to redesign my outside. Hers is very cute. I just don't like the wisteria. Hi world. I just don't like the wisteria meta. If you walk around the lavender beds, you will see like 8,000 wisteria trees. And they are gorgeous, and I understand it, but I'm always one to try and break the meta, even in like home design. So I don't want to cave. I don't want to cave and go the route of wisteria like everyone else. World, thank you so much for the biddies, by the way. Frick your jump scares, but thank you so much. Oh, crafter, my crafter in specific, okay. Look at this, guys. Look at this. I'm gonna slash BGM because I'm scared, and we're gonna play our own music. I love how you don't even have to look to know it's you. It's either you, sometimes it's Captain Lavender, and then there's a few other people sprinkled in. Like I think Jat does it sometimes, but it's mostly you, World. But look at this. Look at this shit. Her little living room is so fucking comfy. She got little pictures. She got a little kitchen. I love this window that they did. I didn't walk behind it to see what it actually is, but I want to see. Let me through. Like, is this their downstairs? Like, it's so cool that they have a pretend. Yeah, okay. And I think their designer said they're going to be working on a G-Pose studio in the basement because they're not actually using the basement for anything in the design. And that's going to be the goal, is it's going to be for G-Pose, which it's just incredible. Obligatory poll, of course, of course. This is wild. The fact that you can do this inside Final Fantasy is just insane. Cute ass little kitchen, cute ass little dining table, a little bathroom. I love all the windows too. Like, little bedroom nook. It's so cool. Me having just one wisteria tree on my lawn. Awkward double glance. It's beautiful, Sith. Don't take any shame on it. I'm just so, like, contrarian to my core that I always try and do something different than what most players are doing. And it's an obnoxious quality that I wish I could get rid of, but it's just how I am. Hi now. Hey there, and hey Jolly, thank you for the gift sub. Grats now on the gift sub. But yeah, there's a part of me that wants to just hire a designer to do this in my house, because how the fuck am I supposed to do this myself? But also, I do kind of want to try and do it myself. There's an external app called Make Place, and I used that to design my outside, but I kind of scuffed it up a little bit and it didn't turn out perfect. But I think I might use that to design the inside, so I don't have to waste money just to see how it looks. This is a whole other game at this point. Becca, it really is. It really, really is. I still haven't seen your house. Sith, you're on Modwan, right? Where are you located? I would love to see your house. This is just so incredibly cozy. And like everything you see is a furniture part. Like this is a partition, this is a partition, this is a flooring or something. And then they hid the lights above the flooring. I wish I could wiggle my camera a bit better. They hid the lights above the flooring to provide lighting into the house without taking up space. Like, just brilliant. Imperium Ward 21, plot 60. Let me go see. I want to see. I want to see it. That's cute, to be honest. Final Fantasy players be all people sit, want to come over. Literally, Val. When Kuiper was showing off their house on stream, because she hadn't seen the full design and she was checking it out on stream with us, I literally poured it over and was sitting on her couch while she was going through it all. And then there was like 6 or 7 people just sitting in her house. One day I will spend all my gil making, trying to make my apartment look as good as those houses. They look so pretty. Literally, Moon. That's my end game goal. Aside from fashion, it's gonna be decorating my house. Be there in 1 sec. Need to grab one more tribal quest. Okay, so it's Imperium Ward 21, plot 60. Whoop. Imperium. Boop, 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 boop. Is in Foundation, yes. So cute, dude. So cute. It has me fully inspired. I need to save up more money before I start thinking about it, though. I've only got 1.3 mil gil. And leveling some of my crafters. I bought level 65 gear from Rogger's Reach, and it was not cheap buying all this. Oh, I didn't buy the hammer yet. Awkward. But yeah, it was not cheap, but necessary, because I couldn't craft some of the hard stuff. The front door makes your heart so happy. It's so cute, dude. I think it was it Neon's house, you guys? Or their apartment, I think, where they did like the elevated floors and everything. So cute. You should let me know if you need gear. No, Izagi, I can't impose. I can't. If you're friends. Oh, I think I am friends. Sith. Boop, 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 doo, doo, doo. Estate teleportation. Private estate. It'll be cheaper for me to make low-level crap. Okay, well then I'm gonna pay you the gil. I'm gonna pay you the gil for it, Izagi. I can't. You guys give me too much. Wait, what size house do you have? Sith, is this a medium? Is this a medium plot? This looks like big house. It's a large. Okay, I need to see what you've done with the inside. It would also typically be cheaper for you to buy the mats than the gear. That's good. We'll do that. We'll do that. Also, hello Sith, I love your design. I love your elf boy, so cute. As of Shadowbringers, I'm allowed to call them elves, okay? As of Shadowbringers, I'm allowed. I love this. I love when players do this with this pond, with bridges over it. Love it. Nothing back there. All right, let's go in. Oh wait, little gazebo. Ah, I see you also have an empty chocobo stable with no chocobo in it. One day my chocobo will be in there. Oh my lord, stop. Fancy ass bitch. What is this? What is this? An entry fountain? Alright, take me through the tour. Guide me. I got my RP walk on. Guide me through your house. Oh, we fancy. Imagine having money for a large. How much are the large plots? Aren't they like 30 mil? We got a bar. We got a bar. Is your music safe for me? Let me see. I can't tell if the music is safe. We're just gonna keep playing my playlist. 40. This one was 50 mil. Yeah, I couldn't fully recognize the music, so I just BGM'd. Oh my god. Oh, is this your dance floor? Is this your dance floor? And then we got little seating tables people sit at after getting their drinks at the bar, of course. Dude, oh my god. I think your free company has the same base house, but they did it very differently. And that's the amazing thing with these homes. Is just all the things you can do with them. Do 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 do. The Louis Suave portrait. My heart. My heart. What is that? Maybe I shouldn't ask what this is. It's very cool. I don't know if it's like story spoilers or not, but it's very cool. It might be on a different plot. Got you. Are the insides all the same on the larges? Don't ask, can't tell. Okay. That's the safest option. Oh, and your money is spilling out of your vault here. Sith, your money is spilling out. A little Lala could easily rob you blind, you know? Very cool. So this is just the basement. Planned it that way. Money, 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 money. Man, one day I will have a large. No, I won't. Are you an Omnicrafter? How did you even make so much money? Let me look at you. How do you see their, is there search info? I don't remember how to see all of their stats. On what jobs they have and shit. It's their search info. I don't remember how to open that. I know you can do it from the friends list. Do 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 do. Oh my god. Hello? Hello? Sith, you play this game a little bit, hey? Just a little bit. Just a little bit. God, I wish that were me. Jaded Misanthrope. I probably only tolerate you. I hope you a little more than tolerate me. I'm a little addicted. Oh, don't worry, I'm getting there. You made your money over years of daily roulettes and farming Eureka. I heard that Eureka is actually good for money, which makes me want to go back and finish Eureka. Oh, is this your little kitchen? This is so cute. I think you've only opened it from the friends list. Yeah, I don't think when you're looking at someone, I don't think you can search info them. I don't think there's any way. You have to be friends. Or I guess literally searching them you could do as well. Yeah, I don't see any way to do it. You're my superstar. Hello? Oh, I lost you, Sith. There you are. Terrabellum with a fresh organic tier 1 sub. Hello? I appreciate you so much. What the? Ooh. I don't have proper like glam for this, but I'm a dirty little, look at my face. I need a little bath. Hi, nice to meet you with that instant fucking tier 1. That's so sweet of you. Thank you. Free company lists works also if applicable. Ah? Wait, Sith, are you in our free company? How do I don't know if you are. No, you're not. You're in a different one. Now Sith has to change the water. It's true. I'm a dusty little lala. Found you via YouTube and lurked here a few times. Oh my god, my heart. My heart. Glad you're enjoying yourself here. I'm not, but sadly I have a rapport with my current free company. That's... Sith, don't feel bad. Don't feel bad. That will not prevent us from savage raiding with each other later. Eyes? Eyes? I have to be completely honest. After watching Ponto do a little bit of P8S and finally get his clear, I really want a savage raid. It looked like so much fun, and it looked so satisfying to finally get his clear. Pig penned all over the house. Oh my god, this little cat thing. Hi, it's so cute. It's like that other like the minion that I have. I can't remember its name. Gaily kitten, but even cuter. I want to try as well. I've been too terrified. The only way you can... I think starting out, what I'll probably do is I'll probably join like a casual raid group first to dip my toes in, and that way I'm not like stressed that I'm holding people behind. And then once I've like kind of got into the rhythm of it, that's when I think I'll join a more serious like static for it. Also, Kia, welcome in. Savages are fun. They look so fun. I love this. This is filled with fish that you actually catch, right? Like otherwise this is empty, I think. Everybody has like that one mechanic that they can't wrap their peanut brain around. For me, it's anything with math. If you make me do math, if you make me count numbers, I'm out. I'm out. I'm gonna wipe the group on that. Watch my DSR streams and you won't want to raid Disparage. That's the main reason I haven't moved over. The lead of my free company is a friend from Final Fantasy XI. You've known each other for like 2 years and a couple of toxic exes. Aw, wait, that's so sweet. He's ugly. I mean, not the toxic exes thing, but like otherwise. You moved your alt over though. 10 years. 10 years, not 2. Math. Yeah, I'm out. If it's math, I'm out. Oh, so you hate Evil East raids already. Oh no. Have you done the Evil East raids? I have not. Are they Evil East the ones that give me that, you guys remember I was talking about there's a red bill scarf, I believe it's called? That's not Evil East, is it? Because we need to do that sometime soon. To flesh out this glam here, I need that little red bill scarf. And then this will look absolutely perfect. Nope, nope. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. That's Void Arc. Okay, Sky Pirates. Heavensward Void Arc raids. Okay, thank God. I can avoid Evil East math for just a little bit longer. Red Bill is Heavensward. Thank God. This is so comfy, Sith. If you had to ballpark, I love all the photos you have up too. If you had to ballpark how much this all cost you, what would you say? Like, not the plot itself, but decorating. You are spared from math for now. I will do the Evilise raids on stream for sure. Just not yet. Evilise gets you an emote, though. Or, no, that was the trials. Never mind. Okay, thank God. Regardless, I will do Evilise. This is incredible. That's pretty much the house. You did great. You did great, Sith. I love it. It's so fucking fancy. I feel like Lil Peasant, I mean, like, street urchin was my aesthetic that I was going for, but I feel like even more of a little peasant being in your house. Like, don't leave me around the gold pile. Or gil pile, sorry. About the Evilise maths, it's a single boss in just one of the 3 raids. Okay, I'm down to die. And if I die to the math, does it take everyone out with me or is it just me? Does everyone need to be good at math or can I just like die in the corner while you guys clear? Just me, oh, okay, then I don't care. Then I don't care at all. Hello, husband? Hello, husband? Hello, husband? Hello? That's such a good fucking painting of him. Other husband? Wife? Oh my God. I love everyone. I love this game. Evilise unlocks something called Boja in Shadowbringers. Has a bunch of stuff on its own. I keep hearing Boja mentioned. Maybe it's in like the crafting videos that I'm watching? I don't remember. That's the Walls of Honor. Oh my, dude, Kay. These paintings are so cute. They seriously did such a good job on all of these paintings. Jesus. 10 out of 10. Oh, it's just endgame content. Got it. So many husbands. Listen. Listen. I've said it once, I'll say it 4,000 more times. This game is by Panic. Everyone attractive, everyone great personality. It's just good. It's just really good. Does Americ have a portrait? Asking for a friend? I'm sure Americ is on the wall here somewhere. I think he was in the basement? Was he? Oop, I fell in the fountain. Sorry. Your game is having a mild bit of match. Check you have any open browsers or like any other open files. Wait, I thought I saw Americ. Am I crazy? He does. It's from the Firmament, I think. I bought this. I bought this thing. A night to remember. So that's going to go in my house when I start decorating, of course. Oh, you haven't found a good place for Americ yet? Might I recommend? Might I give a recommend? You could put... You would need 2 more. You would need 2 more. Boom and boom would be the best place. My Lala's so cute, Tian. Thank you. Also, welcome in, Tian. I'm very glad that I'm bad with my money and bought the Spriggan outfit because it's so cute. And then whenever I get that Red Bill scarf, he's going to be perfect. He's going to be perfect. Especially for Red Mage. I don't know if you can dye the scarf. Probably not. But I'll deal with it. Americ can't go down there. I see what Sith is trying to do there. Got you. No Americ allowed. I can't put Americ down there. Can't explain why yet. Kind of spoiler. Gotcha. I would head over there to where you are, but I'm lazy to try right now. You're fine, Jolly. We're going to go into... Anyway, Sith, 10 out of 10. You did great. You did fantastic. We're going to go to... I was getting shit. I was getting shit for not doing sage quests. So, let's go do our sage quests, and we can turn the music back on. It's safe. It's safe. Boop. Where is my sage quest again? Do Idleshire. Who this orphan kid and why ain't he singing or selling matches, Daddy? I'm a street urchin, a humble street urchin. I'm dumb, I forgot I could go where you will be. Yes, for my sage quests. Oh, lottery open again. Oh! Is it? For housing? What server are you on, Taylin? Because we're on Modwin. And there's still a lot of plots open, last I checked anyways. Well, not a lot, but there is a lot. And I think the free company ones just finally opened up. I think the server is old enough that now people can start getting in there. Sargantus, and there's only one. Oh, Modwin, there's so many. How's your machinist glam? It's so cute. It's perfect. I love the small gun. I saw that somewhere and I don't remember where. Oh, it's just the augmented one? Hang on, I'm a naked Lala, I'm sorry. I love the small gun. The little handheld. Free company housing just started today. Yeah, I saw Kuiper running around looking at those. Do, 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 do. Makai gun, best gun. Your machinist maybe use that gun too? It's so good. I love this, Jelly. Do you know what you need though? You need a dirty face with that hat. You need to be little street urchin like me. No, you don't. I'm kidding. When they opened Ishgard housing, I made up a spreadsheet, tracked plots, wards, and bids on them, updated every day leading up to the last day of bidding. Avalon, oh my god. Oh my god. I'm so glad I moved to Modwin and just very easily scooped up a house with absolutely no bids. I didn't even have to have the stress of, am I gonna win it? Because it was free. I bid on it, I think 8 hours before the window closed, and there was no other bids but me, and I was like, there's no way. There's no way someone swoops in and wins like a 50-50. There's a site that does that too? Oh, could have saved them so much work. Hindsight is 20/20, they say. We should get rid of the big thing on the side. Let me see. Oh, the machinist thing. The machinist like cartridges or whatever it is that they have. Yeah, that thing. It's genuinely, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. It still fits in. It still fits the whole aesthetic. But I get your sentiment. You want just the gun. That'd be nice if we could do that. I don't have a machinist glam, but I have some generics. Don't really build glams for uncapped jobs, because they're not worth it at that point, Isagi. You're not in love with them yet. Once they're fully built, then you go, okay, it's time. Rip, I'm a boomer and did it the old-fashioned way. Oh my god, Evelyn, no. The ether charger, that's what it is. All right, sage quests, here we go. Because you guys gave me so much fucking shit for not doing them before. Wonderful timing, sir. Remember that mystery plant I sent to Charlene for analysis? I received the results not long ago. It was muskmalloy, a herb that possesses a herb, or is she saying a herb? A herb is okay. A herb. Is it herb or herb? What do you guys say? I think I default to herb way more. Tara, I have to go, but it was so good to summon see you live. Terralyn, thank you so much again. I'm glad you're having fun here. Herb, thank you. That is the correct way to say it. Back to Sage Quests, are we? Yes, we are, Ray. Welcome back. Depends on what country you're in, to be honest. What are you, French? I mean, as a Canadian, I'm supposed to be, like, French speaking, but I'm not. Oh, I love those fists. Those are from the casino, right? Those are so simple and so cool. An herb that possesses potent ether fortifying properties. Owing to its effects, its cultivation was outlawed some years ago. 'Tis most certainly why the fugitives came to Eorzea. Unable to obtain the herb in Charlene, they decided to procure it from the Arboretum. They likely intend to use it in conjunction with the soul crystal to further enhance themselves. Though their motives are still a mystery, the fact remains that they have already caused harm and will continue to do so until they are brought to justice. Now, as they failed to obtain muskmalloy here, they will need to look elsewhere. And I'm pleased to say that my informer has helped me to identify an apothecary who deals in the herb, and whom I suspect our quarry will seek out. This individual is a resident of the Lost Hope in central Thanalan, and that is where we shall next take ourselves. Mark my words, they won't escape this time. I'll suffer them to misuse the sage's noble art no longer, and much less with that soul crystal. If we are to catch the fugitives, we'd best hurry. That said, we should take a moment to regroup and prepare at Blackbrush Station before heading to Lost Hope. Okay. EU tends to herb, NA tends to herb. Really? British pronounce the H, but NA doesn't. Really? And yet, I find that herb is more gentle on the ears, and I feel like British pronunciation, maybe I'm like biased, but I usually feel like British pronunciation is more gentle on the ears than the way that NA speaks. So I'm surprised that they would go for the hard H. Herbs. Gotta get our herbs and spices. It's like, it's just as jarring to me when somebody says herb as when somebody says H instead of H. Like the letter. It's an H, not a H. Why you get so much H noise in there? Gotta finish my dailies, but if any dungeons or trials you need later, absolutely, sis. Absolutely. You're my superstar.
Which isn't going to let me rest until I've shared this.
It's so, Ray, love you so much. Thank you for the 3 months. It's literally spams you. It literally spams you. I get like that in some chats where I'm just like vibing and I was like, oh, I don't want to draw attention to myself right now. So I don't want to like show my resub. So I feel you, but it's like sitting there. It's like, hey, you have a resub. You have a resub. Hello? Did you know you have a resub? Like every single time you open it. You actually say it as herb, but herb. EU says H? No, I don't like it. No, I don't like it. It's H. Hey, do you want to share this? Do you want to share this? When will you share this? It's the fucking the Elijah Wood interview with I can't remember the other guy's name, but do you wear wigs? No, I do not. Have you worn wigs? No, I have not. Will you wear wigs? When will you wear wigs? It's literally that, but with resubs. Good gods, such a dry and dusty place this is. What I wouldn't give for a bath right now. Hey, me too. Have you seen my face? Oh, how long have you been here? When will you wear wigs? Yes, exactly. Don Monaghan, that's his name. And Billy Boyd. When will you wear wigs? Yes, exactly. It's so good. Somebody redid that interview to the Little Mermaids theme, and it was all over TikTok for a little while, and I was living for it. It was so good. I mean, 'tis well you are here. I've already replenished my supplies, so if you're ready, we may begin looking for the apothecary at once. A Huron woman whose facial tattoo should mark her out. The fugitives are like to be searching for her too. We must find her before they... That woman yonder fits the description, but something appears to be amiss. Let us investigate. Which yonder woman? Oh, this one. Help me, please. What ails you, madame? I was dealing with a customer when a group of bandits attacked us. I managed to flee, but he's still at their mercy. Am I wrong in feeling like this Miko is so derpy looking? She literally looks like no thoughts. No thoughts, head empty. Like, it's very cute. But I think it's like how wide her eyes are or something. Worry not, we'll help you. Pray lead the way. Thank you. It's a trap. It's gonna be a trap. It could only be them. It was all too convenient. Oh, I feel like it's a trap. She's like one orange brain cell more on the red side. Poor thing. It is indeed them. But wait, is that Master Faldernay? Hold on a minute. Did they corner him again? It's over, villains. Lay down your arms or else. Or else what? He's such an edgy boy. Answer me one thing. What is this all for? Why go to such lengths and forsake everything you had to obtain power? Why wield such power against good, well-meaning souls? Good, well-meaning? So when they add adventure plates to dungeons, will it be basic plates or instance plates? Instance plates. It's just gonna be like just the visual, right? Like just your picture. There's not gonna be like extra, I don't think. You know nothing about us. Nothing. You're just fools who believe everything you've been fed. I'm beginning to regret sparing you. Do you feel it? The weight of the sacred duty to strive for the betterment of mankind and stand as a beacon of hope. To play with people's lives. Do you feel it? The weight of the sin. You would speak of sin. To do not when a life might be saved. That is the greatest sin. Every day, unfortunate souls die without reason, at fate's whim. 'Tis the sage's duty to fight this injustice by whatever means he may. If you understand this, then it is not too late for you. You may yet make something of your lives. Also, hi Lainey, how you doing? Shut your mouth. I really like the way sages wield their weapons. If you're determined to protect that wretch, then I'll consider you complicit. Wait, I know you. Which one? Him? Her? Them? The bugs? Ah. When do I get to do that as a sage? Do you feel it? The girth of the sin? Daddy, no! Oh my god. Feel your sins crawling on your back. You can still edit your instant portraits, though it's based on gear set. Oh. 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 Well, Tara, I hope you've been working on your instance portraits as well as your adventure play one. I didn't know that there was a different one. So, how do I do that? Rather too close to the settlement for comfort. I fear for the civilians. They wouldn't stand a chance against such a fiend, as they would well know. You bastard! No! Don't let him provoke you. I think we might be on the wrong side of history. Because why would Bun Boy save us if he's evil? Stay with me. Listen to my voice. We must lure the beast elsewhere and tend to it. Sir, would you mind assisting me? I don't know if I trust this man's. Go! I have the situation here in hand. Instance ones are used in PvP. Oh, I didn't realize that they were different. Had so much fun doing 30 instant portraits? Uh-oh. Wait, am I gonna need to set up an instant portrait for, like, every kind of... Oh no. Oh no. I can't just have one universal one? Yes? Oh no. They're so janky because they're tied to your gear set. Oh no. Every single gear set. Oh no. Every class has a separate one. I hate it here. Small indie company, by the way. I really thought it was just gonna be the same as your adventure plate portrait. What a scam. What a scam. It allows for a variety of memes though. I guess that's fair, but god, that's so much work. Whew, thank you, my friend. Well fought. I dare say you're a born sage. Fascinating. But come, we should return to the others. The villains may not remain stricken for long. If you change any gear in your gear set, it breaks. It's like you need to edit it to fix it. It's not good. Oh no, dude. Why? Why? There's gonna be so many of like, there's gonna be so many people's portraits in there that are just like, whatever the default stance is. that's just gonna be them. Every time you Fanta, no! Oh, I'm done. I'm done for. I'm gonna spend more time editing my instance portraits than actually playing the game. Their condition is unchanged. We should probably take advantage of this and apprehend them. Just like zoom in on the Subligar, call it good. But this symptom, Hold on, I'm getting us out of here. We're fine, Loifa. No, you're not, and you know it. It's the enhancement, isn't it? I know something of the procedure, of its potency, and the harm it causes. Hi, Pimp, welcome in. There's a limit to the amount of corporeal ether a living being can harbor. As we grow up, it waxes. As we grow old, it wanes. A gradual, gentle process, if allowed to function in the natural fashion. But complications may arise when one forcibly fortifies that ether, as a rogue healer was rumored to have been doing with the live subjects some years ago. Hi Valk, welcome in! Once spent like an hour setting the portraits for 2 classes. Enjoyed doing them, but oh boy, it's a lot. Especially if suddenly you got a gear upgrade, ruined. The man used an unproven procedure on countless souls, a forbidden procedure, known only to a select few sages. And though he succeeded in a few instances, those subjects suffered from debilitating side effects. But those rumors were denounced by the forum as baseless, and yet... You'll believe anything they tell you, won't you? Naive fools. What? Can you stand? Wait, please. It's really you, isn't it? Mahad Ansel. Yes, it is, my children. Oh, how you've grown? Wait, actually her kids? Thank the 12 you're alive. Actual children? Gentle waxing, you have my attention. Say less. Your black mage has the barista glam clutching their head in the void like, why? When you do change gear, all you have to do is click edit and click save. Oh, okay. That's fine, Rando. That's fine with me. If all I have to do is just edit save and it like keeps the same layout, that is a major relief. I thought you had to deadass redo it. It's just annoying to do it for everyone, especially if you get a number of upgrades, yeah. Just adventure plate can save 1 portrait across all jobs, glamour plates, etc., but the instant portrait can't. Fuck. What a scam, honestly. I had the perfect chance to apprehend the fugitives, to complete my mission, but I couldn't. Yeah, because there's more to this story. Something's going on here. It seems you know them, the ones called Mahad and Ansel. Of course, they're my adopted children. They were orphaned at a young age, and I took them in and raised them as my own. Though none of us were related by blood, we became as close as family as any. Ours was a quiet, comfortable life, but then one day Mahad fell sick. She had a raging fever and grew weaker with every passing moment. Aether spurn, the illness is called. I've read about it, a rare disease wherein the body becomes unable to draw ether from food. There's no known cure, only palliative care. Our troubles didn't end there. Even as we were struggling to look after Mahad, a fell beast attacked our settlement. Ansel tried to protect his sister and was badly hurt. The chirurgeon said that he would be bedridden for the rest of his days. I didn't know what to do. Without the coin to care for them, my mind went to dark places. I began thinking of how I might spare them the pain, and spare us all. It was in that state that he found me, a kindly traveler. A healer? Yes, he offered to help Mahad and Ansel, and refused what little payment I tried to give. But he also said that their condition demanded special care and facilities. It would take years, many years. Desperate as I was, I accepted without hesitation, and so he left with my children. In the beta, you just set up an in general portrait. You could use as your instant portrait too. It was a whole lots of... Why would they get rid of that, I wonder? Like, why not give you the option of both? Like, you could like give us a checkbox to use one master portrait or like individual class portraits, you know? Just make it a checkbox. They got checkboxes for everything else in this goddamn game. Open up the character configuration window. It's overwhelming. It was hard not knowing what became of them, wondering if I had made the right choice, but I clung to the hope that one day we would be reunited. And we were. We were. Oh, to finally see them again is... I haven't the words for it, and matters not that they've changed. The healer, what was his name? Gildivian, he called himself, a healer of some renown in his native Charlayan, I believe. A truly touching tale. Where there is life, there is hope, would you not agree? Now then, if I am no longer needed here, I shall return to making my rounds. Till next time, my aspiring sage. I do not trust you. There's something going on here. There's some general fuckery. I believe the danger is past, but for a good measure, I will ask the immortal flames to keep an eye on the area. We're in your debt. Now, if you do not mind telling me, what is your first time meeting Master Faldrene? Oh, no, he's a regular of mine, introduced by an acquaintance. When he comes, he always takes a moment to treat those who are unwell. To have so many kind healers, Charlayan must be a wonderful place indeed. And who is this acquaintance of yours, if I may ask? He's sussy, for sure he is. You just jelly his hat, and then he can pull it off. Listen, Danny, listen. Don't make me put my clown outfit on. It's got a nice hat, all right? A merchant in Aleport, Master Faldrene buys alchemical ingredients from him. Rare items sourced directly from Thavnir. Thavnir? I see. Out of curiosity, what did Master Faldrene buy from you this time? Oh, just the usual. A few sprigs of muskmalloy. He was actually the one who told me where to get the herb. Says it's used to treat certain serious illnesses. Panic. Well, if you'll excuse me, I must be returning to my stall. I don't know when, but I know my children will return, and I must work hard if I'm to give us better lives. Tattooed apothecary, you're so precious and oblivious. Let us return to Idleshire for now. Recent events have given me much to ponder. I was in a dungeon when this conversation started, and the moment has kind of passed, but I like having individual portraits for each job. I can use different poses for different jobs. But wouldn't you like the option to have one master pose if you wanted it? I just don't get, if they had it in the beta, I just don't get why they wouldn't leave it as a toggle. Leave it as a toggle, where you could have a master portrait or like per job. I do like individual portraits, but I wish you could just set one per job or something that saves across gear sets. I guess the gear set issue is the bigger problem. The technology is there since that's what the adventure plate portrait does. Exactly. Boom. The option thing. Yeah, I think that's more what people are upset about, is just not having the option. People just wish they had the option. Like me, I would like to make one goofy, like my adventure plate, for example. I would like to make one goofy pose and then call it a day and be like, this is what I'll use for now. And then if I wanted to go in and be like, you know what, actually, I want my black mage, or I don't have black mage, but I want my red mage to look like this, I want my sage to look like this, then I would do it. But as it currently stands, I got a lot of work ahead of me to do all those. Oh, before we continue Sag quests, I'm also going to read the diary after we update the quest. But I have to pee. I have to pee really, really bad. So I'm going to be right back, you guys. Boop. Safety measure. I have coded that password into an X-ray picture. Holy fuck, I can't. Röntgenogram. Holy shit! Somebody help. Röntgenogram. Time for two-handing. This is probably what this message says. No two-handing ahead, therefore seek God! That's funny. That's not the one that I thought it was gonna light up. That's not the one that I thought was gonna light up. That's not the one that... I don't get it. I thought this one was gonna light up. It's the first G7 country to legalize weed. Yes! Let's go marijuanas! Let's go! I think that's where he is. Okay. Let me just crack open the map real quick. So like somewhere over here, I guess? Should I camp out till morning, do you guys think, so I can see better? Yeah. I can't see shit.
Professor?
Oh, what the
Where's your creation now?
I didn't know I was playing a horror game. I did not know that I was playing a horror game. Shit, I'm gonna have to go into my personal shit. I'm gonna have to go into like pictures. Into my porn folder. into my porn folder. See the light where the... A master pose would be nice, but when they add portraits to duties in January, I don't want my paladin pose to be linked to my red mage. Okay, yeah, that makes complete sense, Sith. I so get you on that. I so get you on that. It's not really a big deal. It's just another janky UI thing. Yeah. So excited for the quality of life Sanctuary stuff coming. I can't wait to get to Sanctuary, like the Island Sanctuary, and be like, hopefully be enjoying it at its best when there's no more janky anything. I don't know really anything about the Island Sanctuary. I didn't even know that there was janky issues with it, but by the time I'm there, it'll be fixed. So excited for that. Can I just say I'm insulted Bard doesn't have a bagpipe performance? I'm relieved Bard doesn't have a bagpipe performance. I'm relieved. Are you kidding me? Sir, ashamed though I am to admit this, I'm no longer certain of the truth. It wasn't Loifa and his accomplices who sought Muskmalloy, but Master Faldrenet. No, what the fugitives want is Master Faldrenet himself. Clearly they bear a grievance against him. If those despicable rumors were true, and one of ours was actually... But the Forum was adamant in their denial, and they surely wouldn't... My mind is running amok. Forgive me, but I need a moment to rein in my thoughts. Diary? Entries 3 to 4, or 3 to 5, sorry. The child has taken a turn for the worse. Her corporeal ether wanes at an alarming rate. She cannot keep food down, having vomited all... Oh my god, wait! Is the child in this diary, is this, Oh crap, I don't remember what her name was. So, Ansel was one of them, and I can't remember the other one. I think it's talking about that child. Having vomited all she has been given, though we are able to keep her with us, it is not but a stopgap measure. I reviewed past cases and all existing literature, but found no effective treatment. Yet there must be something we can do, something that no one has yet thought to try. Muskmalloy may be the answer. We Vieira have used this medicinal herb since ancient times. Though potentially poisonous, through refinement, we should be able to suppress the adverse effects. A young child was brought in today, so very young to be suffering so... I think it's talking about her. Huh. Cool. Mahad was the lady's name. I think it's talking about Mahad. That diary. Terra would get amazing grace on bagpipes along with taps. You guys would inflict so much trauma on me. You monsters. As far as I hear, Island is great but lacks content at the moment. They should add more in 6.4. Hopefully that's when I'm there. I don't know when we'll get there, but we'll get there. Sir, pray forgive me my earlier bewilderment. If you do not mind, I would review the situation as it stands. We have been laboring under the assumption that Loifa and his companions had come to Eorzea to further enhance themselves in the pursuit of forbidden power. To that end, did they seek to procure Muskmalloy, which they would use in conjunction with the stolen soul crystal? But it wasn't the Muskmalloy that they wanted. No, what they wanted was the man who wanted it, Master Faldrenet. Using the herb as a lead, they went to the Arboretum in anticipation of their quarry's arrival. Failing to find him there, they made their way to Lost Hope. Such is my theory, at any rate. What do you make of all this? Loifa and his companions aren't criminals, they're victims. So you think so too? There's something else, sir. The rumors I mentioned of a Charlayan healer who conducted heinous procedures on live subjects. After sharing recent developments with Command, they reopened the investigation and have, to our considerable shock and surprise, confirmed that there appears to be some truth to them after all. The villain went to great lengths to conceal his operation, and thus did he manage to elude the authorities for years. The man's identity is yet to be conclusively ascertained, but we have a suspect. A sage who disappeared from Charlene shortly before our fugitives first appeared. A sage by the name of Gildevane. Wait, you're hearing Endwalker quest jingles early, Madge. We can see your full inventory through your sweater green screen. Don't look. Don't look at this. Don't look at my inventory. I was doing crafting last night. Don't look at me. Yes, the same Gildevane who took Mahad and Ansel into his care, I expect. If they were victims of this experiment, then they would have every reason to follow him to the ends of the world. While much of this is conjecture, it goes far towards explaining that which we know. So let us proceed on this assumption, and have the truth from the man at the heart of the recent incidents, Faldrenet. Now, according to the apothecary, 'twas a merchant in Aleport who introduced them. If we find this merchant, we may also find Faldrenet. To Vilbrand. Tara, how many retainers do you have? Only one. I'm literally going to get a retainer just for my ore. I don't know what to name them, though. Rockabellum. Terrock. Terrock! Their name is going to be Terrocks. I don't know what color to do my nails. Oh, I wanted to paint my nails yesterday, but then I was video editing, and then I was crafting. Maybe I'll paint my nails tonight. Speaking of, guys, I have the next video for YouTube edited down. It's the ending to 4.0. Oh my god. Oh my god. So much happens at the end of 4.0. I like kept being like, that's everything. And then I found more footage and I was like, just kidding, there's more. I was like, so the video was like 20 minutes long. Lenoskia. For as much flack, I don't even want to say that Stormblood necessarily got flack. I just feel like Stormblood was awkward cousin. I think it was great. I loved Stormblood. So this is Aleport, one of Vilbrand's foremost trading hubs. Ah, how I should like to take in the sights, but that must wait. We have work to do. Stormblood was middle child syndrome 100%. Yeah. I have a retainer named Colin Deschouts on your alt. Your alt's name is Cody Pennant. Wait, I don't get the reference. I think I missed it. Hi, Ike. Welcome in. We must try to find this merchant before Faldrenet does. As I recall, the man deals in Thavnarian wares. Let us begin by... Healer! Send for a healer! Captain Lavender. How you doing, Lav? You're a healer? Good. We've got some badly injured folk just outside. Attacked by the looks of it. Can you go and tend to them? Call in the shots. Codependent. Oh my god! That's hilarious. I didn't hear it the first time. I thought it was a reference to something. It's just the names. Call in the shots. Codependent. I love it. I love it. I love it. I'm a middle child, and all I want to say is please notice me. Hi, Berto. I notice you. Hello, hello. To be fair, Heavensward increased interest. Shadowbringers was considered a masterpiece, so Stormblood kind of got screwed over. Definitely. Definitely jolly. Overshadowed is the best word.
Sloppy.
Overshadowed. Simi, welcome in. Might be as whoever did this is still near, so watch yourselves. I'm going to raise the alarm. Simi, how you doing? Welcome in. Overshadowed? Yeah, it's a bad joke. I'm sorry. Loif was fucking dead, by the way. Loif was literally just laying on the ground. A lot of people say Stormblood has the best endgame, best raids, Eureka, which is done by people, so there's that. Shadowbringers endgame suffered because of COVID. Oh, that's such a bummer. I had fun with Eureka. I only did the first island and I want to do more, but Eureka was good. And oh my god, the Omega raids. Ooh, the Omega raids. Ooh, they were so good. They were so goddamn good. A standout fight is the gender fluid and the phantom trains. The phantom train was fun. What in the world happened? Loifa fucking dead. No, he's still alive. We're too late to help the merchant. Pay respects. But Loifa, you can still save him. Yet our earlier speculation was simply that, speculation. We do not know for certain that what he and his companions seek to accomplish. Phantom Trains is good, yeah it was. Bad time to get a nosebleed, rip. Stormblood's split location plot did not do it any favors either. Linny, yeah, so one thing I said about Stormblood, I really liked it. One thing I said about Stormblood is that it felt like, I think it was three distinct like rise and fall moments throughout the X-Pack. And I think it did feel a little bit disjointed looking back on it, though it all played into like the ending, right? It all like, we're not gonna like fully talk about it, but like it was all important, but it did feel very separated and very disjointed. You went from like big build up, payoff, to suddenly a completely different big build up, you know? The all is lost moment. Hi everyone, what's the plan for today's stream? We're gonna finish off the Sage quests. We might dip our toes into the Shadowbringers healer role quests, and then we're gonna do a little crumb of MSQ as a treat. I think I may have made an IRL friend. She said she's getting Starbies in the morning and to text her what I wanted. I didn't even have her number yet. Lav, making IRL friends is so hard. Nurture that shit. Be open to friendship. Anybody out there, be open to friendship. If somebody even just like offers to buy you a coffee, they're trying to strengthen the relationship in some way, shape, or form. So always like accept that shit. Be open to like doing things, because making friends is so fucking hard. God bless Twitch for that, honestly. What we do know, however, is that they took a life in Charlayan. They're murderers. I know it's not my place to pass judgment, but they took her from me, my mother. Why is everyone's backstory so hurtful? Huh, he was right. I am a fool. I thought I was strong enough to keep my feelings out of it. Loifa protected me. I owe him. Yes, I remember, and I understand that the man who took my mother's life was not in his right mind. Forgive me my indecision, sir. Please render Loifa your aid. Oh my god, Berto. These backstories are copy-paste from first-time D&D players' backstories. They're all traumatic as hell. You're so right. You're so right. I still really wish the train had a click-on active time maneuver like Susanoo's sword. Oh, in a train fight to suplex the train. I've heard about the train suplex. That happens in one of the Final Fantasies, right? I can't wait to see that myself. Fucking suplex a train. It's so ridiculous. They should have done that in the Savage. Wouldn't that have been cool? I'ma save you, Loifa. Use diagnosis? What if I use Eucrasian diagnosis? Wow. Making me actually use diagnosis. The best classic Final Fantasy game in my opinion. Okay, bet. That was 6. Can't wait. Can't wait to see it. I bet we meet a musician that wants to have sex with everything next in this quest. Birdo, no. Your D&D Pathfinder character doesn't have a tragic of a backstory. That's why they said they're first characters. Because I feel like everyone who first makes a Final Fantasy character is like tragic. And then after your first, did I say Final Fantasy? I meant to say D&D. Your first D&D character, tragic. And then you make your second character and you just go off the fucking rails. And you make a little like 3-foot goblin that throws bombs and is a gunslinger and is just there to make people laugh or something. I don't know. Comic relief. Sage quests. Yes, Evelyn, welcome in. Are you all right? Mahad and Ansel, where are they? They were not here when we arrived. Only the merchant. It was too late for him, but Sir was able to save you. Will you tell us what happened? Who was it that attacked you? Gildivane. Who else? That bastard is still out there because of you, and now... So it's as we suspected. Faldrene is Gildevane. Finally ready to accept it, are you? I have to sneeze. I have to sneeze. I'm okay now. Suvu, welcome in. How you doing? Yours is a wannabe paladin that just ages too slowly for his bio fam to be around anymore. Hopping in for a minute to say hi. Very sleepy. Suvu, love you. Hope your day's been awesome. You're first as a basic human fighter with basic farming background? Danny, that's 10 out of 10. A friend of mine played like a humble farmer, and he was a great character. First character, born in blood, lives on the life edge. Later character, man, I just want someone to hug. Did I do it right? Close, Jolly. He can change his face and his name, but there's no changing the monster he is. Still masquerading as a kind-hearted healer, a wolf in sheep's clothing who preys upon the vulnerable for his vile experiments. So you are indeed his test subjects. I'm sorry, had I known, I... Save your apology. It won't bring Mahad and Ansel back. When we confronted Gildevane, they shielded me from his magic. He must have taken them. Oh, Prey, thanks for hydrating, by the way. I couldn't do anything. For all the power and the sacrifice, I couldn't do a damn thing. What are you talking about? I was born with a disease of the lungs. As I grew, so too did it worsen, until I had but a few moons left to live. It was then that Gildevane appeared before us. Before me and my master. This bun boy is very cute. I mean, so is the edgelord, but this bun boy is very cute. Even with the little, like, goatee. It's the eyes. It's the eyes for me. I really like those eyes. My characters for most things just kind of, I exist. I am here, I guess. Oof. Oof. Just like me in real life. No, I'm kidding. With the wisdom of Charlene, he could cure me, he said. Having believed for so long that I never had a chance, I wasn't sure how to feel, but my master was overjoyed. And seeing that joy, for the first time I wanted to live, for him and for me. But we were fooled. In the guise of treatment, Gildevane subjected me to a dangerous procedure to fortify my ether. I wasn't the only one. There were others, so many others, but one after another they disappeared, until only a few of us remained.
Such devastation!
Lab, literally. We who survived had been more than cured. We'd been given unnatural powers. I was twice as strong as any man, and could channel magics with ease. For all the good it did, I was no match for Gildevane and his tricks. Worse still, I couldn't protect Mahad and Ansel. If this life is my reward for all the suffering and sacrifice, I'd have been better off dead. Oh, these are both beautiful lines. Both these lines are beautiful. Whatever life you have is still a life, and you owe it to the others to make the most of it. You couldn't go wrong with either option there. Help me, please. With pleasure. Aww. I want to save them, but I can't do it alone. I need help, so please. Aw, Bun Boy! No, precious Bun Boy! Takes a lot of strength to ask for help, guys. Immense strength to ask for help. Proud of this Bun Boy. My life approach. Life should not be a journey to the grave with the intention of arriving safely in a pretty and well-preserved body, but rather to skid in broadside in a cloud of smoke, thoroughly used up, totally worn out, and loudly proclaiming, wow, what a ride. Berto, I love that. I love that. You only get one life, so you might as well live it up, right? I did an MSQ roulette on my Bun Gorl yesterday, and the rest of the party was 2 Bun Gorls and a Femro. Everyone was just complimenting each other's characters. That's so wholesome, Jolly. Oh my god, that's so wholesome. One of my favorite things as a Lala player who plays often, like Vel is also Lala. Sometimes in roulettes, we'll get like 3 Lalas and like 1 like full grown character, like 1 tall character. And it's always like mom/dad/other taking their kids to soccer practice every time. And I love it. If Gildevane went through the trouble of taking Mahad and Ansel, it can only mean one thing. He means to experiment on them again. We can't let that happen. We have to find and save them. Wait, even if we manage to ascertain Gildevane's whereabouts, the fact remains that the 3 of you couldn't overpower him. We cannot expect to fare much better. In all likelihood, he himself is also enhanced. So if we confront him, we must have a foolproof plan. Do you not agree, sir? Yes. Very well. For now, I ask that you return to Idleshire. I will join you there after briefing the Yellow Jackets on the situation. One of the first things in chat was, it's Mommy Central in here, and it kind of snowballed from there. Okay, wholesome, but of course horny. It's kind of just all of Final Fantasy, isn't it? Wholesome, horny? Horny, wholesome? Yeah, I think so. Do 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 do. True. We are all looking respectfully, except at Lala's. Lala's get pets. They get head pets. Was that cocoa I spied? No, it's actually coffee. I just have it's more like a mocha, because I have chocolate milk in it. Coffee with chocolate milk. Wholesome and horny? Are we talking about Tifa? That's a big fucking cup for a lot of fucking coffee. Laugh. I love this cup. I love it. It was not safe to take a sip and read your comment, Jolly. I'd let any of you step on me anytime. When does a cup become a bowl? I think at this stage. This is like, dude, straight up. Ugh. You could put your soup in here. This is a soup bowl, but it's also a mug. It's a size queen cup. Yes, it is. Tidings from command, sir. They have confirmed that Gildevane used muskmalloy in his procedure. Despite his attempts to destroy all evidence of his crimes, traces of the herb were found in his laboratory. Laboratory? Laboratory? Laboratory. Laboratory. I don't know. They're both the same. Furthermore, no record exists of a healer named Faldernay. If ever there was any doubt it was a false identity, there is none now. In hindsight, we should have tried to explain everything to you, but we didn't know who to trust. Even if you had attempted to convince me, I doubt I would have listened. I saw what I wanted to see, believed what I needed to believe. Even with the mounting evidence, I wavered over whether we should save you. My mother would have been ashamed to see what I'd become. I took upon the shield because I wanted to protect all life, just as she did to her dying breath. Your mother was a warrior like you? She was a healer. The soul crystal you took. It was hers! Then the woman that day was your mother? Gildevane had already fled Charlayan. We were attempting to escape when one of our comrades collapsed in pain. Someone chanced to see us, another sage at Physis Technon. Suspicious though we must have looked, she rushed to our aid without hesitation. But our companion, he flew into a frenzy and we couldn't stop him. I tried to save her, the gods know I did, but with the last of her strength, she pressed the crystal into my hand. Forgive me. Oh, I'm gonna cry. Aw. Hey, that's so sweet. Like, sad, but sweet. When it has a handle. Slap a handle on a soup bowl, boom, that's a mug now. Easy clap. Just like that. Also, hi, catnip. I literally have a big fucking cup. This is big fucking mug. That's a whole move. Oh, good. Now I can use a pot for my coffee. It has a handle. Nitro. Okay, deep breath. There is naught to forgive. She did what she had always done, what she believed was right. If she had any regrets, it would doubtless be that she couldn't help you sooner. As for the crystal, she clearly wished for you to have it. She must have seen something in you in that moment. 'Tis my hope that you will carry on her legacy and fight for the future of all lives. The future of all lives. I shall dedicate my efforts to locating Gildevain. Until I do, please continue practicing your skills, the better to be prepared when we face him. The Muskmalloy has arrived. As expected, it is highly effective in strengthening one's ether, but so too does it poison. We must find a way to separate its beneficial constituents, else it cannot be administered for any extended period. We administered a diluted extract of Muskmalloy after the patient fell unconscious. Though she awakened a few hours later, she was extremely agitated and took several people to subdue her. We can no longer dismiss the inherent risks in the treatment. We must submit a report to the studium on the dangers of Muskmalloy, ere someone else repeat our mistakes. The pain has returned, worse than before. This disease eats away at me, and I fear I do not have much time left, yet there's still so much to do. So very much. I have a feeling these are Gildevain's logs. Diary of a Sage. No, Gildevain isn't a sage, is he? I don't know whose logs they are. I once used one of those bowls you would use for baking stuff to drink tea. Pledge of Hope. Ah, sir, you'll be pleased to hear that, in response to my latest report, my superiors have decided to spare no resources in the hunt for Gildevain. A remarkable change of policy, given how they once considered the rumors to warrant only a cursory investigation before being dismissed. But in any event, with their assistance, 'tis only a matter of time before we find our man. While we await developments, I ask that you continue honing your skills. Ah! I skipped dialogue. Honing your skills, the better to contend with Gildevain when the time comes. I can't stand to be idle. I will join you if you're not averse. No, not at all. We would welcome it, in fact. Sir can go no further with my limited knowledge. He would benefit from your guidance, and I dare say you stand to gain from the experience as well. As to how you might train, may I suggest lending a helping hand to the locals? The Dravanian hinterlands are home to many treasure hunters, and theirs is a dangerous line of work. They often find themselves in trouble. If you speak with their representative, Midnight Dew, she would be able to direct you to her fellows who may require assistance. You're familiar with this Midnight Dew, yes? Lead the way. I am familiar with Midnight Dew, but I don't remember why. Oops. I'll know them when I see them. Was it the Arboretum? Oh yeah, the Arboretum questline and the hard mode. Hi Midnight Dew, how you doing? Literally last stream, right. In the Arboretum. He's with you, I take it. Something I can help with. Oh, you want to help us? Aye, well, it's true enough, wanting to make a quick coin. There's some as bite off more than they can chew. As a matter of fact, a few hunters have yet to return, and I had a mind to go look for them. Reckon you could take care of it in my stead. Midnight Dew, how you doing, darling? Sage 90 gear is honestly so nice. The gear Loifa uses. Or however, I think it's Loifa. Much obliged. Some especially nasty fiends have been out and about of late. I'm hoping our friends haven't run afoul of them. Friends, I say, but we're more like family, and family look after family. This gear? Aye, that we do. Oh, I love the boots. I love the boots. Watch yourselves out there, eh? And thanks again. Yeah, those boots are fantastic. To think that by subjecting me to procedure, Gildevain gave me the ability to wield sage magic, the power to heal and to harm. And I will repay this gift by doing just that. With his death, his victims will finally be able to move on. But those are thoughts for another day. Let us be off and see if we can't find these hunters and any fiends that may be stalking them. His is dyed a dark color. Gotcha. It's because he's edgy boy. You're wearing the non-dyed. This is the base non-dyed version. How come your boots look different? You don't have the poofy boots. Not the poofy boots, but like with the With they're kind of like the boots that I wear on my red mage. With the little flaps. Oh, you changed. Oh, you didn't like the boots, eh? Teach their own. I like these boots. It's quite nice though. Quite fancy. Quite a snazzy little outfit. Want to see a Sage 90 move? Shoot, what is it under again? Go for it. Oh, do you have to use it on an enemy? Need an enemy, gotcha. Sorry, I was looking away. I was wondering why you were running into the wall. Literally turbo laser? That's so cool. Restores own HP and the HP of all party members within a radius of 20 yalms. Huh. That's so cool. Just a fucking giga laser. Very, very cool. Can't wait. I'm here to help. Giga laser for Giga Chads. Can't wait. I don't know what other healer I might like to level. I think eventually I'll go the route of getting every job to at least 80, but I would like to get them all to 90. I have zero interest in White Mage. A little bit of interest in Astrologian, and I kind of have zero interest in Scholar as well. I think if I level another healer, it'd probably be Astrologian. I like the card aesthetic. Thanks for the hydrate and the stretch, by the way. Numa and Savage Raids is so useful. Just for the instant healing it can put out of 600 potency. Ugh. The treasure hunter is badly hurt. Heal her and use the diagnosis spell. You can also empower, like you can Eucrasian. Astro Story is also good? Bet. Thank you. I thought I'd be able to handle the fiends. Oh, how wrong I was. I owe you my life, and you can be sure I'll sing your praises to any and all who listen. Very well. Tara, I'll show you the Enshroud for the level 90 Reaper attack, just so you know what you're getting. I am kind of over Reaper. I'm sorry for saying that. Come, let us continue. I'm kind of over. I'll see it anyways because I'm curious, but I'm kind of over Reaper because I'm so in love with Monk. The healing and being a good use for a standard GCD attack, yeah. Not Eucrasian. Oh, Zoe! Hitting it with Zoe! And they share a cooldown as well. Ah, ha, 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 ha. You do not like the slice? I do like the slice, but since I'm only focusing on one job per role right now, Monk has just overshadowed the slice. I like the. You can go ahead, Jolly. Show it off. Oh my god! Wait, does it fully change your outfit? What level is my Reaper? 74. What level's my Monk? 74. I'm at a crossroads. I'm at a crossroads here. Hang on, that was really cool. I'm at a bit of a crossroads, it seems. Both my melees are... Level them both easy? That's what I'll probably end up doing. More than likely. I've just really been enjoying kicking and punching the crap out of things. Especially as a Lala. Just like, literally just like beating people's shins in. Reaper, way better than Monk. Listen here. Listen here, you little shit. Listen here, you. That's probably accurate, but I like Monk. I like Monk a lot. Baby fists filled with raw power, exactly. It's just so satisfying. Hello, can I use Eorzea? Here we go. Not according to the parsing last I checked. What is parsing? I've heard that term thrown around a lot, and I don't know what it means. My guess is that it has something to do with your DPS, in the context that I've heard it. But I don't actually know. Only problem with Monk is that the rotation is harder than average. Don't Monk hate, guys. Yeah, I do stare at my bar a lot while playing Monk. And I do drop my Disciplined Fist, I think it's called, uptime, occasionally. I've gotten a lot better at it, but before I used to drop it all the time by accident. Oh, it's using banned third-party add-ons to track damage, healing, etc. during a fight. Got you. Enshroud cloaks your character and your avatar, changing your character's look. That's so cool, Jolly. But Reaper is edgy. I just love a Reaper's Enshroud makes you look like the Grim Reaper, but with your own face. I think that's so cool. I love that it puts an outfit on you rather than changing your entire character model. I'll use Enshroud again if you want a closer look. Yes, I do. It's very fucking cool. Oh my god, even your eyes glow. That is very cool. In Reaper's defense, it's very fucking cool. It is very tempting. It's using a third-party program to parse the damage output and compare it against the maximum. Got you. So Reaper is better than Monk in the parses? Question mark? Boop. A terrible wound. This is no time for training. I'll take care of it. Do I need to stop what I'm doing and show you what I look like in Enshroud? If you want to pop over here, Sith, I'd love to see it. Oh, Monk is one of the strongest DPS at the moment. I feel like that's fair, given how all over the place Monk's DPS rotation is. Are you all right? What? I'm alive? How? Was it you? Yes, well, you were in a bad way and I... Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. My wife, she's with child, our firstborn. I wanted to earn as much coin as I could to provide for my family. But in my haste, I got reckless, took on jobs that were beyond me. But thanks to you, I still have my life, and my family still have me. No more stupid risks. I won't squander the future you've given us. My thanks again, and the 12 bless you. Honestly, Reaper feels like one of the most fluid classes I've used. Monk gets fluid once you understand like your dot and your self buff uptime and your beast chakras. I sometimes get into the flow where I stop focusing and I just am doing it. And then occasionally, like when a scary mechanic happens, I fall out of my like flow state in my Monk, and then I have to like get back up on my uptime of things. Getting the highest parse on Monk requires so much brain function though, got it. According to the vlogs for all percentiles, it's Ninja, then Reaper, then Monk at top, but they're very, very, very close. Got it. Reaper's the only melee class I can play effectively. I feel like I need a Monk a chart to use Monk properly. I feel like you just haven't given it enough time, Jolly. He's got a lot to live for, doesn't he? You know, I used to dream about the future I knew I'd never see. about overcoming my illness and protecting the forest as a wood warder. As the duty of Viera men, I wanted to repay my people for not giving up on me, my tribe and my master. I allowed myself to hope when I went to Gildavane, until the dream died once and for all in his laboratory, alongside those who were sacrificed in the pursuit of his twisted abomination. For the betterment of mankind, that depraved fiend took everything from me. Since then, I have been bent upon revenge. Save that, there was no purpose for my sage's power. But since meeting you and Lala, I feel as though I'm beginning to understand why this soul crystal was given to me. The hope that all might live to know a better tomorrow. There's a warmth and comfort in that, and a purpose. I won't fall again, not when my friends, my family, need me. Come what may, I will protect them. For that purpose and no other will I use my power. This I swear upon the crystal. Let's go, Loifa. Soon, we must confront Gildavane. If we're to triumph, we must trust each other with our lives. Are you prepared to trust yours to me? Yes, and I'll protect you too. I like the line of, I'll do the best a fool can, because he called us fools early on. I have a 0 parse on P8S phase 2 on Dancer because I forgot dance partner. Oh, you were talking about in Discord about that pain. Reaper got buffs in 6.28. Nice. Reaper just hits buttons, brain go happy. All the melee and black mage are very even right now. Game is actually pretty balanced unless you want to play machinist. Oh, poor machinist. What happened? It's okay. Their patch is coming, right? Their patch is coming. They'll be okay. I'm counting on you. So see to keep up. Well, I believe that's enough training for one day. Let's head back to Idleshire. Hopefully Lala's allies have made progress. Izagi got passionate opinions. Regardless of what the tier list, I'm never going to main Reaper. Scythe is the dumbest weapon in fantasy games in my opinion, because they were originally designed for farming. They're a farming tool. Wait, let me show you my shroud. Shit. Can you do it in Idleshire, or does it have to be outside? Because I can step outside if need be. Scythes are stupid as fucking games, but edgy. Machinist dominates in Palace of the Dead right now. I have not stepped my foot in Palace of the Dead or Heaven on High. Are they fun? Are you telling me my botanist isn't capable of murder? Can you even use them in combat? Like, do they even have an auto attack? Yes, they are a farm implement. The only time you wield a scythe is if you have nothing better to wield. Yeah. As for botanist, axe over scythe. They have an auto attack, but it's not good. I'm so happy Dragoon gets that Nidhogg purple dive attack at 80. Yo, that's so cool, Jolly. Deep dungeons are very fun. I'm slowly working towards my Necromancer title. Can you go into Palace of the Dead and Heaven on High with a party? Is that something you could do like in a group? Because I'd be open to trying something like that with you guys at some point. Yes, you can. Ooh. Hello? I'm opposite opinion. Scythes are great and dangerous, even in real life. Although you would need super strength to wield them. Yes, and to wield them effectively. It's a 4-player thing. Only hardcore nutjobs try to solo. Me. You can do a static group, a pug group, or solo. Necromancer titles for soloing 200 levels. Very hard achievement. Monk ass. Oh, hinterlands outside Idleshire. Which one are the hinterlands? I got a 50-50 chance. I'm gonna go to this one. It's pain. I want it. I want it now. I want to be a necromancer. You can only complete floor 200 solo or with a static party though. Gotcha. Hang on, don't do it, don't do it. Wait. Okay, now you can do it. Dude, it's so cool. It's so cool. It's so sick. Do you know what I got? Do you know what I got? I got breakdancing. I got breakdancing. Can you breakdance? Checkmate. Checkmate, Reaper mains. It's so fucking cool though. That transformation, I can't get over that it is so cool. I want to pick up Dancer. Because I'm gonna need a physical range DPS for Endwalker, right? I want to pick up Dancer. Maybe off stream I'll start leveling up Dancer in roulettes as well. Dancer looks so fun. Yes, Dancer. Then get it, we'll do it. Are Dancer quests, job quests good? Should I save the job quests for stream? Yeah, role quests separate melee and physical range. Okay, so I'll make sure to pick up Dancer at some point. Yes, they are? Okay. They are, but do them on your own if you want. Okay. Think Dancer quests are good? Okay. I'm down to save them. You were going to show me the Thylander and Shroud? Be still my heart? Hang on, when we move on to the next section, come show me, Ray. Enshroud may very well change your opinion of Reaper once you get it. You're not the first person to say that. Somebody was talking about it the other day because I was talking about how Reaper is fun, but something felt not quite right, and maybe Enshroud fixes that. I'll get Reaper to 80 at the least. Oh, you're back. You're both back. Good. Honestly, with Road to 80, I might as well get like as many jobs as close to 80 as I can because holy shit, do you get an insane amount of experience. Road to 80 is disgusting. It's amazing. I'm so glad I jumped servers to get a fresh one. When you Enshroud, it's like going into Berserk death mode. Oh shit. Is it like how Machinist has their like heat mode where you just fucking button mash all your abilities? Because I liked that about Machinist. You're like, I'm going to use my heat. Ah, you're both back. Good. It's longer though. Oh. I have news to share regarding the Hunt of Gildevane. 20 seconds of Enshroud. What's the cooldown? I'm curious what the overall uptime would be. First of all, we've located the villain. With the aid of a fellow operative, we measured unusual etheric activity in a cave in the Dravanian Forelands. This is where he has made his base, and holds Mahad and Ansel. The two are alive, but more than that, we could not ascertain. Hold on, my friends. We're coming to save you. New server, I missed a lot. Yeah, we're on Dynamis. We moved to Modwin. "15-second cooldown." Oh, you need 50 in the bar. So could you have almost 100% uptime on Enshroud? Oh, you get 5 stacks for attacks. Okay, it wouldn't be 100% uptime. But that is, interesting. I thought Enshroud was like an occasional like damage CD. You have my attention. You have my attention a little bit here. We've also learned more about Gildevane himself from an acquaintance of his in yesteryear. According to said acquaintance, after graduating from the studium, Gildevane completed further studies in various fields, somonautics most notably. For his skill and knowledge, he was made a professor of the faculty, and was right there that he met his wife, a fellow researcher and talented sage in her own right. But one day she fell gravely ill. Healers of various persuasions attempted to treat her, but her condition deteriorated rapidly, and she passed away not a week later. Gildevane was not the same man after that. Whatever tragedy he has known, I can muster no sympathy for him, nor would you if you had seen the madness in his eyes, heard the malice in his voice. Mark my words, it wasn't for his wife that he mourned, but the loss of a valuable resource. That is all people are to Gildevain. So it seems, and whatever reason he may have had, he cannot be permitted to continue his depraved experiments. That being said, we cannot storm his cave just yet. His knowledge of somnotics makes him a dangerous opponent, and we must be amply prepared. To that end, I have been working on a countermeasure, but it will take a little longer to complete. Meanwhile, I must ask for your patience and your faith. As much as I wish to save Mahad and Ansel, it would be meaningless if we lost anyone in the process, so please, believe in me. I will. Alright, I'll wait, and when all is ready, we'll go and rescue Mahad and Ansel. Nodders. No, it basically powers you up for a damage burst window. Got it. Later in levels 80 to 90, you get other stuff to activate it. And with right usage in dungeons, at least you can get 2 to 3 enshrouds in a row. Wow. So it is for a DPS window. Oh, like a burst window. Sorry, not DPS window, burst window. Use 2 stacks. They change which opens a third attack. You do 4 stacks, 2 extra than learn 90 move. And you get more... get a move that gives 50 shroud gauge. That's so cool. What's going on here? Ew, Sage, bad. No, I like Sage. Catherine, I like Sage. Sage is the only healer I've picked up, and I really enjoy them because they're just a DPS in disguise. They got 4 guns floating around them. Also, I was looking at a video for Sage weapons because I really don't like these little tiny doodads. I saw people with way cooler Sage weapons. There's like a level 86, 87 weapon that's literally miniguns, like golden miniguns. And I kind of want it for the ridiculous aspect of it. Waiting outside to Thailander and Shroud. Okay. Okay, we'll read the Sage book when we come back. I want to see this in Shroud. You cannot ban me. I'm gay. Yeah, we physically cannot. You have powers of being the gay. There's a set that look like peacock feathers. I think I saw those. I didn't watch the full video. I just kind of like skimmed through to see like what I was in store for. And I saw the miniguns and I was like, hello? Wait, where? Ray? Did I go with the wrong one? Evelyn, thank you so much for the lurk, by the way. So, how's Shadowbringers? We're doing Sage, then we're gonna do some role quests, and then we're gonna do some MSQ. Finally gonna have a crumb of MSQ today, Catherine. Why the Sage hate? I don't know. Maybe they haven't played Sage. Because Sage, very fun. I love like using your mitigation. Like, it feels like a very active healer because all of it's preventative, right? Like you're a mit healer, so you're just focused on preventing the damage rather than super healing it. Oh, Sage is fine. You're just joking. Okay, good. Oh, you don't understand how to play them? So when I picked up Sage, it's because I had a little baby level 50 friend who was leveling DPS and his partner was leveling DPS. And they were like, do you want to queue with us? I was like, shit, all I have is DPS. I was like, let me pick up Sage then. I had to watch, I spent like 30 minutes watching videos trying to understand how the class worked. Oh. You guys are making me jealous. Stop this. It's so cool. Hold on. Hang on. There's a nice little window for me to be in right here. Damn, I'm still too tall. I'm still too tall. Hang on. Oh, it's just a dark abyss. We got scammed. I didn't try it. What are you guys on about? What are you on about? You may want to skip the role quest for time reasons. You're not going to want just a crumb of this next branch. Izagi, if it's that bad, I'm going to stream 14 tomorrow. 14, tomorrow, Friday stream, I have open to whatever I'm feeling, whatever I'm in the mood for. We might do horror, we might do MSQ, we might do P5R. It's just totally open tomorrow. So if I'm that hooked, then we'll just continue with it tomorrow, and I'll survive. Chat collectively dressed as street urchins. Please, Tara, can we have a crumb of MSQ? You will be? Okay. So more than likely tomorrow's going to be a 14 stream as well. Terra, that's ERPR, not RPR. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. It was a prank. It was a prank. I wasn't trying to lewd you. It was a prank. It was just a joke. Moon, when you stare at the abyss and the abyss stares back. The reason I started playing 14 was exclusively to play Reaper after seeing a preview for them. Didn't realize it was an Endwalker job. Got so sad. But you obviously got there, Catherine. You obviously got there eventually. Hi. All right, I think we have our last sage quest we're on now, right? Life ephemeral. I can't talk. Life ephemeral. Path eternal. There we go. We got there. All these healer quests seem like, thank you for saving me. I shall go home to my pregnant wife so I can deliver this medicine that saves the orphanage. I'm waiting for a quest like, ah yes, thank you for healing me. My slaves got uppity and I broke my fist beating them. Now that you healed me, I can go back to choking orphans and drowning puppies. Good job. You're not wrong though. All the healer quests are that dire. You then became a paladin main because you're impatient and need tank queues. Relatable. Relatable. Why do you think I have Gunbreaker and Sage now? Also, Gunbreaker's was really fun. Gunbreaker's was really, really fun. All right. To my shame, I collapsed while treating the child. I do not recall ever seeing my husband so distressed. Touched though I am, I'd rather that he didn't fuss over me. He knows my prognosis. As sages, it is our duty to fight for the future of all lives. Soon, I will no longer be able to fight this fight, but it is my hope that someone will carry on in my stead. To that end, I, Hasha, will pour myself into this soul crystal. My love, in case this is my last chance, I want you to know that I'm glad I met you. You made me the happiest woman, and even should I be reborn. The rest of the page has been torn away. Motherfucker. Motherfucker, hang on. Wait, so this diary is Gildevane's wife? No. Gildevane's wife? No. Her mother? I don't know. Danny's message sounds like you have to go to the doctor. Reminder that Copperbell Mines is you going and beating up an enslaved race that are mad about their treatment. That's horrible. Evelyn, I wish I didn't know that lore. Need to level your warrior and Gunbreaker. Do Gunbreaker first. It's so much fun. It's so much fun. Panheima! Pan Pride. Hello? My apologies for the wait. The countermeasure is ready. As it is quite delicate, however, I will hold on to it until the moment of reckoning. Good. Let us make for Gildevane's lair at once. Has there been further word on Mahad and Ansel? My fellow operatives report that your friends are still alive, and together we will ensure that they remain so. Thank you, thank you. Though to me, they are more than just friends, they're family. Our destination lies in the northeast of the Dravanian Forelands, where the Som Al foothills meet the 100th Throws. The cave entrance is just west of the springs. Understood. I'll go on ahead to scout the area. Panheima is also super useful. It would be if I had queues that weren't always level 50 dungeons. Tara, that's the way you greet people for a sec? I thought Panheima was in chat. I was just excited because it had Pan in the name. What in the whale? With people riding on it? Well, that's an odd sight. Sir Sebastian! Another person from the Sir clan. Think if Loifa were to give Tara's character a piggyback ride, could he use his ears to steer? It would be like Ratatouille. It would be exactly like Ratatouille. I'd be like making him move his legs that way. Indigo whale. It's majestic as fuck. Speaking of Ratatouille, if you guys have Amazon Prime, that means you have Prime Video. A movie that I've been interested in but haven't seen until literally yesterday, called Everything Everywhere All the Time or All at Once, is great, and you should watch it if you have Prime. If you have access to it, you should watch it. It was great. Good movie. Weird ass movie. Funny movie. 10 out of 10. Well, not 10 out of 10, but it was a great movie. Terra maniacally laughing as he forces Loifo to make an Italian dish. Yes. Although me cooking, Pepe laugh. Pepe laugh. Catherine doesn't know. Yes, Ray. Yes, that's what made me think of it. Rakakuni. Fuck. I don't remember the last time I watched a movie that I actually laughed out loud at. And there was a few moments where I actually laughed out loud at that movie. It took me off guard, or caught me off guard. This is it, sir. Gildevain's lair. Remember, our chief concern is Mahad and Ansel's safety. As for the countermeasure, 'tis a set of garments imbued with a special enchantment to shield you from Gildevain's influence. Should the worst come to worst, it will keep you safe and our hopes alive. As I mentioned, they are rather delicate, but I guarantee that they will last you on this one battle. When you're ready to sally forth, I will have you change into them. During the battle, some of your gear will be glamored. Okay. So, are you ready, sir? I have to pee. I have to pee again. Oh, are you in the kitchen? No, I just can't cook for shit, Catherine. Chekhov's Employee of the Month trophy. I want to rewatch that movie because so much happened. 10 out of 10. If you have Amazon Prime, you have access to the movie. Just watch it. You won't regret it. Thank you for the hydrate. Speaking of pee. Also, Ta, how you doing? It's fine, Tara. I'll make you dinner. That's why I have Spess. Spess makes me dinner. I'm so blessed. Not every night, but pretty much every night. Your boyfriend introduced you to that movie. It was so weird and funny. It was great. It was great. Anyways, I'll be right back, you guys. Just have a quick little bio break. It calls me, and no one knows how far it goes. 1 star. Imagine. Free at last. Get all the fish back to the ocean with some extra friends. Let's go. Let's go. Hey guys, I just went to the bathroom. It was like a faucet. Thanks, sir. You're welcome. It's your guys' fault. It's your guys' fault. Marbles? Hang on. I wanna pet the. I wanna pet the. Let me pet the. There we go. He looks so happy. He's looking up at my hand. Wait. the fucking power flow through. Okay. Channel potat power. Oh my fucking Christ almighty Jesus penis. Fuck. No pressure. I know we put a lot of pressure on phone the last time. When I blind mode 8:39:37. So, are you ready, sir? I'm ready. Dun, 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 bum, 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 bum. Dude, look at the little outfit. Wait, we're so precious. Hey, how you enjoying Shadowbringers so far? Loving it, swag. Absolutely loving it. Mahad, Ansel. Grr, arg. What have you done to them, you bastard? My, such anger, when you should instead feel joy for your friends. They have the opportunity to contribute to mankind's future. For the frailty of our flesh, so much knowledge and skill and experience are forever lost. An unconscionable and unacceptable waste. A lasting solution to the problem will not come without additional sacrifice. 'Tis unavoidable, but you, my friend, you are invaluable. Living specimen, and I give thanks for the opportunity to study you further. Your first try of the sage armor, and the visor is toggleable too? I probably can't toggle it in the duty, but that's so cool. You monster! How many lives have been lost and torn apart at your twisted whims? You play the part of the indignant moralist well. Pity. As a fellow Charlayan, I held out hope that you, at least, would come to appreciate my vision. Alas, you are as short-sighted as the rest. But no matter. You can yet serve a purpose, as a benchmark for my progress. Oh yes, all the elements are present for a test of strength. Mahad, Ansel, kill these self-righteous fools. Grrr. Hold on, my friends. We'll save you. It should be possible to break Gildivan's control. We just need to find an opening. As for you, I would thank you never to call me a fellow Charlayan. It sickens me to think that you are a compatriot. My, the animosity is fairly palpable. I had best make myself scarce. Let's see if I can toggle the visor. This is important. Hello, fellow Charlayans. Oh, I can't toggle it. Too bad. Let us begin with you, Ansel. Damn it, they're not in their right minds. Then we have no choice but to subdue them. Phlegma balls. I guess I should actually watch their HP this time, as I almost let them die the last time. When the sage forgets to apply his cardia. Cringe. Oh my god, what is this? Oh, AoEs. Wake up, Ansel, please. To attack with such reckless abandon, their bodies and minds. I want to read that. Must be on the verge of breaking. Oh my god, they're gonna die. Hey, Loifa. Are you hard casting a heal on me? Oh my god, Loifa, embarrassing. That will do, that will do. Mahad, your turn. A tank buster. Ruh-roh. Oh, we have to soak these, don't we? I'm still not quite used to these like tower mechanics. Yeah, they needed to be soaked. It's something that hasn't really been introduced up until this point. There's been a few. Tara, I was running a dungeon yesterday with a red mage that was hard casting what? I'm scared to ask. Like Verholy and Vertha. Oh no. What level were they? Were they? I'll forgive them if it was like their first roulette. If it was like a level 50 dungeon, then I forgive them. Ver Thunder and Ver Arrow. Oh no. Oh no. Although who am I to talk? I accidentally hard cast them sometimes. Time to hardcast Verrays. If you ever see a red mage hardcasting Verrays, be gentle to them. I was gonna say bully them, but don't bully them. Be gentle to them. Just be like, hey, did you know you could dual cast that? Smiley face. Be forgiving, for they do not know. You get a Druacle because I need mana. And you know what? You get a Taracle as well. Green DPS, no heals. Shit, which one are you guys gonna soak again? Okay. Same Ike, same with Red Mage. Hello. All of your bones are wet right now. Thought you... Tin cans, get out. Why would you say that? Now I'm just picturing moist bones in my flesh prison. Verse smack the shit out of them? Just kidding. Yeah, no. Be gentle to them. You think that was bad? I was tanking a leveling roulette earlier and the healer refused to heal you? Wait, did you like... Were you like, hello, please heal me? And they were like, no. Or just they weren't paying attention and didn't heal you. Lucid dreaming doesn't exist for Terra? Listen, Keo. Listen here. I can just use my Adderskull. Adderskull is like a ghetto version of lucid dreaming. You know what actually does kind of upset me about Red Mage? I wish that Scatter was the AoE version of Jolt. I don't like that they made it backwards, where Jolt is normal rotation and then you start with the like AoE ones and then end with Scatter. I wish they just had it consistent like that. It's not a big complaint. I love Red Mage. It's still my favorite class, but yeah, that would be a nice little quality of life thing. That would work if they were actually DPSing. They mostly stood there waiting to use minor heals without using... Oh boy, Seth. Oh boy. The amount of times I've healed with a tank that doesn't use Mitt. So Valora just recently picked up Dark Knight, and I just told her, just use your Mitts. I was like, if you're pulling a trash group, like of more than one like group of mobs, use Mitt. Like the cooldowns come back fast enough. Use reprisals, use arm's length, use your rampart, like just use Mitt. Your healers will thank you for it. You've gotten bots in dungeon before. They had a tank in the Eyrie that would not use a single AoE, and you broke its tank AI. Oh no, that's horrible. I'd have enough to make a shield to block the damage. Oh my god, Jolly. Mahad! Ansel! Forgive me. I didn't want to hurt you. Huh. 'Twould seem you possess a heightened affinity for the sage's art. That I should be blessed with such fine specimens for my research. We must see what else you could do. Yes, we must. Watch out! What? I got you, bestie. I got you. Now we're even? No, you have a promise to keep. I won't fall. Not again. I don't know, I never ask questions. Asking questions to Sprout randos could get someone hurt. Oh my god. I was in that... Oh, shit. What's the dungeon where you're fighting an Ascian? And then it goes into phase, you get sucked into a gravitation pull, and it goes into phase 2. Tanks have to soak comets, and then a melee DPS needs to limit break a tier. Whatever that one was. We had Chrysalis, I think it was Chrysalis. We had a Sprout Monk, and that was our only melee DPS. So in chat I was like, what does our monk need to LB3 again to open up the conversation and everyone's like, oh, the tier. Oh yeah, phase 2, there's a tier. And then the monk was like, wait, what do I have to do? And I was like, thank God I brought this up, because the monk didn't know. They were like, what do I have? What button do I have to press? And they're like, it's an orange limit break button. It's in your traits. And we got it all figured out. But it would have been nasty otherwise. Chrysalis is one of those dungeons that you kind of sweat a little bit when you get in, because you're like, oh, do they know what they're doing? I just want to catch up on chat real quick. It was the bot was programmed to follow the party, so when we wiped, you walked slightly forward and it took off instead of taking the fast travel. Then it got stuck when no one followed it. Oh no. I use that limit break as ranged and magic and still do it. Does it work just as well, Jolly? Because if that's the case, then I won't be so worried about it next time. Any DPS will work. The worst is when people LB3 Nabrialis before the phase change. Hello. Okay, now that I know any DPS can do it, that's a relief. So 2 Lala archers with very basic names pop into existence of the Twin Adder, then pop out of existence. Bots! Bots! Alright, let's catch up here. Through all this suffering and sacrifice, I'm still here. I'm still alive. And so long as I live, I refuse to let anyone else die on me. What say you, Mahad, Ansel? As if you need to ask. Where you go, we follow. You know this. I believe in you too, Loifa. In you and Sir both. Gildavane! You wanted to see what else we could do, right? Then come and find out. Marvelous! Absolutely marvelous. Do not hold back, my dear subjects, for neither shall I. For the betterment of mankind, let us transcend the limits of our flesh together. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Holy what? It looks like a Sin Eater, though that doesn't make sense. What a cool design. Are you kidding me? It's the power of the drip. That blue drip. That blue juice. Man's frail flesh is his greatest flaw. If we are to evolve, we must break free of its confines. You'll pay for the lives you've destroyed. I think we need to soak these. Nope. Oh my god. Lala, can you stop with the dying thing that you're doing? What the hell? Jesus. Oh. Don't judge me. Don't judge me. Don't judge me. Don't judge me for putting it on easy. Holy shit. What the fuck? Alala did die, just not the tank Lala. The little baby Lala. Lamau destroyed. Judges him. Listen here. It's item syncing me to 525 and my item level's 395. I think that might have something to do with this. That might be part of my problem. Gotta pay attention to those attack names, Terra. You listen here, Ray, and you listen good. I'm bad at video game. Barky, congrats on the gifted. Level 80 tome gear is 530. That means I'd have to do the MSQ, right? to get the tome gear. That's kind of cringe. By the way, in Savage raids, abilities barely have AoE indicators. I know this is not the time to be doing this. Where's the cast bar? This is not the time to be doing this. Definitely not the time to be doing this. I want to move the cast bar into the center of the screen with 200% size, since I know I want to do that regardless. Progress equals cast bar. Okay, shit. Who was it that was talking about wanting alarms in 14 again? I do not remember. That was from Tuesday's stream, right? I don't know why I just tried the Pepsis. Excuse me, Sage, can we have some healing? Is Pepsi's okay? We can set alarms to go off in game, but they're deleted when you log out. I had to do that to mine some gold, because it only spawns at like 9 a.m. Eorzea time, so I had to set an alarm for like 8 a.m. Eorzea time. I wonder if it's a DPS game to Toxicon them both. Yes, it is. Except if they're not clumped. Never mind, it's not. Lala, could you please use some mitigation? My god. That's why we died in the last attempt. Lala was refusing to mit. Should I try and send a bot a party invite, see what happens? Go for it. Alright, well I don't have my cast bar set up, so I can't see the ability names. I'm just gonna die. Should be lurking. It was nice to see you. Nice to see you too, Danny. Do I need to reapply Cardia? No. I think part of the problem is when I tried to soak this shot, it just did so much damage. Right scalpel. Fuck. Okay, yeah, I need to move down. I need to move down the cast bar. Left scalpel. Damn. Now I'm seeing it. Amputation. Woo! This music is really cool, by the way. Oh, she's taking so much damage, girl. Noliths. This is gonna be the laser beams again, right? Yeah. Craniotomy? Oh! What's happening? He's taking control of their minds again. How to help them? It seems our two sages have protection, intrinsic and extrinsic, respectively. Curiouser and curiouser. Oh no, stop this. No, stop, you're hurting me. Oh. I see. Don't worry, Ansel, we'll save you. This is a taste of Endwalker music. It's amazing. Don't look up the song. Big spoilers for Endwalker. Okay. Could you stop taking so much damage, girl? Oh my goodness. Oh my lord. Right, left scalpel? What does right, left scalpel mean? Oh my. Mahad, you idiot! Hypothermia. Wait. Okay. I love you guys' redacted talk. Let's go. Left-right skill means the enemy is going to attack on its left-right side. Keo. Keo, stop. Get fricked. Can't help but think of monologue from Dungeon when I hear this. What are we waiting for? Let's kill him and have done with it. Hyperbole. Hello, Hyperbole. Welcome in. How was your stream? Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, guys. How you do? How you do? I don't know if I have any active mods at the moment. Can we get shoutouts for Hyperbole, please, and thank you? Hyperbole, what were you up to? Well, I know you're up to MSQ, but how was MSQ? Are you in pain? Are you feeling good? This is Ghost Boyfriend's sad version of Canticle. Oh, it is, it is, it is. I knew it sounded familiar. Thanks so much for the follow, by the way. Welcome in, you guys. If it's your first time meeting me, my name is Tara. I'm a variety streamer. I usually stream 4 days a week with, sometimes we do horror streams, sometimes we do drinking streams, and lately we do a lot of Final Fantasy XIV. I am so in love with this game. I'm so in love with it. Lab, thank you for the shout out. Dude, it wasn't even the MSQ that brought the pain. Was the weapons. Everything in this game. Have you done the role quests in Shadowbringers, Kuiper? Because right now we're doing sage quests, but I was thinking of either doing a little bit of role quests or a little bit of MSQ. Probably a little bit of MSQ. But welcome in, you guys. So good to have you. The double shout out for Kuiper. Let's go. Let's go. And let's do a fancy one. Let's do. Oh, somebody beat me to the fancy one. Well done. Well done. Guys, welcome in. You have to do at least one role quest chain to beat Shadowbringers. I want to do all of them. So far, we've done the magical DPS one, or I guess it's all range DPS for that one, right? No. Physical melee and ranged are clumped together in Shadowbringers. That's how it works. So we did the magical DPS one. We want to do the healer one because our sage is 80, and then our monk is 74, and our gunbreaker I think is 76. So we're gonna have all rolls to do them all. Just wait until you do the tank one. Such sweet pain. Well, I cried at the magical DPS one. Let me preface this by saying I've cried at basically every single moment in this game. Basically, once a stream I cry minimum because it's so good. It's so good. It's just so good. I don't know what to say. You should do all of them. I regret that I haven't. I mean, don't you have the road to 80, Kuiper? If you just casually do like roulettes on your alts, or not your alts, but your other jobs, they'll be level 80 in no time because the road to 80 is insane. Yeah, it's tank, magic, physical, and heal. That's how they're broken down. Right. Thank you, Random. Good old Random here to save us for the shoutouts. But yeah, we are literally finishing the sage ones right now. I think we will do a little bit of MSQ. We're on level 77. Everyone has told me once we start doing this section of the MSQ, I'm really not going to want to stop, which is scary. Tomorrow I have open to do whatever we want, like whatever kind of game we want to do. It's probably going to be Final Fantasy XIV if we dip our toes into the MSQ and get super hooked. Kuiper leveling other jobs, imagine. They are correct. I'm scared and excited. I know how to mod sometimes if I'm here, maybe. But again, thank you so much for the raid, Kuiper. Guys, Kuiper is a newer friend of the channel, but I adore her. I adore her so much. Her energy is so good. I know we've popped in there a few times with raids and whatnot, but if you're not already following her, please do. She's such good vibes. Amazing, 10 out of 10. And recently joined the same free company as her, so you know, we're gonna be savage raiding together. Basically, is what I heard. Down the road, assuming we both get there, of course. Kuiper, thank you so much again for the raid. If you need to go unwind and eat food and take care of yourself, by all means, thank you for trusting me with your humans. I promise I'll take good care of them. Okay. Where were we? No, Ansel, it should be Loifa's decision. This power that I have, born of untold sacrifice, I swore that I would use it only to protect life, not take it. Even his life you're gonna spare. Gildevane will face justice back in his homeland, where he committed his most heinous crimes. I'm sorry, my friends. Lala, this crystal was your mother's, and it rightfully belongs to you. It's already where it belongs. Through your deeds, bring honor to my mother's memory. I will strive to do the same, and with my trusty sword and shield. Random, what is that quote? Why would you quote that? Yay, savage rating. Whee! So I've been watching a streamer named Ponto, and he just got his first clear of P8S, and it was so fun to watch. Like, it looks really hard and really challenging, but I like hard. Like, I'm a Dark Souls gamer. I like hard and challenging things. With your blessing, I hereby take Gildevain into custody. He will be transported back to Charlayan, where he will be tried by the Forum. While I tend to the necessary arrangements, you should return to Idleshire and have a rest. I'll join you anon. Make the tree. As if XDD has a Christmas variant. Golsif, I can't believe. Becky, when the heck did you sneak in here? Hi Becky, welcome in. This mercy is more than you deserve, but you will answer for your crimes, every last one. When I set out from Charlayan, I wanted to reclaim my mother's soul crystal, wanted it as a memento to remember her by, but I've come to realize that there is no better way to remember her than by the legacy of her deeds in life. She was the gentlest and noblest of women, one who never flinched in the face of danger when someone was in need of succor, and I will endeavor to do honor to that legacy by rising to the defense of those in need of protection. This includes Loifa and his friends, so in case you worry for them, don't. You should return to Idleshire as well. Gods know you deserve a rest too. Like 5 minutes ago, you're a ninja. Hi Becky, love you. Tara, I'm doing things and very fun things at that. What you doing, Jolly? What are you getting up to? You took your time. Let me guess. You were talking with your superiors and making arrangements to send us back to Charlayan as well. We had a long and difficult conversation, I must confess. Though they were pleased that Gildevain would be returning to Charlayan alive, no less, they were deeply disappointed to hear the fugitives escaped, and that despite my best efforts, I could not pick up their trail again. Though I don't exactly mistrust the Forum, I do have reason to believe that they knew more about Gildevain activities than they let on. Perhaps they were hoping for a resolution that wouldn't see the sordid details of his experiments brought to light. But now that it's all going to be out in the open, and your innocence has been made plain, my superiors will no longer think to pursue you. You're free to begin anew, which is the very least you deserve after all you have suffered. Well now, you're surprisingly reasonable for a mull-headed Charlayan. I beg your pardon. A simple thank you would have sufficed. And nobody died. Let's go. This is some good storytelling. I never asked for my powers, but fate has decreed that I have them. And I will use them as they were intended and fight for the future of all lives. I'll also seek to a cure for the procedure's side effects. When I succeed, my friends will finally be able to return home, safe in the knowledge that they won't lose control again. We can't thank you enough for coming to our aid. Aye, if it weren't for you, we would have been dead or worse. We'd all but given up on ourselves and lived only for revenge, but you've given us a second chance and we won't waste it. Piano time. Making 8-man parties full of bots, then you promote one to the leader and leave. That way the bots can't do dungeons or solo instances. And it's working! They only leave your party when they log off? Jolly. You're an evil mastermind. It's weird that they accept the party invites. I love the Final Fantasy fashion trend of pieces of clothing missing in random sections. I love these two's outfit. Marhaden and Ansel. Their outfits is great. We'll aid Loifa in his research, of course. It'll be as much for his sake as our own. For all his bravado, he can't stand to be alone. What? We thought that Viera men prefer solitude, but not our Loifa. Deep down, he's a lonely little boy. Loifa needs hugs. Family indeed. As a little girl, I regarded the sages of Eld with awe. In the tales, all were stern, nigh mythical figures, untouchable in the virtues and ideals. But the more I think on it, the more I'm convinced that these legends cannot have been so unlike us. No, they were ordinary folk who bore great love for friends and family, and that love extended to all life. Now more than ever, I see this love in my dear departed mother, and though I still have much and more to learn, ever will I endeavor to do her proud. Thank you, sir. I couldn't have learned these lessons, or accomplished my mission without you. As our work is done, our time together is over, but I shall linger in Eorzea a while, and hope to see more of you and hear your tales. Panheimer gives all party members near you a barrier with 5 stacks. Cool. Sounds very useful for mass mitigation. I think they accept it because they're probably running a script that makes them press certain buttons, and the accept button probably lines up with that more than likely. Sage, heal thyself. No, I shall not. Yuvi! Hello, Yuvi. This outfit is so cute. Stop. What a cute outfit. So cute. So cute, this cat girl. They automatically accept everything. If you accidentally invite them to a novice network, they spam 0 in the chat. 0 is default except on the numpad, right? The crouch down hug is because I'm small. It's because I'm small. I'm little. This butterfly pet is so cute. Guys, should we do should we do a little MSQ as a treat? Like a little crumb, just a little bit. We definitely won't get hooked and then do the rest of stream MSQ. Just a smidge. Where are you kissing? What? Look at this. Keo, don't come for me. It kisses there. Wait, where does it land? Oh no, where does it land? Oh, on the shoulder. On the shoulder, it's fine. A crumb? A small smackerel? Please, sir. I have some MSQ. I will pet the dead cat girl. I need to buy Playdead. I haven't wasted enough of my money. I need to buy the Playdead emote. Should have did it. He's hugging, don't make fun of me. Shoulder. I'm ruining these bots' days. You are like doing real hero work. What is the lally hop? I need that dance. I have the best endgame dance already, but I need that dance. I have the bee's knees dance, which is very clearly like endgame dance. I hope whoever runs these bots come back to find them in a party with other bots and screams. What is this one? Oh, this is like what you do during the Lakshmi fight. Sri Lakshmi, I think it is. La 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 la. Goes back to read the whole story. Yeah, Jolly actually brilliant. Bee's knees is for normies. Listen here, you. Listen here. It's the end game clubbing dance, all right? Not that I would know or anything. Becky, do you like the fat cat? Do you like fat kitty? All right, let's do it. We're gonna do a little MSQ as a treat. As a treat. It's literally question marks. That's from the Ananta tribe. That makes sense. That checks out. MSQ. People cute. I'm like stressed. I think it's been 3 days since we've done MSQ. And I'm like, I'm sweating. I'm sweating. I'm nervous. I'm a nervous lad. I don't want anything to happen. I'm happy. Things are good. I don't want anything bad. Hello, Crystarium Guard. How you doing? grabs popcorn. No, I'm stressed. Real Giga Chad club dancers do the Manderville Mambo. How about the basic Manderville dance? How about the basic one? Because that's all I have. How could anything bad happen? Surely nothing bad will happen. I'm actually nervous. We'll do the healer role quests. Maybe a bit tomorrow. Maybe a bit tomorrow. The role quests aren't too long. They're much like the job quests, in that we could probably do it in like an hour and a half. All right, I just want to say I'm really fucking nervous. Return to Yulemore. I'm like stressed. I'm like stressed because we've been doing so much like side raiding stuff and like other kind of goofy exploratory stuff that I've been really enjoying. I don't want anything bad to happen. Do one of them first, do the rest after Shadowbringers. Okay. We could do them all in a row, actually. We could dedicate one day to doing all the role quests if we wanted. Because my Gunbreaker is 76 and my melee DPS is 74. And I could easily get them all up before then. I just run dungeons with Road to 80. It'll be no time. I'm really fucking nervous. You mean the entirety of Shadowbringers Endwalker? Yeah. What is that fat called? It's literally called Fat Cat. And the mount is called Fatter Cat, Becky. I think there are plushies of it. There's even a... Square knows what they're doing. There's a tissue box cover of the Fat Cat. Square knows what they're doing. They know the emotional trauma they're inflicting upon us. Yeah, you've already done the magic role quest. You don't need to do anything else for now. Okay, fair enough. I feel like I need to like do something. I don't know. I think I'm gonna get up and stretch because I feel like the last time, I'm gonna start spoiler talking about Shadowbringers now. So if you're new to the game and you're not in Shadowbringers yet, close your ears. The last time with the final warning, 3, 2, 1. The last time with the Thancred scare, I literally got a head rush when we found out Thancred was alive because I was so stressed out. It like physically taxed me. So I'm really nervous. So I'm gonna take a quick little break. I'm gonna walk around, I'm gonna stretch because I'm making myself panic. Even just before we get into this, I'm like in my own head. So I need to move around a little bit and then we'll go into it, all right? You mean the Thancred Gaslight? The Thancred Gaslight that you guys did to me, yes. Tara, have you done the Heavensward optional trials? For the birds, I've done a few of them, if that's what you're talking about. For the record, your next dungeon is my favorite one in the game. If you're available, Yumi, you can come with us. The Warring Triad. The Triads? Maybe I have not. Maybe I have not. The Triads. I don't recall. If I am, but I have a static later, no pressure. No pressure, no pressure. Can I do this even while I'm in a conversation? No. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna stretch. I'm going to, I don't know. I need something comforting. I need something comforting like right now. I would hug Spess if he was home, but he's not home yet. Could come for dungeon later, perhaps. Eyes. Say my name. Sephiroth. Oh, maybe I did do Sephiroth. Wait, that sounds familiar. Sephiroth? And like he like falls off the platform and then he's like big boy, right? Because I think we did do that. We did Sephiroth off stream. Yes, we did. Very cool fight. The Warring Triad is a Final Fantasy VI reference, and you know I'm biased in favor of that game. Yes, you are. Did I do the other two? I did one with a sexy lady. A booba lady. I don't think I did the other one. But there was a booba lady that I remember fighting. And I was like, mommy? Maybe I should have saved those for stream. I'll start doing that from now on. Please check stream discussion whenever you have time. Tara, let me see. Sophia and Zervin. I think Sophia. That's Sophia. I like how you know just based off of sexy lady. Stream discussion. do. Look at the dollars. Hang on. How big is this? Oh my god! I don't really need $219, do I? Oh, there's a waiting list. There's a waiting list. It's a chair, you can sit on it. That's incredible. That's incredible. Oh my god. Don't look around the store too much, there's spoilers in there. Okay, I won't. Okay, yeah, I need to get up, I need to stretch, and I need to do something comforting. Maybe I'll have some chocolate. I'll have a little bit of chocolate, and then we'll do that. I'm like shaking. I'm nervous. I'm fucking scared. I'll be right back. I'll be right back, you guys. I'll be okay.
Like, and then run at you? Yeah, I've seen those. I've seen those. And I hate them. I hate them. They run so chaotically, and then they just fucking like peek at you around corners, and I hate it. They're the worst. Those are my fave. But I think the best experience I've had in a category, as far as like, whoa!
You're asking for it, you bastard.
We're just gonna move on. I've killed again. I can't stop killing. I can't stop killing. My hands are red with the blood of innocence. If I see Chica right now, I'm dead. Chica saw me. Bro! Bro! That's not fair. With these. I think my eyes are the favorite thing about Potat. You like my eyes?
Watch. Watch me. Ahem.
Spess, you told me not to do that thing that I've been doing, right? Not to fall off exactly like I did. Here's what I say to you. I'll fucking do it again. I'll fucking do it again. Am I the only one that like, wow, Spess so comforting. Wow, Spess such a good comforting partner. I'm like, Spess, I'm nervous. I'm about to do the MSQ again. I've been avoiding it for a little while. And he's like, why? I was like, cause emotional damage. And he's like, so just cry it out. And I'm like, oh, okay. just be emotionally damaged. Okay, fine. Ugh. Have you guys seen the Stola doll that's like 2K? The price went down. It's only $980 now. 24 inches tall. That's incredible. I did a stretch. I had some Hershey's Kiss chocolates, and then I got a real kiss from Spess, and I'm ready. Master Terrabellum, I trust you had a pleasant rest. It's been like a week. While you were ensconced in your chamber, a message arrived for you from the Exarch. He bids you welcome to the Ocular at your earliest convenience. And sir, wherever your duties may take you next, I shall pray for your safe return. May the night keep you. So 2 feet tall? Nope, not worth it. Needs to be taller. I need life-size Stola so I can cuddle it. Even if you leave the game, you are still counted in party unless you actually leave it or get kicked, which means even if the bots leave the game, when they log back in, they'll be put into the party. Nice, Jolly. Hell yeah. Jolly doing the Lord's work, truly. So unless the bot owner specifically takes over, the bots are screwed to stay in that party. Okay. Hi, Emmett.
There you are. May I assume you've had your fill of rest?
Oh, yes, I have. I've had a lot of rest.
That is well. Now that we are all present, let us speak of our plan. Thus far, we have vanquished 4 Light Warriors, restoring Night to much of Northrend. Only one remains, that of Calusia. And with Reen to guide us, I am certain we will find it.
We're so close now. If we can just take care of this one last warden, we'll rob the Sin Eaters of their final foothold and drive them out of Northrend once and for all. It will be a new beginning for the First. A chance
Exec?
for people to
Husband?
rebuild
Indeed.
their world.
The whole gang's here, and also Emmett. Emmett's part of the gang at this point, Ray. After what he did.
In short, a prize worth fighting for.
And in thus delivering the First from destruction, so too shall we unsow the seeds of the 8th umbral calamity.
Do you hear? Your dreams of rejoining is in jeopardy. Are you sure you're not tempted to intervene?
You labor under the misapprehension that vanquishing the Sin Eaters is tantamount to saving the world. It is not. In truth, you only delay the inevitable, lengthening your fleeting lives by the smallest of margins.
It is weird that he hasn't intervened.
'Twould be churlish of me to deny you this small concession, close as we've become. Foolish and misguided though you are not without charm. Each and every one of you is possessed of a noble heart. When the weak want for succor, you do not hesitate to provide it.
Emmett literally brought Blind Cat Lady back. Emmett Goodbean, exactly, Becky. Emmett's that kid that's always there when you hang out, but nobody knows who invited them. He likes us. He likes us. Even though we're misguided. We're charming.
Alas, your nobility is short-sighted. You think only of the problem in front of your nose. A limitation of your ephemeral existence.
Our lives may seem short and insignificant to the likes of you, but one does not need to be an eternal being to achieve lasting change.
If I may stop you there, I do not claim that we Ascians are special. That is another misconception. In the beginning, everyone lived nigh for eternity.
Really?
Such was the natural order of things. But like so much else, this was taken from you.
So when we were whole, we were immortal? Or nearly immortal? Weird.
You won't object if I borrow your plaything?
Plaything? Oh!
In the distant
People notes.
past, when the world was one and whole, a great calamity threatened all life.
Okay, so pre-sundering.
It began without warning. The very laws of the star were warped and broken, and chaos swiftly spread throughout the land.
Okay.
Faced with annihilation, we sought to imbue the star with its own will. Thus was Zodiac born, and by his power was order restored.
Oh. I'm not actually taking notes. I can always rewatch the cutscene if I need to.
Ere long, however, thankless fools began to fear that Zodiac's might was too great, and so they conjured another to keep him in check. Your own dear Hyde.
Right.
and the two beings waged war until, with a single devastating blow, Hydaelyn unmade Zodiac, scattering his being across space and time. So you told us in the Katana Ravel.
Yeah.
Yes. And there began our woes, with Hydaelyn's blow and all that it wrought.
Crystal Mommy and Dark Daddy, yep. Grandpa hijacking the Crystal Tower for an educational PowerPoint. Ray, I love it. He would not say that does not apply to Emmett because he would say any nice thing to you, like you would to your dog. We're like a pet to him, aren't we? I didn't
As
even
a
think of that.
counterbalance to Zodiac, Hydaelyn was created with the power to enervate her foe. This singular ability strikes not at such banal things as flesh, but everything that defines the target, diluting its existence.
That sounds dangerous.
For example, were she to strike you?
Oh?
Two individuals, identical in appearance yet reduced in all respects. Strength, intelligence, the soul itself, all is halved.
So, how powerful were we then? If we were split into 13 versions across 13 worlds, right? The original race that we were must have been insane.
Do you see? This self-same fate befell not only Zodiac,
Everything on
but
the star.
very star.
Yeah, the star itself. Sorry, 14. We were split into 14. 13 shards in the source. Thank you. 14, the source. Yeah, and the 13 reflections of the source. Right. Boom, there we go.
Only 3 were fortunate enough to escape the Sundering, me being one of them. When I beheld the shattered remnants of our home, I knew deepest despair. The inhabitants of these 14 fragments were feeble, frail and foolish, oblivious to their imperfection, ignorant of their past. Malformed creatures thrashing blindly about. Pitiful, disturbing, depressing.
I do feel bad for him. I really do.
So, we took it upon ourselves to rejoin the worlds. But in our eagerness and, I confess, our ignorance, we erred and made a useless void of the 13th.
So then are we always going to be incomplete if you guys fucked up?
It was only afterwards that we discovered a connection twixt source and shard. A flow of energy that maintains elemental balance. And thus did we arrive at our time-honored modus operandi.
From a purely Asian standpoint, it could be said that what you seek to do is only logical. But that would be to ignore the immeasurable destruction wrought with each rejoining.
And this is what we talked about.
You have murdered millions. And this we cannot condone.
And this was our issue with it. We feel bad for Emmett because they fucked up and they forced the Sundering. Well, they didn't force the Sundering, but they essentially caused the Sundering. And to Emmett, looking around all the friends, family, whatever they were, the beings he once knew were then shattered, and he wanted to make them whole again. But in order to rejoin them, it's just so much murder, so much death.
By your fragmented existence, you continue to give rise to tragedies far crueler than any calamity.
If you focus on only the negative.
Yes, moral relativism and all that. Case in point, I do not consider you to be truly alive, ergo, I will not be guilty of murder if I kill you.
From his standpoint. Hasn't really been stated, but I figure they were planning to find out How to fix it after everything else was mostly rejoined. That's probably, that I could see. Lahi, hi Sweetling. They didn't fuck up, just rival faction of Hydaelyn supporters caused the sundering. Right, because they brought Zodiark to save the world from a calamity. There's more that you don't know, just wait. Okay. This, like, I understand his viewpoint so much. I really do. Because he's like, you guys aren't real. You're an accidental fraction of what you should be. Like, I understand, I really do, where he's coming from. But I don't know. Doesn't sit right with me.
Oh, don't look at me like that. You, for whom I have only the highest expectations.
Love you too, bud.
A vaunted hero of the Source, 7 times rejoined. Long have I awaited one who might brave a path of lesser tragedy. A resilient soul able to endure the necessary pain. I dare to hope that my wait is over.
Seven times Am I? Don't answer this. I just need to say it out loud. Am I Ardbert? Is Ardbert me? Seven times rejoined. You, the Warrior of Light, 7 times rejoined. If it's all reflections of each other, I think we're the same person. I think Ardbert is a reflection of us. And I don't know why I didn't realize that sooner. It seems so obvious in hindsight. If every world has a, like, the Warriors of Light, oh shit, okay. That may not be true, but it makes so much sense in my head now that I'm thinking it through. I love all the smiley faces in chat.
So, finish your task and slay the Light Warden. Make proof of your usefulness, and then we may speak again.
I need to make a command for ! Spoiler. Just to say a smile better suits a spoiler. So that you guys know if I'm fucking going off on something, just type a smiley face. Because I know you want to say something. The best thing to do is just a smiley face.
Forgive me, my lord, but this could not wait.
Speak freely, Captain.
Our informant in Colusia sends word of unusual activity in Yulmur.
Emmett is operating on like a completely alien level of morality. It's like an ant trying to understand human geopolitics. Totally, Ray. It is a command already. I know, Gosef. I want to make a specific one. The second option is to once again, Lahi. Might I suggest adding in your safe words to questions? The thing is, first-time chatters aren't going to know, Jolly. Anyone new? Exclamation mark smile. Exclamation mark smile. We'll make a command for that. Anyone new won't know that I have a safe word for spoilers. There's a t-shirt with that motto made by Preach Gaming. Let's go. Hi, Izlua. And hi, Kuroneko. Welcome, you guys. For Terra, everything past this moment is just very, very long redacted.
It appears their forces are entrenching themselves at key points throughout the city, making ready for an attack by all indications.
Oh boy, here we go again.
An intriguing use of resources. I rather doubt Lord Vorthry is concerned for the safety of his citizens.
Definitely not.
You think he's harboring the Light Warden inside the city walls? Even if he does have some means of controlling the Sin Eaters, wouldn't that be a little risky?
Risky or not, if there is even a chance the Warden is hiding there, we will need to act fast. The longer we wait, the better prepared the Yulmorans will be.
Agreed. See to your preparations then and make for Colusia. God's willing, this hunt will be the last. Let us see it through to the end.
We should begin by assembling in Rite. There we may assess the situation in Yulmore and decide how best to proceed.
Okay. Lena, my wife? Wife? Lena's so cute. Dude, when Lena's voice actress went off after that last battle moment, oh, my heart. Holy shit, did she ever deliver. She put her holy nussy into that line. Like, holy shit. We've not spoken for a while, have we? Not since the aftermath of the Eater's attack. Rest assured I am fully recovered and will do my utmost to support you and your fellow warriors of darkness. Love you. Love you, Lena. It's good to see you. Oh yeah, that moment. She delivered so hard. Lena seat ban, deleted, blocked. Your condition is unchanged. Good. If you can but hold out until the end of the coming battle, I'm confident that we can find a remedy for your affliction. Emmett! Yes? Did my lesson provoke thought, giving rise to further questions? 3 of you escaped the Sundering, but what of those who didn't? Why, their very beings were divided into 14, of course. Yet by our power, we unsundered Ascians may raise up one of their fragments to their original office. Ah, but I suppose this in itself bears explaining. So, the names by which you know us are not in fact our names. Be it Elidibus, Lahabrea, or Igiorum? All are titles of office, and when an office is vacated, it may be filled by another. Over the aeons, I have overseen several changings of the guard amongst our sundered brethren, and in such instances, the vacant title ordinarily goes to another fragment of the self-same soul. While it is by no means impossible to raise up wholly unrelated individuals, 'tis we whose fervent entreaties brought forth Lord Zodiark, whose souls he claimed in the beginning, who make the truest servants. So, if we were to feed all the Ascians of the source, then none would remain to raise up new Ascians, and our kind would eventually fade from existence. You would like that, wouldn't you? Well, feel free to dream. 'Tis no crime to do so. So as long as Emmett exists, if I understand that correctly, he can make other Lahabreas and other Elidibuses out of the fractions of their souls. 'Tis true. Shadowbringers and Endwalker are emotional roller coasters. Devi, we've been kind of derailed on stream. We've been having a blast. We did some raids. We did some extra content. We did a bunch of things the past few streams. I was literally so nervous to start up the MSQ again. And I still am. I'm scared. Because we're like level 77, level 78. And I know shit's gonna hit the fan so hard. You have tattoo now! How did it go, by the way, Sweetling? How did it heckin' go? Not Laha Bread or Elidibusi. And thank you so much for the follow, Devi. I just want to catch up and see what I'm missing in chat. You guys are talking about new gamers. Yeah, Black Mage looks really hard, Linny. Emotional. But Valora, like one of our mods, she's new to the game and she's been playing Black Mage and really likes it. I am fine, completely and utterly fine, better than fine, hale and hearty, breaks my heart. Just hearing her voice break and seeing her hurting just makes me, I know. The Lena voice acting moment, holy shit, it was so beautiful. He could kind of promote one, but it wouldn't be the same. Okay. We bullied Terra for not doing Sage Quests, exactly. Endwalker is especially heavy and dark. I legit worry for you, Terra. This is why we have Manderville, this is why we have Post Moogle, this is why we, I don't know, we'll save some of the raids or something just so I can do something else when I need a break, when I need an emotion break. I just want to see what his other dialogue was. If that is all, then run along. You have a light warden to slay. I love Emmett, dude. I don't care if you're a shit disturber. I love you. Redacted is one of my favorites. And then them end redacted. I love it. So much redacted talk and so much smiley face. Let me hug you. Let me hug you before I go, Sith. Sith, your character is so cute. So handsome. So handsome and cute. You know of a few people that got through Endwalker without tears? I'm willing to bet you one thing. They probably disassociated. From everything I know of Endwalker and of people that I know that are very emotionless, even they cried. Not a lot, but like at a moment or two broke them. And so I bet you the people that didn't cry just probably fully disassociated. Just for like fucking mind went elsewhere during the trauma. I'm very cursed and fortunate that I am extremely empathetic and kind of have a glass face in that I can't hide when something is upsetting me. Trauma? Who is she? We don't know her. You were bawling. Hello, my emotional vampires. You must be so excited that we're back to MSQ. There you are, sir. The others have gone ahead to I hate this word. Reconnoiter. I hate that word. Gate Town. We are to follow shortly. It has been a while, has it not, since the two of us infiltrated Yulmore? Since we faced Lord Vothri, and I felt such fury as I've never felt before. His actions are unconscionable, of course, and any abhorrence I felt for him entirely justified. Yet mingled with my rage, there was something else. At first I was unsure what it was, but in the course of our struggles, I found the answer. It's Vothri's self-righteousness. In his absolute belief that he, and he alone, is the cure to the world's ills, I saw a reflection of myself, and it brought the memories of all my past follies flooding back. Oh, like with the Crystal Braves? He is the vainglorious, ignorant fool I once was, and having shared his affliction, I feel duty-bound to open his eyes to the truth. Whether he will accept it with the good grace I did is another question. I love Alfie so much. I love him. Endwalker is a try not to cry challenge on Ultimate P9S. Since I don't actually cry, I consider tearing up as crying because that's the closest you'll get. Endwalker did that on a big level. Exactly, Jolly. Not everyone feels emotions as thoroughly as I might. Holds up hands. I cried this many times. I have a really hard time crying over games, but Endwalker was one of the few that almost managed that. You probably got teary-eyed, right? But I'm the goddamn idiot that like, it's the end of a Pixar or a Disney movie and I'm there silently sobbing because it's so sweet. Like, I'm an idiot. Try not to cry challenge, impossible, not clickbait. I was in a Discord call with some friends while playing. They weren't playing 14 at the time, and they were deeply concerned when I started sobbing. Oh, my heart. Feels bringers an end crier. I love that. That's gonna go in the tags when we get to end crier. Tara, how do you feel about a taxi service? I'm okay. I'm okay taking my time. I really appreciate the offer though, Sith. What is it, Reen? Do you sense the Light Warden? I'm not sure. The aura is different. Perhaps if we were a little closer. 'Tis time we were on our way in any case. Let us join our comrades in Gate Town. Sir, as a precaution, may I ask that you go first and ensure the path is clear? The closer we are to Yulmore, the more I worry that Reen may be recognized. If you see any prying eyes along the way, pray encourage their owners to look elsewhere. As I am now, I don't think people recognize me as the Oracle, but Thancred did always warn against taking unnecessary risks. Why would I not change your outfit, honey? Like, you got a new hairdo, right? But like, your outfit, though? Like, your outfit? It's basically the same. It's basically the same. Hang on, am I at booty smacking height from this range? I'm sorry, Sith, you are my guinea pig. Almost. Almost at booty smacking height. Could I booty smack Alfie? Nope, a little too high. I have to find the perfect height of person to booty smack. I don't think I'm okay. Why would I? why would that be a thing that I want to achieve in this game? Thigh smacking height. Yeah, for you anyways. Tall ass. Maybe she likes those clothes. You know what? Fair. It's a very cute outfit. You did your second dungeon? Oh, your little baby journey. I'm so excited for you, Azlua. Have you seen the Uppies emote? No, what is it, Swag? I want the Uppies emote. I like this one a lot because everyone's taller than me. I like this one. /soothe. /soothe for Uppies. Uppies! Pick me up! Pick me up! Also, did I not hear that the devs were either potentially or definitely adding you know how Nanamo can sit on Raoban's shoulder? Isn't that coming to the game? Or did somebody lie to me? Is that actually happening? Uppies! Panda, welcome in! That's adorable. It was you, Kyo. And is that actually coming? Or did you get my hopes up? Are you playing with my heart? You haven't heard that? Oh no, that's not good news. I want to sit on people's shoulders. Do you know what emote I really like on Alala? I have to find it again. I did it the other day when I was emoting at people in town. I think it's Psych. It is Psych. It's so cute. Lalas are precious, dude. Ah, that's not a commitment, Rando. Nothing concrete, yeah. Damn it. Someone asked Yoshi P about it, laughingly said they would look into it. Dude, imagine if for other races we could sit on their shoulders, like piggybacks. There would be such an influx of Lala players. Voth. You hail the civilian, but he does not respond. He continues his incoherent rambling. Oh my god. Oh my god, he fucking dead. If that happens, I want equality to sit on Lala's backs as my giant aura. We would die. Our spines would snap. There's too many Lalas already, SMH. I take offense to that statement. I take offense to that statement. What's the other angry emote? I think it's furious. I take offense to that, Avalon. Lord Vothri, we hear, we obey. There's, what? I don't like those movements that they're making. They're very zombie-like. I know they're just entranced, but that, I don't like it. It's making me uncomfy. You fanted away from Lala recently. What'd you move to? Just cheering me on. Bunny time! Zwag. If I Fanta, it's gonna be to a bunny. 100%. I was born Elizin and I'll die Elizin. I don't know how many Fantasias I don't care how many Fantasias someone would give me. Elizin through and through. Shadowbringer fight music's so good. I miss Stormblood boss theme. Oh, what a bop. Long live Lord Vothri. Long live Lord Vothri. It seems like they're not saying it of their own volition. Like, definitely not of their own volition. Their minds have been warped somehow. Indomitable. Ah! Look at their little pickaxe. What a cute little thing. You're the tallest Elizin? I think I might be the shortest Lala. That's a hunt boss. Yeah, I haven't gotten into hunts yet. Things are about to get dark, Terra. I'm stressed. I'm so stressed. You're one of the few floppy-eared bunnies. Those are rare. Most people just go for the straight-up ears. Okay, I'm stressed. Ah, good of you to join us. I was debating whether to warn you, but it's too late now. I take it you notice the people behaving strangely along the path. It's more of the same here. Stola and Alize are investigating as we speak. Let's wait and see what they have to say. I don't really want more food in my inventory. I have enough of that shit. Money! A feast of lies. Na, 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 na. They are fully entranced. At least not all of them.
Strange. Passing strange. By their behavior, we may safely assume that they are under Vorthri's mind control. Yet the extent of the effect seemeth to vary dramatically between subjects. It is far too pronounced to be attributed simply to the vagaries of innate magical resistance.
Curiouser and curiouser. We met with no trouble en route. My thanks for securing the way.
I got you, bud.
But given the state of the townsfolk, I see we were never in any danger of being recognized.
What can you tell us from here?
I sense a powerful eater in the uppermost reaches of the city.
What if Vorthri is the
But
eater?
there's something different about it. Its light is impure. We need to get closer.
Impure. What? Wait.
Oh, so that one's Alphino. Well, unless you're triplets.
Catboy!
Kaishir.
Kaishir, that's his name.
While I was scouting the area, I noticed a suspicious figure skulking about, so I accosted him, only to have him call me Alphino. I thought it best to bring him along.
You see, that informant who's been feeding secrets to the Crystarium, it's me. See, after you saved my life in Yulmore, I thought about going somewhere far away, but I couldn't just leave. Not without paying you back.
Let's go.
So I decided to stay here, keep an eye on things. And whenever I spotted something strange, I shared it with your friends.
What a good boy.
That took no small
Kaishir
amount of
almost died.
courage.
Yes, he did.
Well done.
I assume you saw what happened here.
Growth. We love to see it.
Right.
Off the
so
glass, Catnip, love you.
Airship flew in a bit ago, and not long after, Vorthri starts ranting and raving. You could hear him from all the way out here.
Oh, right. I got through half of a thought. I said, if this one's light, or I was trying to say, if this one's light is impure, what's going to happen when we absorb it? Will it be better or worse for us than what we've already been absorbing?
Geezer was doing his nut, shouting and screaming like someone had nicked his pie.
'Tis like the airship bore the soldiers sent to thwart our efforts in our moraine.
So eventually the yelling dies down, and then this hot, sticky wind comes blowing through.
Ew.
Now that's when everyone went funny. Not everyone but me. Well, me and a couple of newcomers, though even they started mumbling about Vorthri after a while. Not as bad as the
Vorthri.
rest, mind you.
Not to be dramatic, but I would die for Kaishir. Kaishir's such a good boy.
Newcomers.
There's something I need Reen to see.
Okay.
This was among the townfolk's
The-
food stores.
The bread! The bread they've been feeding them.
Oh, that's just meal. Yulmore doles this stuff out.
No, it couldn't be. I know what it is. It's Sin Eater. Meal is made out of Sin Eater.
By extension, meal is made out of people. Sin Eaters are used to be people. Ground up, GMO-free Sin Eaters. Soylent Light. Soylent Green is people. Soylent Meal is people. Holy shit.
So it is.
Shola just so
In limited
unfazed.
quantities, it may have little effect on an average individual. Yet if one were to consume it regularly, over a period of several years, I suspect it would do far, far more than merely nourish the body.
Oh god. Told you things are about to get dark. That's an understatement.
That Vorthri wieldeth power over Sin Eaters is known. Could it be that those who partake of their flesh do thereby render themselves susceptible to his influence?
I mean, that's pretty clear to see.
To explain why the town's newer arrivals succumbed less quickly than those raised on a diet of meal.
Yeah.
He's been rounding up sin eaters and feeding them to people, altering them mouthful by mouthful, all to stop them answering back.
And that's why they're all so complacent.
There are desperate souls out there killing themselves to escape turning. This is unforgivable. An atrocity.
Oh my god, and then even if they ascend into Yulmore, when like their time is up or whatever have you, when they're gonna die, they go through the ascension, which turns them into a sin eater, which turns them into meal. Oh my fucking god.
These sin eaters. What if they are not simply rounded up?
What I just said. This is what I just said.
Do you remember what we were told when first we came to the city? Many enter, but none leave.
Ugh.
Let us put an end to it. To this paradise built upon the bones of the poor.
This is so fucked up.
Vorthris deeds are beyond justification, beyond forgiveness. Evil.
Fucking beyond evil, dude.
It's
Hi, Penguin!
The Light Warden is waiting for us somewhere in there. And
how goes it? It goes dark. It goes dark. Holy shit.
But our enemies know our faces. They know that we are coming, and they will not let us through without a fight. Like it or not, the time for stealth is past. Now, my friend, if you would be so good as to lead the charge.
Literal bones of the poor. Literally. And there's so much more before the end of 5.0. That's just like a crumb. A Sin Eater crumb, if you will, of everything to come. I love that you're in the Crystarium gear. When we step through the gates, we shall find not the place of hedonistic pleasure we remember, but a battlefield. If you're prepared for this, then let us sally forth. Item level 412? Hey, I'm literally item level 412. VOD3 will pay for this.
I can feel it. A dark presence in my domain.
Baby Rage.
It's them! The villains who would sow chaos in my perfect paradise! Keep them away from me! I command you! Keep them away!
Baby Rage! Oh, God.
Long live Lord VOD3.
We're gonna have to kill our way in.
He would use his own people as shields.
This area is older than Gate Town. There are bound to be far more civilians under Vorthris control.
He would use his people as shields? Sir, he would use his people as food. I think shields is the least of our concern.
Will, and we must not harm them.
As if we ever would. Press on with Alphano. We'll hold off the civilians and join you as soon as we can.
Okay. Be safe, you guys. VOD3's voice actor is really great. Does a good job of being a giant baby man. Literally does. Eorzea. BRB while I'm in the Soul City. Roger, roger. I can't get a cast off. Have care, you two. The rest of you with me.
May the 12 guide you.
Their minds are not their own, remember. Avoid harming them wherever possible.
I fear.
The way's clear. Come on, you two.
Pay me back later.
Oh, the jesters. One of them's a red mage. Listen here, you.
Show's over. I'll break your funny bone.
I'll break your funny bone.
Right. No more Mrs. Nice Jester.
I mean, it's the red jester. Of course she's a red mage. Listen, listen. There's more to being a red mage than just being red, okay? Despite my red glam. You know, maybe I'm playing into the red mage shtick too much. I'll break your funny bone. Ah! Ah! Help, I'm being bullied, Alfie! Alright, we're fine. We'd lose if she was a blue. Wouldn't that have been cool though if they made her a blue mage? But we would for sure die. She'd throw fish at us and we'd instantly die. And she'd use that, oh shit, what is the shell called? The turtle shell ability that makes her take 90% less damage. Still more soldiers. Leave them to me and press on. Good luck, Alfie! None of you guys better fucking die. I'm gonna shit. One brings shadow, one brings light. Bernardi! Hi, how you doing? Blue mage sounds cute though. I want to level my blue mage at some point. Oh, shit. It's wrong, Jade.
You will find my master in his chamber.
Hey, thanks for the heads up, man. You're gonna help me, right? Me good, how Terra? Me very good. A little stressed because we're finally doing MSQ again, and I know things are gonna go terribly. But other than that, I'm great.
But only should you kill me this day. And you will not.
Blue can kind of solo some normal raids synced. Jesus Christ. Why do you go so far?
You may think me under his spell, but I uphold Lord Vorthry's ideals of my own volition. Man is an inherently flawed creature. In his vain pursuit of righteousness, he but sows the seeds of future conflict.
What's funny, Renardi, is because we've been doing a lot of side stuff, I haven't gotten that much further than that moment. Alt-right, for example, just got bored and gave up.
Thus, have I chosen to place my hopes upon he who has transcended men, upon he who is unbound by the vagaries of conscience.
You are a fool,
But enough
Ranjit.
talk. I am a soldier, and you are my enemy.
You are a fool, Ranjit.
Come, let us settle this once and for all.
Let us. I love the red mage butterfly. The catalyst. I love that the butterfly's on the sword too, but the catalyst in particular is just so cool. So cool. I know we're supposed to be in the middle of a fight here, but so cool. I just had to take a minute to appreciate it. Ever since I submitted to my master's authority, I have been naught but his weapon. Oh, you fuck. Unceremonious beheading is what that ability was called. I'll love the Yukab. Unending coils of Bahamut weapon, will I? Ranji, can you chill for a second while I admire my outfit? Like, priorities. Priorities, sir. I'm trying to look at my fashion. I exist only to destroy, and destroy you I will. Whoa, whoa. Whoa, that's a lot of it. Sir? That's a lot of AoEs. I would like to cast spells. All right. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I am an idiot. I am an idiot. I'm doing this on normal. I'm not bumping down the difficulty. I'm such an idiot. Damn it! I'm such an idiot! I had to get into that spot sooner. No! We're doing it on normal. The catalyst has dragon wings! Oh, that's so cool. People boom. I literally stepped on 2 of them. I should have just eaten one of them, but I stepped on 2 of the overlapping circles. Maybe 3 even. Because I was trying to get to the one safe spot. This time, things will be different. And if I fail this time, I'll put it on easy. I keep dual casting jolts and it hurts my soul. There were safe spots along the edges for the for the first wave of those AoEs. I didn't even see. I'll look more I will look more attentively. Is that what I'm looking for? I'll look better. I'll look harder. I always feel silly dual casting jolt. Nothing feels worse. I don't know if it's a case of I should make this bigger. Maybe I should.
I fear.
It would take but a moment to increase the size. Nope, wrong one. What is this? Oh, I accidentally showed that bar. I forgot that I was playing with that bar earlier and then I didn't like it. There we go. I beg to differ. Hard casting impact feels worse. I beg to differ. Do you know what actually feels the worst? When you have a proc of Ver Stone or Ver Fire and you take a little too long to use it and it runs out while you are casting it, so you lose it. And it just interrupts your cast. Rather than letting you finish the casting, that feels the worst.
Show's over.
You win. That feels worse, yeah. It's the fact that it just fully breaks your cast that kills me.
Right. No more Mrs. Nice Jester.
That's why I like to try to make sure I don't have a Verfire or Verstone proc before you start your melee rotation, so that such situation cannot happen. Good, she decided to stun Alfie this time instead of me. Get fricked, Alfie! These guys use the theme song from Cal Cabrina fight in the Antitower. I don't recognize it. All right, Ranjit, round 2. Round 2, Ranjit. I'm gonna win. Has Terra done Antitower yet? I don't think I have. Oh, the creepy doll boss. Now I remember it. Now I definitely remember it. Was the dolls.
You're my superstar. Terrabellum. Streamer so nice. You say it twice. Terrabellum. Terrab 16 loves.
Terrabellum. Wine Human. Wine Human, I love you so much. Wine, how are you? Thank you for the beautiful 20 months. Wine Human. Okay. We're gonna change our camera angle. I'm gonna go full sweat mode here. I'm sweating, guys. This is Terra Sweatum. I don't like getting my back up against this wall, though. It screws with my camera angle. Don't do it. Okay. Yeah, I think I have done it. It's just been so long I don't remember. But I remember the creepy ass dolls. If that was Antitower. Crush your enemy's bones. Make gluten-free bread with them. Ooh. Safe for our celiac people. Let's go. I'm greedy for this. Nice, I got it. Ugh. That was a bit sloppy. Okay, I was told there's safe spots on the outer edges even before. Yep, there they are. Nice. That's what killed us last time. What the hell is this? Whew! I made myself a spot. Shoot! Villain, says the villain. And from my perspective, it is the Jedi who are evil. I'm gonna agree to spellcast. No, I'm not! Now I will. Easy slide cast. Living Flame again, huh? Real frickin' original, Ranjit. Get some new abilities, why don't ya? Ow. I walked into it? This is embarrassing. Dun, dun, dun. Damn, my tab target did me dirty there. He almost did me dirty there. Without Korokor, that would have been hairy. Hairy, scary. If you would pass me, you must endure all that I have learned on the battlefield. Ah. What the hell is this? Zero damage? Oh, I need to kill the serpent heads. Or as many of them as I can, I think. Dun, 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 dun. Get fricked, idiot! Wait a sec, I forgot. Is Ranjit using a scythe? Yes, he switched jobs in the middle of a fight. Ranjit is the OG Reaper? It seems that way, yeah. Has a dragon thing that gives him a magical girl form, almost like a prototype for Reaper. Literally, Zuggy. Okay, that entire fight I had to pee and I was really nervous, so I'm gonna take another quick pee break. Quick potty break, we'll get some water, stand up, and then we continue this cutscene when I get back. Did you see what you said as you killed him? No, I'll double check right after we're done pee break. Pee break first. I feel like I watch anyone else open up like a drink with a tab and they're just like, I'm like, yes? Okay, if at least one other person gives me a yes, I feel better about myself. Cause like these people look like they have like no sensation on their fingers. Cause like if it gets under the nail, it kind of hurts and shit like that. It's complicated, okay? Yes, yes you are. What the heck? Oh. Oh, you all mean yes, you struggle. No, you are the only... You can now return the horse you stole to its... I stole a horsey? I'm punching the horsey? I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to punch you. I figured out how to punch. Who is Quailag? No, we already fought Sif B. Calamite? Shut up. Shut up, Pupper. No, 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 no. If it's Calamite, we're walled. If it's Calamite, we're done. Sif again? What do you mean? We just... No! We just... Sift. Oh my god. Oh my god. I am back. Okay. What did he say? Rando, why would you do this? Rando, why would you make me read this? Do you guys want to know what Ranjit's last words were? Ah, there you are, my precious girls. This is so sad. Rough, honestly. Are you all right, sir? Also, hi Argon, welcome in. The citizens appear to have calmed down for the moment. I can only assume Vothri is otherwise engaged. Let's go up the upper level while we can. Piano time. Oh no. Is he eating the Sin Eaters? Oh. Oh.
Lord Vothri, your reign of tyranny is at an end.
Oh, I'm gonna be sick.
For too long you have preyed upon the desperation of the poor. Now you will answer for the suffering you have caused.
The sounds are horrible. The sound design, I mean, it's good because it's disgusting, but it's gross.
And if you harbor even a shred of remorse, I beseech you to use your powers to redress the balance for the future of all in Norvrant.
It's so good, but bad at the same time. It is.
No, it can't be. This is wrong. It's wrong. The Warden, it's not just a Sin Eater. It's a man.
Oh, I literally said that. Has he been himself eating meal the whole time? Yup. Oh! Your head's not supposed to do that, sir!
Remorse? For the future of all? What nonsense is this? There is no justice but mine. No future but mine.
Oh, he's so gross.
No will but mine. It is preordained. I was born to deliver this wretched world.
Oh.
Me? Unseated? No.
Saw that reaction coming.
It's impossible. Inconceivable. Absurd. I am a great and wise king. Greatest and wisest. I reign from on high.
Okay, I have to give props to the voice actor. So good. Very convincing voice actor. Really, really good.
Be brought low by maggots like you.
The VA is amazing. VA did great, so much so. He reminds me of the chefs from Little Nightmares. Oh, you're not wrong, Moon.
Oh, yes. Of course. I can begin again. Rebuild my paradise. Once I finish my dinner.
Oh, God. Shadowbringers is the horror expansion. That includes body horror, obviously. We've been watching so much JoJo's. I wish that I was desensitized to it, but I'm not. One final bite.
Oh God, no. Dankra, stop him!
He ate the fucking fork along with it. His little tiny wings. It's a slash clutch head moment.
Where did he go?
Ray. According to all known laws of aviation, there's no way Lord Valtteri should be able to fly.
Emotional damage.
What in the heavens?
What? I don't remember, Terra, did you notice the boob face before, underneath Valtteri? No, I didn't notice the face before until just then, where its eyes opened. I didn't. Also, Neon, hi, welcome in. His body's far too fat to even come close to lifting off the ground. It was always there. Wow, I never noticed it.
Did Valtteri do that?
We must give chase. It just finally opened its eyes. He had enough Sin Eater to awaken the Sin Eater inside of him. It's very subtle, but when you first meet him, it's there, not looking at us. Wow. That's the kind of thing I'd love to go back and see.
That is Mount Golg, the highest peak in Calusia. It lies on the other side of a sheer cliff, and much as I wish it were otherwise, it is beyond our reach for now. But even if it weren't, there are people here who need our help.
Yeah, no shit.
Oh, Alpha, no.
Please, even if it's only to tend to their wounds.
I love Alfie so much. Wait, I did notice it, but I don't remember it. Wait, I did. Okay, my brain has holes in it. I am usually very observant, as long as I'm not reading chat. It's possible that I did notice it and just fucking straight up forgot. If you guys say I did notice it back then I guess I did. He just fully evolved after eating so much Sin Eater. When you think about the fact that Sin Eaters are people, he evolved after eating so many people, it just gets more and more fucked and dark. I'll help too. I have Verk here. I can help.
Thank you.
I don't know if it will work, but if Valtteri's hold over the people is rooted in light, I might be able to reverse its effects.
Let's go, Reen. I miss calling her Minifelia, but I'm glad she's her own person. This was so where I wanted her character to go.
We'd be grateful for any help you can provide.
Well then, if it's decided, let's all get to work.
Guys, my Lala's so cute. Especially when he's mad. You're a fuckhead. I love you. You scared the shit out of me. Thank you. Thank you. Oh. Guys, is my food okay? Is my food okay? It's mostly invisible. Oh my god, it smells so good. Too bad I just witnessed Valtteri eating, and now I don't have the biggest appetite in the world. It was green screen. I said it was mostly invisible. It looks delicious. Thank you. Mwah. He left. He left me. My food needs more texture. Ew. The blurst tacos. Chroma keyed food. Exactly. Lil Gremlin needs a bath. No, Avalon. I literally, Avalon, I don't know if I've shown you all my glams. If you were here when I was showing them all off. Every single one of my glams currently is like, make me look like street urchin. My goldsmith. Oh wait, I don't think my miner has his proper. Oh no, my miner's one changed. It's supposed to look like, where is it? This one. It's supposed to look like this for my gatherer. My sage is little hobo like this, and then my red mage is just a little bit fancier with the Spriggan coat. Kind of like more like Dust Bunny is what I was thinking when I went with the Spriggan coat. Finally home and at your computer. Let's go, sweetling. Welcome home. Oh, I ran past Thancred. Wait, can I attune here now? Special permission. Dang it. But Vothri's gone. Hi, Argon. Let me hug your little leg. Yeah. Enjoy your dinner. I'll eat it in a couple minutes because we just went on a break. So I'll take a break very soon. And I'll eat a little bit. Do like 2 more quests, cat. And then we'll eat food. Whew. Oh, you meant to, sorry, you meant do 2 more quests to attune. Got you. Good news, sir. Vothri, fuck. It would seem that Reen is indeed able to reverse the effects of Vothri's influence. I got way ahead of my reading there. Even as we speak, she tends to the afflicted in turn. The problem being, there's no end to them. We're trying to provide what relief we can to those who are waiting, and would appreciate your help if you're willing. Of course. Of course, of course. So here's some dream powder. We're administering it to the enthralled to keep them calm until they can receive proper attention. I would appreciate it if you could assist us with this task. Now, those affected are scattered all over the city. I suggest starting your search in the derelicts and working your way up. When you're done, be sure to let Reen know. There's one place. Jolly! I pet your dead body. There's one place I want to go immediately and see if there's zombies. It's very important. Vothri can remove the effect of Reen's influence, exactly. Zombies? Stola? Stola, babe, what are you doing here? What you up to? So this was how the citizens lived. The Ulmoran dream. They're in for quite a rude awakening. No zombies in here. It's an odd place to be checking for zombies, sus. The dancers are gone, dude. How upsetting. Can I speak with the guy who's shaking the drink? Are you puking on me? Jolly, don't be disgusting. Oh, and Frick. Strictly speaking, we're not meant to serve bonded citizens, but come back after business hours and I'll slip you something. We all need to pick me up once in a while, right? Drugs! Drugs! Stop puking on me, you guys are disgusting. Stola hoping to see some titties. Yo, Stola and me both. Where's all this creepy muttering coming from? I came to Yulmore to escape my troubles, not gain another. Weird to say. You guys are pissing me off with your spell effects. That's it. That's it. They're going back off. You guys have lost your spell effect privileges. All the recent goings on have made it rather difficult to enjoy oneself, though that is soon remedied with a bottle of fine wine. I can attune to the thing now, okay. Oh, Morbal Bad Breath. Long live Lord Vothri. Anything out of the ordinary? Oh yes, I've seen quite a few extraordinary things here. Liston looks like he's blitzed out of his mind, dude. He having a good time, even though there's no dancers. He's still having good time. We got some dancers. That was so quick. We got some dancers. Oops, how do you spell it? No dancers, you say? Easily remedied. God, I love you guys. Never change. Never change. You beautiful degens, you. Commotion? What commotion? I'm sorry, I've been a bit enchanted. All right, let's do our quest. Into the derelicts, and let's attune with the crystal first and foremost before I forget and shoot myself in the foot. Who does it, Diod? That's why I gasped. I was trying to find the merchant for it. But who sells it? Because if I can get level 80 poetic gear, we cookin'. We cookin'. Not you, eh? The balcony exchange, not the one with the tables. Ding, ding. Him? Maybe they're not here yet. My apologies, but I'm afraid I must turn you away at the moment. Please return to me at a later time. Damn, too bad. It would have been this though, eh? Trying to figure out why I can't hear anything. Audio's going through my headphones. Echo, I love you. Echo, I love you. Welcome in. Not yet. Dang. I'm pretty sure I'm capped right now. Oh no, I'm just barely not capped on poetics. Which is good because I'll be able to spend them soon. It's because I haven't beat Shadowbringers. Fuck. Alright. Let's continue the emotional damage, shall we? Just chill, work on MSQ for now, yeah. You're already making me some gear? Stop. Stop. You guys are too good to me. Seems need to do a couple more quests. Okay. Oh, Lord Vothri, you are my daily meal. Him snoring like a baby. Like a wee little bab. Forgot you had a wedding outfit you could use for Blue Mage right now. Blue tuxedo. Better be blue. If you are playing a class that has a color and you are in an outfit that is not your class's color, you are a rabble rouser is what you are. If you're a red mage, you must have some red in your outfit. If you're a black mage, you must have some black, etc. So on and so forth. I don't make the rules. I'm just making the rules. Ah, it hurts. Please, Lord Vothri, take away the pain. You're the kind soul who saved me from falling to my death. My mistress, she's been injured. Please help her, I beg you. This is the guy hanging off the... I forgot about him. Your character is red-haired, so you can cheat. He is that poor guy. You should see your Blue Mage Glam. Hit me with it. Where are you, Sith? Oh, you're coming. It was red, but you dyed it blue. It looks great, Jelly. What is this? She's sleeping. A medicine to help her rest while she awaits treatment, you say? Oh, thank you so much. When she began acting strangely, I didn't know what to do. This is... Okay, I thought this was your Blue Mage. I thought this was your Blue Mage. I realized BLM is Black Mage. That's Black Mage, not blue. Yeah, sorry. I fricked it up in my head. It looks great. I really like the staff. The staff is really cool. It looks great. God, I love fashion. Is it wrong that fashion is at least like 30% of the reason why I play this game? Or is that normal? Is that a normal percentage? Literally, I want to do the Heavensward raids just to get the Red Bill scarf to flesh out this glam. Honestly, same. First Endwalker relic weapon. It looks great. Like, it's subtle, but not. Do you know what I mean? Like, the Titania weapons, I would say, are not even remotely subtle. Where this is, but still has, like, eye-catching pieces to it. I love your painter. This is your black mage, right? Yeah. I love your painter aesthetic. You attended a wedding in this game? That's so cute. That's totally normal. Some people play because of the 100% fashion. Can't wait till they add glow to the Endwalker relics. Oh, are they not there yet? The Endwalker relics. Probably in the coming patches, right? You guys so fashionable. Make me jealous. Ketsu has a black coffee mage apparently. Hey, Zuggy, nice. Not till the next step. It goes non-glow, glow, non-glow, glow. I have, I kind of knew that. That's kind of the case for all the relics, right? Oh my god, I'm opening up every single tab except for the right one. There it is. I have the, God, I want to work on it more. I don't know when I'll do that. Ah, there it is. Boop. First stage Eureka relic. I want to do more Eureka. Eureka was real fun for me. Only got the very beginning of them in the last patch. Got it. Ketsu equals jolly. I don't know people's IGNs. It's so confusing, Izagi. Bless your heart for having a very similar Twitch name to your in-game name. Some people's are so hard to keep track of. Like Jat is Sophine, and that one took me forever to get used to. Then there's yours. Yeah, yours is easy. Must stop trespassers sullying our paradise. Where did you fly to, my sweet canary? Your in-game so different? Yeah. It's crazy. Just completely different. Not even remotely like your Twitch. Just kidding. Me with a different character, Discord, and Twitch name, sweating nervously. You'll never catch me alive. There are some people who forgot to switch their Discord name to their Twitch name. So like some people are chatting and I'm like, who the fuck? Who mega lol even are you? Glad you're here, but who? I would totally turn to black magic if I had to go back to food service. Fuck. Where did you fly to, my sweet canary? A familiar thing. Not familiar to me, because my brain has holes in it. Ooh, this is your blue? Sith? That's default blue coat. I love that coat. So good. Oh my god, Ray. This is fantastic. I know it's not blue, but I forgive you because it's fantastic. It may not be blue, but it's still awesome. Back when you first came to Yulmore, Terra. Oh, the singer! Oh my god, the singer. Oh god, she's meal. She ascended, remember guys? She ascended because she lost her voice. What an honor. What an honor to be ascended in Yulmore. Something like that, smiley face. Fuck, dude. Oh, there you are, sir. I've just finished aiding this man. Now for the next one. More out in the derelicts and below, you say? So many of them. But Minfilia entrusted this power to me, and I won't rest until I've helped everyone. I can bring the enthralled to you. Oh, that would certainly make it easier for me to work. Thank you, sir. I'll do my best to keep pace. Hey, Cap, how you doing? The first stage Endwalker relics are just simple item gathering requirement, easy to get to make the base weapon. The real trial will come when it's time to upgrade them. Yeah. Then we're going to be pulling teeth.
You're going to be all right.
I picked Izagi on 11 around 13 to 14 years ago. It's been my character name ever since, other than a short stint of having a different 14 name for your cat because sad reasons. There was a quest you did where a young girl was afraid of being thrown out. She was hired to sing for her master. Yep, lost her voice. She was told she could ascend. 2% Atma drops? Oh, that's gonna suck. Yeah, I remember that because she was down in like the, she was in like a prison or something. She was behind bars. And then she was like, I can't sing anymore. My master's not going to need me. He's going to throw me out. He's like, no, we will ascend you. And now she was tomorrow's bread.
I think that's the last of them.
We've done all we can for the wounded. As for the rest...
I forgot about her. Where's her husband? Oh, right there. I forgot about these two.
Aren't you Alphino? The painter boy?
Yes.
What in the world is going on? Did something happen to us?
Indeed. Something.
Let me handle this.
Oh, Alphina's flair for the
citizens of Yulmore.
Grandeur.
What I'm about
the
to tell you
chais.
will come as a shock.
I forgot about the chais. They're so cute.
Indeed, you may be loath to believe it. But if you trust the evidence of your senses, it is my hope that you will listen and accept the truth, unpalatable though it may be. Vorthri is a sin-eater. Everything he offered, everything he promised, was a lie.
Don't tell them about the bread thing. They don't need to know about the bread thing. The meal thing. I don't think I'd want to know. Just tell me that they're evil. Oh, I think he might have told them. Oh, I think he might have told them. I think he might have told them.
They're not taking it well.
Who
could blame them?
I was about to say, who would blame them? Hey, you've been eating people.
Are you saying we were Vorthri's puppets all this time?
Yes, and you were eating people. Well,
when
Sin
you
Eater
attacked us,
transformed.
You were not yourselves. That much is true. But your conduct prior to that moment was your own. Vorthri's unnatural charisma does not absolve you of all responsibility.
Hey, you ate people and also fuck you.
Of your own free will, you came to the city and gave yourselves over to its pleasures.
He really just twisted the knife.
And in the course of this, if you mistreated those less fortunate than you, then that too was of your own free will.
Alfie has no chill. Accountability. Yep.
It is not for me to judge
He's
you,
not wrong.
but for your victims. For history. For your conscience.
He's not wrong. He's just brutal.
You have dreamed a twisted dream, but now you are awake.
It's not too
You
late.
may yet share this world of ours. Join with us and each other, that we might begin anew. We've lost so many already. We dare not lose any more.
Have to go to bed early today. Have fun, Tara. Kia, love you. Hope you have a good sleep.
I said my piece. My thanks for giving me the chance.
His piece? Scolding everybody.
There is
That's why I
nothing more
love
to be
him
done
so much,
here.
Yumi.
Let us go after Vorthri.
That's why I love him so much. Alfie has had so much growth. Alfie has had so much character growth, and I love it. Gotta hit him with the hard truths, yeah. Want to know something even more twisted? Vorthri gave people bread made out of himself And certain religions use bread to represent their savior. Kinda dark. The comparison, I didn't even... Holy shit, you're not wrong. Holy shit. I didn't even notice the comparison, but that's so accurate.
Is there anything we can do?
Something, something, something. Religion in real life.
You risked your lives to bring us to our senses, and I, for one, hope to repay that debt. Begin anew, as you said.
Vorthri has fled to Mount Gulg, and we mean to pursue him. Do any of you know the way?
The only way to Mount Gulg is over the Bright Cliff. Have you an airship?
Not in the first.
We will contemplate flight only as a last resort. Were we to come under attack whilst airborne, we would have little hope of defending ourselves.
That too.
If at all possible, we would prefer to travel by land. Is there a way?
Well, the ladder is the only way up and down the cliff, but it hasn't moved in a long time.
It hasn't moved. I like her voice.
In the old days, it was operated by the mining folk who lived at the top.
Where lived at the top?
After the flood, it saw less and less use, and when Lord Vorthri took control, it was abandoned altogether.
She's cute. Cute little old lady. The entire Yulmore Vothri section of Shadowbringers is that allegory. The Daily Meal quote as well. It's the reason that I both love and hate this segment.
So we somehow need to get the ladder working again.
If you, I will be honest, if I look into the real life comparisons, it feels a little preachy, but I like it. Stop making fun of the old lady. To Argon, I said she was cute. I said she was cute.
It moves by means of a Talos, if that's any help. But good luck repairing that.
Oh, we've already fixed one.
Talos? Did someone say Talos? You know all about them, don't you, dearest? If anyone can get this lift moving, it's you.
Well, perhaps. But see
That's
here.
true, Izagi.
Oh, yes. If you want the golem restored, you may leave it to my husband.
Avalon, are you racist against Lalas? Old Lalas look like weird little raisins. Do you hate Lalas? Are you a Lala hater? Catboy Sid. Remember how I said Daedalus Stoneworks was the mirror of Garland Ironworks? Yes.
For he happens to be the heir to Daedalus Stoneworks, foremost makers of Talos, whose contracts include the renowned mining venture of Armoreng.
He's the reflection of Sid in the first. Oh my god. Catboy Sid. Hi, Catboy Sid. How you doing, baby? How you doing?
It's been years and years since I had anything to do with it. I can't just pick up a hammer and set to work.
Sure you can. You're Catboy Sid.
You can't.
No, that's not what I... It's just... All right, I will take a look at the Talos. But beyond that, I make no promises.
I love Dulia. Me too, Argon. Listen, that cutscene at the end of A Realm Reborn fucked me. You know what? Fair. Fair, Avalon. Holy shit, that's so fair. For having a distrust and general dislike of Lalas. Alright, logging in. I'll drop off here, then scoot. Yumi. Appreciate you. Every city in 14 is a different philosophical proposition for a type of governance. Gridania, Limsa, Ul'dah, Alamigo, Ishgard, Dravania, Kugana Idoma, Garlemald, Radzadhan, Charlayan, and Crystarium and Yulmore. Huh! So it's not so much preachy, but it's revealing of its foible. I see you. I see you.
Those with strong backs, come with me. I'll need help dragging the damn thing out of the storehouse.
Yeah, Talos are not small. Also, I'm pretty sure Sid's face model is Catboy face without the markings. Really?
Well done, brother.
Fuck. Catboy Sid. Catboy Sid. That ending destroyed me when I first went through it. It was fucking crazy. A Realm Reborn was so dry, but in those last moments of A Realm Reborn, holy shit. So much happened.
I want some of that money. I need it. Love you.
We have work to do.
Curl, I love you so much. Thank you for the full year. And the tier 2, you sweet, generous bean. Thank you so much for all your support. Love you. Mwah. I really want Sid to have his own Dulia now. I mean, do we count Jesse? They kind of have like a cheeky back and forth. I feel like there could be something there if they applied themselves. Amiric and Edmund are aura without scales for their faces. Really? Amiric isn't base Ellison model? No wonder he's so hot. Hello, can I have an Ellison that looks like that? Ah! Sid has his own Dulia. It's just Nero. I love it. Nero is Sid's Dulia. I love that you're all on the same page. I love it. I love it. I love it. I fucking love Nero. He's such a disaster. He is such a dumpster fire, but I love him. What is this music? Look at you! You and me. Oh, what is that hat? Wait, what is that hat you're wearing? Yumi! What the heck, you sweet soul? That's so generous! Oh, I'm trying to hug you. Holy shit! Full lady outfit, baby. We stay, Yumi. Yumi! Thank you. Also, what is that hat? I need this. Before you go, let me see what that hat is called. Eorzea velvet work cap of crafting. Oh, it's a disciple of the hand thing only, isn't it? Shit. Damn, I wanted it. It would fit so well with my street urchin aesthetic. Crafting level 90 Yumi, that's so heckin' generous. Thank you. Thank you for the upgrades. There's a story about Sid and Nero for you. More Sid and Nero adventures. Hell yeah. I loved going through Omega because of their interactions. It was fantastic. I think I might have missed something. Yeah. Holy shit, literal full upgrades. Wham! Ah, wait, it's kind of cute. He's kind of cute. There might be a cap that looks like that. I could have just equipped. I didn't have to play. I didn't have to place it in my armory chest, did I? I could have just equipped. All right, now we know. Now we know. More than kind of cute. Hello, Baldell, is it? Appreciate you. Favorite was Crystal Tower when Sid grabbed him out of the portal, was like, you owe me. They're so gay for each other. I love them. I ship it. I ship it. Now the question is, do we glam back over it? Oh, shoot. The gloves are not part of my outfit yet. Do we glam back over or do we stay as this? Although the weapon we glam back over. Cast glamour. Say keep it. We'll keep it for a little while. Wear it for a little while. Totally. I love the headband. Actually, I might end up using the headband in a future glam. Has he been destroyed today? We've been largely okay, Mac. Def, keep it. It's a good luck. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Yumi, once again. Yumi, sweet, generous being. We look so cute. I look so good. We got grossed out. Oh yeah, Mac, you missed JoJo's level of body horror. And disgusting is what you missed. Up to you. I think it's really cute. I think we'll use it at least for a little while. Good. Good, she says. Mac, love you. I like how this is like tomorrow and tomorrow, but Yulemore. and like very what's the word? This kind of music. It's very bouncy. It's very bouncy. Waltz isn't right, but that kind of dance. Whoa, it's actually Endwalker gear. It'll last you through all of post Shadowbringers? Hell yeah. Appreciate you, Yumi. Thank you for that. Waltz is correct. Thank you. I thought so, but I didn't want to sound dumb saying it. I think the devs ship them. They really do, Balor. They really do. Hey, thank you so much for the follow, by the way. Welcome in. Renaissance music. Waltz. Waltz was the correct term. Thank you, Vargon, for backing me up. The ladder. Shall we? The ladder is situated on the north and west of the right. Wait, hold on. Before we dive into this, before my food gets too cold, do we want to take a quick little food break? Do I want to take a quick little food break? Are you guys going to be miserable if I take like a 3-minute break to eat some food? Although you should glam your weapon in my opinion. I love me Titania weapons. Titania weapons so good. So, did I tell you, Yumi? Somebody drive-by gifted me the Titania weapon. They literally they ran by. I've never seen them before. They opened up a trade, gave me the Titania weapon because I was talking about it, and then left. And then logged out. It was crazy. I don't even remember their character name because it all happened so fast. You watched it, you were there for it, Yumi? Yumi, was it you? I don't remember the character name. You have 4, you love them. Do it, eat, go eat. Okay, we'll take a quick little break. We'll take a quick little break, especially because this next section might be totally fucky. Nope, I don't hide if it's me. Okay, good. Just found your channel while browsing the game tag. Hope you're enjoying the story. The Someone, I really am. I really am. I love this game so much. Lately, we've been taking a little break from MSQ and we've just been exploring all of like the side raids and their stories. This game has my whole heart. I've been loving everything that we've been doing. The role quests, the job quests, the raid stories, just fucking everything. This game is just magical. I love it. The baker's name is on the bottom. Shit, I'm stuck in dialogue. Fuck. Okay, when I'm done eating, we're gonna look and see if their name is on it, because then we can trace it back and thank them. For established characters like me, who sit on hundreds of millions of gil, getting you expensive glam for fun isn't work. It's just like, bam. You just go to the market board or craft it yourself. Finish the dialogue box? Okay, we'll finish the dialogue box. The ladder is situated in the northwest of the right. Let us make our way there, sir. Oh, it was one. It was one bubble. It was one bubble of dialogue. It's gonna be in our armory. Where the hell is it? Rosie Allison? Oh, maybe they bought it off the... I don't recognize that name. They might have just ran to the market board and bought it and then shipped it over to me. Being a level 20 thaumaturge and a level 6 quest, I needed to fight some enemies. I one-shot them. That's the road to 80, Kuroneko. If you're going through the main story quest, I highly recommend leveling at least 2 jobs side by side. With the road to 80, you're gonna get so much experience, it's gonna be insane. You could probably even level 3 jobs all side by side, because it just gives so much experience. Okay, we're gonna take a quick little food break. Stick around, we're gonna dive into the ladder and all the shenanigans that follow. Thank you guys so much. Get some water, eat some snackies, and we will be back in like, I don't know. It won't take me long to eat because it's tacos and I'm gonna fucking devour them. Quick little break. I'll also run an ad. Yeah, I'll run an ad so any new people coming in won't get the pre-rolls for a little while, and yeah. I have 5 jobs going at once right now thanks to the 80 buff. I should have more. I technically have 4, but I want to pick up Dancer for my physical ranged for Endwalker. Okay, we'll be back. See you guys in a bit. Mwah. We're good. That's a ledge, Terra. That's a ledge. Oh no.
Good work.
Guys, why would you give Spess idea? Wait, why is it so well drawn? Why is it so well drawn? What the fuck? on? Where did you get this stick from? There's $1. There's a got him.
3, 4, 5.
Oh.
Stop! Why? I just don't get it. I always catch these fucking.
Yes. Yep, they are. Wah! I don't know how to walk. Because they're in danger. I'm looking for some head fixing.
Wait.
We're done with this. I want to kiss him.
Actually, wait.
Oh god. Oh god. I also don't leave the house, so, you know. What's this? Okay. He just so quietly came around.
Are you rummaging through garbage cans?
No.
Are you sure?
Trash goblin away.
You get back and study him. Oh! Do you think he's tired out, guys? Do you think I did it? God damn it. Not fixed, yeah, but paused.
Best I do it. Oh, and did Dutch tell you I've also been
Oh, my fucking horse! Are you okay, buddy? Are you okay? Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought you could make that jump, but I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I look away for 1 second and my horse eats shit. I tried to jump.
He's fine. He's just having a little nap. All right, Strauss. Let's go save the world. He's fine. It's okay. See, he's jumping. Oh god. Oh god. Come on, Strauss. We're going to save the day.
I choose me. I will fight the goblin. Since nobody else wants to, I'll do it. Am I winning? Ah. Then
a few more emotes for better Twitch TV emotes, and also for every time I accidentally click on a door, it scares me. I need to commission them for a tier 2 and a tier 3 emote. I already have an idea on what both of them will be. I have an itch I can't scratch. Who's gonna scratch it? What kind of itch? Fucking! We're drinking alcohol. We're doing it. I took my liver break. Captain! Hello, hello. Oh my god! Ow! I forgot about this guy! Holy fuck, he's gonna kill me.
Hey, puppy. Hey, boy.
Come here.
Come here.
Hello, boy.
Come here, boy. I want to pet you. Oh, you can pet the Doge. All right. Best game. Best game. Look at that tail. Oh my god.
Is this a logic seed? I think. Oh my god. I think it is, Togepi. I think it is. I think it's like slightly. Oh, look at this future artist right here. Bob's Burger looking ass. Ew! No! No! No. No. No, thank you. I'm just gonna...
Alright, I'm going in. No, you killed him! I wished to kill him. Okay, yeah, that first person mode is actually playing Doom Eternal. It's 28%. Times 2 chance of dodging lizard attacks. 28% dodge. 28% in a dream. Do we gamble? Anyone feel like? I'm not gonna gamble. I'm just sending in. Dodge, Valora. You have to dodge. Oh my god! I forgot I muted myself. Hi! I forgot that idle cam exists. I don't know what that idle cam viewpoint was just a second ago, but idle cam's pretty cool because you can just sit in an area. I hate this keyboard for double letters. You're doing your best, Izagi. You're doing your best. Don't worry. But yeah, idle cam's really cool because whatever region you're in, it just kind of like flicks around through NPCs and vistas. Very cinematic. Whew. Okay. Shall we? Shall we do the thing? Wait. Oh, this doesn't take red very well, does it? It's like pink. Ruby red, but I don't have any ruby red. How could I be a red mage without being red? Oh damn, do I ever need ruby red? Ruby red looks nice. Another time. Next time we're near a market board. Ruby red is expensive too, obviously. I was AFK, did you check your gear? The sword, you mean, Yumi? Or this gear in general? It's so cool that it says your name down there. Yeah, I see it now. Yumi Mizutsune. Wait, Mizutsune? Like Monster Hunter Mizutsune? Or just Mizutsune as in water? Wait, what is Tsune again in Japanese? I don't remember. Because there's a monster in Monster Hunter named Mizutsune. Yes, from Monster Hunter? Hell fucking yeah. I fucking love Monster Hunter. Ray was telling me about taco soup while I was eating. It's super easy. It takes like 15 minutes. Spaz, we should have taco soup soon. It's like chili. And Ray made it sound fucking delicious. Love me some Monhun. I've been playing since Freedom Unite. I think maybe one game before then, but seriously since Freedom Unite. Mizutsune is my favorite Monster Hunter monster. Yumi, did you know that all Mizutsunes you encounter in the game are male? Something in their definition, or not their definition, their description indicates that every single Mizutsune you encounter is male. And they look so like... they look not like males, and I love it. Love me some Monhun between longsword and hammer. Usually I default to dual blades, but I do dabble in sword and shield quite a bit. I really prefer the agile weapons. Lots of species I like that. It's true actually, even in like regular nature. It's just for whatever in the human species that our males are not as flamboyant. But all throughout nature you see way more flamboyant looking male creatures, male animals. Your glam is the result of hours upon hours of horrifying PvP grinding. It looks nice as shit. It was worth it. It was worth it. Look at you. Look at you, you beautiful being. Longsword, best sword. I always pick up longsword, think I'm just gonna be able to easily, perfectly counter, and then I can't. The best Monhun players I've seen were SNS. So Sword and Shield always has that reputation of it, where it's the beginner weapon and people pick it up as a beginner, but then they move on to other weapons. And then when you're like a Monster Hunter master, you default back to sword and shield. And I don't know why that is. It's both the beginner and the expert weapon. 100 matches. Oh, 100 matches. That's too many. Maya also plays and Sky? Wait, I haven't picked up Rise yet. Wait, I haven't picked up the expansion for Rise. I have Rise, just not the expansion. It's 100 wins. Oh. It has the lowest floor and highest ceiling. Yeah, exactly, Izagi. Although arguably I would maybe say that Greatsword has a higher ceiling because you really have to know the monster through and through. Your free company Leviathan is a Monster Hunter themed free company. Oh, I would love to see your free company house. Yes, 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 yes. Oh. That's why I said probably, because you don't know, got to. Anytime you want, I would love to. By the way, I'm nearby in game. We're chilling. Let me find you. Let me hunt you down. Hello? Hello, Monsieur Plague Doctor. Damn. Okay. How you doing? How you doing? I love the disaster buy. Switch Axe's players doing perfect guard points. Oh, not Switch Axe. Wait, is it Switch Axe? Charge Blade. Charge Blade. Charge Blade. Charge Blade players doing perfect guard points. Yeah. Charge Blade. Yeah. Charge Blade is nutty. Burmund van Hoeden. I love the Plague Doctor mask. You looking fanciful as fuck. Is this Red Mage Glen? Oh yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is what we do. Looking hella snazzy, dude. Looking hella snazzy. It was quite grindy to get, but so worth it. Looking so snazzy. Wait, is this also PvP? No way. Don't tell me. Do I have to start doing my PvP dailies again? I'm scared of PvP. Oh, it's from a dungeon. Whew. Okay. Ray, I don't know if I've looked at your adventure plate. I think Frey and Hoshfunk should kiss. Ray, I love you. Oh. The seal rock coat, so hard to get. I also love the women loving women thing here. Ray, I adore you. Oh. Okay, shall we MSQ? How do you do the little hand one again? It's not wave. Is it goodbye? No, it's not goodbye. Greet? Yeah, that one. Oh, it's slash greet. I love that one. Yeah. All right, to the ladder. Tomra? Wait, where am I right now? If not in Kalu... I'm confused. I thought... I'm confused. I thought this was Yulmore. But I guess not. Just take the Ethernet out? Okay. Yulmore is to the south of Kalusia. Oh, it is. Oh, I'm so silly. I'm such a silly boa. Oh, right, I can't fly here yet. Shit. Leveling blue is Yes. Taxi. Love you. Leveling blue is gonna be slow, but I'm willing. You could also, is it Blue Mage Beach? You could also like beg someone in chat to level your blue with you, and I think it takes like 30 minutes if you want to do it that way. I really want to do a blue company. That's not the word I was thinking. Blue content on stream with people, like get full parties of blue mages together and tackle some of those achievements that you have to do things like synced with blue mages. I really want to attempt that content like on stream at some point. I did that. It was like 25 minutes. Yeah, ain't no big thing. I haven't done it yet, but I really want to. Talos interrupted. Ooh, I might have missed a Ethernet quest. That shit is fun and hard. That's why I want to do it. I still need to do that too. Linny, hopefully we'll do it together on stream. Need your last 4 or 6 spells before something like that. Oh yeah, I'm sure I'll need to stop and gather a lot of spells before I can attempt that, but that's what I want. Because Blue Mage is just so cool. Some Ethercurrent quests have continued. Oh, I didn't know that, Argon. Sir, dost thou see yonder pair of Talos? For a blessing, they were found to be in good repair. Master Chai prepareth to activate them as we speak. Thank you for taking Stormwind taxi service. Ray, thank you for driving me. Sorry, I'm too broke to tip. I'm running. I'm dashing. Dining, dashing, but in the taxi world. I'm willing, but I also never want to bother other people. Oh, I so feel you, Jolly. I so feel you. With our arcane knowledge, Stola and I will serve as his assistants. At the appointed hour, we shall imbue the golems with ether. Others, meanwhile, attend to the ladder itself, which hath too long lain neglected. Extensive maintenance will be needed ere it can move again, as well as myriad materials with which to perform it. If thou art willing, we would prevail upon thee to procure lumber. I haven't leveled Botanist yet! My thanks, sir. Directly to the south thou wilt find a dry rock, Venmont Yards. Pray see if thou canst persuade the folk there to part with some lumber for our cause. Okay. It'd be kind of cool if you had a high enough taxi. Hello, taxi. It would be cool if you had a high enough level botanist if you could just go get it yourself. Oh, another taxi. Which flavor of taxi do we want? It's 6 spells, but 2 are from collecting 100 spells. Oh, so you only need to go get 4 more. What kind of flying Batmobile? It's from Final Fantasy XV, aka Gay Road Trip, the game. Ho there, sinner. Haven't seen you around before. New to Gate Town. If you need lumber for a shack, you've come to the right place. We could do the building for you too, though. That'll cost extra. You want lumber to restore the ladder? Why in the world would anyone want to do that? If you don't have the coin, least you could do is come up with a believable excuse. But look, I'm not one to turn folk away. I'll give you lumber if you do me a favor in return. I just finished taking stock of our supply and was about to do another round for good measure. I want you to do the counting instead, and we'll see if your total matches mine. Now, with some lumbers lying about the yard, but most of it is kept in the storehouse. For these, you can just ask Grithel for the number. Here, I'll lend you some writing material. You can take notes. I should finish at 15 at some point. I don't even remember where I got to in 15. It was one of the cases where I didn't have time for it, really. And so I dropped it. I didn't even give it a fair chance. Alright, I'm taking stock. Oh, unfortunately, all 4 of my spells are in the same place. Just need help to get them. Got it. I would help if I could. Eh? Taking stock for Ervith, are you? Well, last I counted, we had 68 planks in the storehouse here. 9 of those were rotted through, though, so we tossed them out. Oh, Grithel, another load's just arrived. 13 planks all told, but one's damaged. It's only good for kindling now. You can help all 4 in Omega raids. Hell yeah. Ready to do math? Stop. Oh no. Should I? Oh, should I have been taking notes? All right then, but the good one's here. Be sure to let Irvith know as well. I'm frightened. So, how many planks does that make now? Don't ask me. Don't ask me. You're writing those numbers down anyways, right? I'm sure you could work it out. No! You jot down the details of the conversation. Where's my key item? Lumber note. I can only link it? Oh, fuck. Help. Help me. Help me. Does it say in its description? Okay. 68 in storehouse, 9 discarded, 13 delivered, 1 damaged. What did we do with the damaged one? What did we? Oh my fucking god! I'm gonna write it down. So 59 in storehouse, 13 delivered, so 40. Wait. Damage means it's no good. Okay. If we had 59 and we delivered 13, that would leave us with 46 and then minus 1, 45. Okay, we're at 45. I think. Oh god. Send help. I need an adult. What do you mean no? What do you mean nope? If we had 59 and we delivered 13 of them, we'd be down to 46, and if one was damaged, we would have 45. Or do you mean no, you're not going to help me? Didn't it say they were Should it have been plus 13? Okay, I'm going to have 2 separate numbers going. Check your chat logs. Chat logs will be easiest. You right now, true. This is me right now, IRL. This is me. Grasping my poor tiny little brain. Another load's just arrived. 13 planks all told. 1's damaged. Okay, so yeah, I see where I screwed up. So if we went from 59, not plus 13, because one of them is damaged. So it'd be plus 12. So we'd have 71. Okay, we're at 71. I think. I hate it here. How many we got here? You count 11 planks in the stack. Okay. 82. My brain too small. My brain too small for this shit, dude. Where's the rest of the lumber? Hello? What the heck? He's got to be here somewheres. Well, oh, I fell. He'll never find it. Stop. Stop. Don't bully me. Oh. Don't bully me. Get bigger brain? I cannot. Sweetling, I was not the brightest bulb to begin with. And then I started streaming. And then the streamer brain rot got me. Oh, it's over there. No, it's not over there. Streamer brain rot is a real thing, I guarantee you. At Sweetling Meds. Get they ass smack. Found it! "24 blanks in the stack. 106 is our final number. No Sweetling, how is you? By the way, Mets? No, just Sweetling Mets. I took them already, Mom. Get they ass. Oops. I did math, you fuck. Aye, that's exactly what I counted. Thank you for your help, friend. Taking stock fair puts me to sleep, but it has to be done. As promised, I'll give you your lumber. What do you need it for anyways? The fucking ladder, I told you. You were serious about the ladder. I'll be damned. If that's the case, please let us help with the work. We're shipwrights with no ships to build, only shacks. While it's a living, we all itch to do something greater. This fellow you say is in charge. I reckon he'd mind the likes of us barging in on his project. He'd welcome the help. Wonderful. I'll round up the lads and lasses and we'll head over to the ladder, along with the lumber you need. Taking the kid to soccer practice. Look at the way I'm sitting in this car. Where are we going? Are we going to Disneyland? Are we going to Disneyland, you guys? So cute, right? I'm in pain, or was in pain. Needles. Flames. Flames. Wow, I have not heard that reference in forever, Sweetling. Flames on the side of my face. I'm being kidnapped. Can I eat a cookie over here? Cookie. I can eat a cookie! Though this hardly seems safe. Hey, I was eating that. Thursday soon becomes its department meeting day. Aw, Mac, I love you. Please be safe. Please be safe in your meetings. Post pick and IRL pics, let me see. Oh shit. Sweetling, this is creepy and cool. This be creepy and cool. This tattoo. Creepy and cool. I like it. I like it. Very nice. Very nice. You didn't kill your coworkers? I'd call it a successful meeting, Mac. Ah, thou art returned. Wert thou able to procure lumber? Yes. One person was like, why are you in my spot? Me, I'm not sitting by the boss anymore because he smells like smoke. Ugh. Ew. Well, to secure not only the material, but the eager cooperation of the shipwrights besides, their expertise shall greatly avail our efforts. Master Chai's own efforts have not been without struggle, but he hath proven himself to be a determined soul. I doubt not but the work shall be complete ere long. We may continue on our way once more. Though it hath been years in the making, at long last do people stand united in defiance of the world's fate, their hopeless spurring us ever onward, towards journey's end. Whatsoever may await us, when thou takest those final steps, I pray that it shall be with a smile upon thy face. Dude, I pray that it'll be with a smile upon my face too. I'm anxious, I'm stressed. Level 78 MSQ. But prematurely do I give myself to sentimental musings. Many more pressing concerns demand our attention, not the least of which is the matter of how we might reach the mountain, detached from the land as it is. For the present, 'twould appear we have matters well in hand. Perhaps thou shouldst take thine ease for a time. Thou wilt need every ounce of thy strength for the trials ahead. Look at this fancy roll lad. Look at this fancy boy. The petting of the thigh looked strangely erotic. Oh, over here. Trying to make the Mikote gear into glamour. Keep saying that I need 100% durability. Oh, if it's in your inventory, you have to repair it. There's drop-down menus from the repair NPCs. You might have to repair it from within your inventory.
Would you look at that? The citizens of Yulmore engaging in what can only be described as manual labor. Who would have thought it possible?
I'm at a point now where every time I hear or see Emmett, I just start smiling. I love Emmett so much. Emmett, white people happy. Literally me.
Do you know the most reliable way to deal with those who stubbornly refuse to see reason?
You kill them.
You conquer them.
Oh.
Crush them under
Did that.
heel. Such was the trusted method of Alec, and one still favored by Garlemald.
Murder.
But conquest is the easy part. The true challenge begins once the dust has settled, quenching the glowing embers of animosity and maintaining a semblance of peace. This requires
No, we crush him,
the
man. We not
conqueror
kill him.
to treat the conquered with dignity, and the conquered to let bygones be bygones. A difficult feat to achieve.
Indeed.
But you have achieved just that, to my considerable surprise.
Who have I conquered?
It's a compliment. Take it.
I love him. That's one school of thought for problem solving. Crush your enemies. Bend them to your will. Oh my god, the dead emote, Sweetling. They did that to make me cry, because they're fucking bullies.
Ah, the vibrant energy that fills the air when like-minded souls gather.
Oh, the Eomorans.
To think back on
Well,
that time
of course.
before time. Fair brings a tear to the eye.
You were not a high enough level to repair.
You thought ancient beings like us incapable of crying?
Kuro, find a mender. And there's an NPC that should have the name Mender, M-E-N-D-E-R, or not the name, but like the title. They will repair your gear for you. Are those golems? Yeah, they're called Talos, the stone things. They are golems. 81 big fish for free Shadowbringers. Let's go, Golzone. The dead emote is Louis while dying, Sweetling. Yes. What? You thought ancient beings like us incapable of
Rest
crying?
assured that if your heart can be broken, then so can mine.
Aww. Emmett with a broken heart. So cute.
Back when the world was whole, we had family, friends, loves.
And this is why I understand your sentiment.
Men knew peace and contentment, and with our adamant souls, we could live for an age. There was no conflict born of want or disparity. Our differences paled into insignificance next to all we had in common.
I like when Grandpa tells me stories.
And then there was Amarant. Never was a city more magnificent. From the humblest streets to the highest spires, she fairly gleamed. Not that you would remember any of this.
Remember? Well, I know what he's talking about, but...
Never mind.
I wonder if he must have known us. He must have known our, like, whole person. I don't know what to call us.
The point is, the world of old was a far better place than what we have now. I believe you would like it, having witnessed the things you have. Remember, you are of the source. Unlike the half-men here, you stand only to gain. Should you survive the remaining calamities, you will become our equal. A complete existence in a complete world.
That's not gonna happen, Emmett.
Such talk is a pleasure for later.
My Warrior of
After
Light's
work, hero.
expression was exactly how I feel. Just kind of sad, because we're not gonna let that happen.
Ah, there was one thing I had meant to ask.
Hmm?
How well do you know the Exile? Has he ever deigned to show you what hides beneath the cowl?
No, he hasn't. And it makes me sus.
What? Never? Even to you? How very interesting.
You're not instilling any new doubts I already
I
had,
shall
Emmett.
enjoy working out what it means. Until next time.
I was already sus. A smile better suits a spoiler. Stop stirring the pot, Emmett. Yeah, like I was already sus of him. And Emmett's like, oh, what of the Exarch?
Oh, I knew you could do it, dearest. I never doubted you for a moment.
Dulia's so cute. This is the point you really started to like Emmett? I loved him since I liked him the moment I met him, like as a quirked up white boy. I loved him since the Stola moment. That's when I loved him.
It's alive.
Husband.
I don't know if you remember, but when we first met in this world, I was all but spent.
Yep, and I made it my life's mission to see you smile. And look, you're smiling again.
I never thought to wonder why until now. I think it all just got to be too much. The guilt of causing the flood. Knowing everyone hated me. But the worst thing was the solitude.
It's okay, you have us now, bestie. You have us. Love this scene so much, Linny.
Time wears you
I love
down.
any scene that Emmett or Arbert show up.
Solitude eats away at you. It was this close to finishing me off. But as bad as it got, and as empty as I felt, I can't even begin to imagine what it must be like for Emmett Selk.
Yeah.
All of which is a long way of saying, don't make a choice that leaves you alone. Nothing is worth that. Especially not eternity.
Emmett is the... No, he's not the last Ascian right now. Elidibus is still in Xenos' body. But dude...
Glad tidings, my friend. The ladder lives again.
A little bussy.
The three
A
of
little
us have been
sussy.
invited to do the honors. Are you up for it? Of course, if you're worried that the whole thing might come crashing down, we can always find someone else.
No, I'm down. Yeah, exactly, Ray.
That's the
God,
spirit.
Ardbert is such a good
Come on, then.
character. Ardbert is such a good character. I'm so happy we got to see him smile. I told you guys, or those that were here, I should reiterate. I said really early
rode
on.
the ladder too, my comrades and I. Once upon a time. Watched the horizon grow, and the town shrink below us. Awed and terrified in equal measure. We ascended without a word, the silence broken only by the rhythm of the gears.
I love him so much.
No one but me remembers that day.
Sorry, very, very early on in the X-Pack, when we first met Ardbert, well, when we first really started talking to Ardbert in the inn, I said, no matter what happens in this expansion, like no matter how bad it gets,
Remember our journey and our end. Retread the path. Seek, and you may yet find.
I said no matter how bad it gets, my main goal is making Ardbert smile. I just want to do something. I want to improve the first in some way that makes Ardbert smile. And now we've been seeing Ardbert smile a lot. And it's like, it chokes me up a little bit because it makes me so happy. My life's work in this expansion was to see him smile, and he's doing it all the time now. Ali's making silly jokes with it. I love Ali. I want to hug Ardbert so bad. Me too, Moon. Look at him adventuring with us. Ghostly BFF. I love him. All right, Alfie, what's up? And here we finally are, top rung. The others should arrive ere long. Ray, shut the hell up. Ray just said, this pile of lumber has 8 pieces. Are you taking notes, Tara? Ardbert deserves to be happy. If you want to know more about him, do all Shadowbringers role quests. Oh, I will. Oh, I will, Diod. I absolutely will. The original plan today was to do the healer Shadowbringer role quest. But then everyone was like, MSQ! I was like, okay. Alphino, sir, come up here. There's something I need you to see. What could this be about? Linny. I'm a huge crybaby. I still remember the first time I saw that scene with our character. Gives that smile and waves saying, "Come on with us." My chest hurt so much. That hit me so hard. I got pulled out of the emotional aspect of it because A, I was just so happy, and B, because I don't know if you noticed the people in the background were like he's talking to me. He's inviting me over. Like the two NPCs behind Ardbert. And I just thought it was cute and silly. / ban Ray? Yes. No. You can ban me from chat, but I will still be next to Terra in game. There's a village, sir, over to the northeast. So there is, yet after decades, without the ladder in operation, I would not be surprised if such an isolated settlement had long since been abandoned. Nor I, but that was before I spied someone leaving it and proceed to head in our direction, all the while we're trying to remain unseen. Whoever this mysterious person is, they should still be out there. Go on, take a look, sir. Where's the village? Oh! I know you'll do all the role quests. I recommend finishing 5.0 before. Okay, bet. We will do just that. We're looking for a little person. Trying to remain hidden. What if they're up? The creature stares at you unflinchingly. This probably isn't the mysterious person Eorzea saw. Are you sure? They look pretty mysterious. I think I found them. Dun, dun, dun. You've located the mysterious person. However, it seems like he likewise spotted you, hurried back to the village. The shoebill! The fucking bird! That goddamn shoebill! Need to attempt homework? Sweetling, enjoy your lurk. There's someone, right? They were spying on us. Personally, I don't feel comfortable not knowing who they were. Would you say we investigate? I'm curious too, I must admit, and I dare say we have a bit of time ere the others ascend. Wait, me? The someone? It's settled then. Let's head to the village and see if it's indeed inhabited. Taxi! Oh, taxi! It's seat 2 that's really cute, right? Yeah, seat 2 is really fucking precious. Crates and barrels are laden with unknown contents. I could have sworn I heard a noise. Yoo-hoo! Housekeeping! Hear faint sounds from inside the building. However, the door refuses to budge. Eorzea creeping as she does. I love. She's just fucking looking in the mirror, or not the mirror, the window. Food has been hung to dry in the sun. It's quite recently by your reckoning. Half-empty cup. Hey, like my coffee that I forgot to finish. The cups are half empty, or half full, depending on how you see such things. Behind the counter, a kettle bubbles steadily over the stove. Half full! The cup is half full. Ooh, is that some taco soup? They making taco soup in here? L plus ratio plus lava fell off. I mean, hi, back. What did I miss? Didn't miss too much. Didn't miss too much. We're finally in the last part of... Hello, fancy man. Oh, this is your dancer outfit. I love that cape. Damn, it's for ranged DPS. The cup is full. After all, it's full of air. What news, sir? Were you able to find anything of note? Maybe this place really is abandoned. No, people are definitely still living here. Indeed. While there's no one to be seen, 'tis plain that this village is anything but abandoned. Were you about to say you're in the last part of Shadowbringers? Maybe. No, I think I meant to say that we reached the last part of the... I don't know what I meant to say. I get cut off all the time by myself. I think I meant to say the last part of this area? Like the last region? The newest region? I think you simply cannot be a dancer without looking dashing. I agree wholeheartedly. If the villagers are trying to conceal themselves, they're doing a rather poor job of it. If they don't wish to be seen, what are we to do? Did you heal all the fantasies? Not yet. We're working on it, Danny. I say, aren't you the ones who saved my life? I knew you looked familiar, but I don't remember why. When did I save you? The artist! Oh my god, the fucking artist! You remembered. Ever since we parted ways, I've worried for you. Bound for the city as you were, never did I imagine that we would meet again, and here of all places. We could say the very same thing to you, my friend. I'm glad to see you hale and whole, but tell me, what is this village? Because of Kaishir, my husbando. I absolutely forgot about this guy, but now I remember he was like, here you go, have my well-used brush. This is Amity, a settlement made up of those who survived being exiled from Yulmore. As I wandered the wilds, I chanced to cross paths with an inhabitant of these parts. He took me through a secret tunnel. Secret tunnel! Sorry. I couldn't resist. Which led to the top of the bright cliff. I've been here ever since. Life is hard, but we know a semblance of peace. I couldn't resist. I can't. Every single time, secret tunnel. Well, we did, at any rate, until Mount Gulg broke away from the earth. Then just as suddenly, the ladder started moving again. Through the mountain! And you feared whoever was coming up would threaten your lives. Even better, this one is through the mountain. Stop. When I see there's no cause for concern, will you tell me what has brought you here? So Vothri is a sin-eater, and he's fled to Mount Gulg. 'Tis a strange tale, but I have no reason to doubt your words. I owe you my life. If there's anything I can do to help you, you need but say the word. Your help would be most welcome, Tristal. To begin with, we request your people's permission to I hate the word reconnoiter. If we are to confront Vothri, we must find a way to reach Mount Gulg. Of course. You hardly need our permission to be here. I will tell the others about you and yours. Now, we haven't much to offer in the way of hospitality, but our village is at your disposal. Please use it as you see fit in your quest. Surprised that the free citizens of Yulmore came together to work on the ladder. Is it possible for people to change so quickly? Well, when you tell them they've been eating people and have been basically mind-controlled puppets, I feel like they tend to switch their tune pretty... Holy shit, everybody came out of the woodwork. Tend to change their tune pretty quick at that point. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. We've been waiting. Sinlet Eater was people. Exactly right. Yet another hapless soul that Alphino saved from mortal danger. I see. Some things never change. At any rate, it seems that brother has a mind to linger. Meanwhile, I have a mind for us to explore. Sir and I are going to scout the area. We'll be back in a while. Oh, very well then. Just take care out there. Man, Eorzea does not like staying idle. Not like politics, not like being idle. That's why Ali is a good girl. Been lurking and listening whilst I cook, but I must go now. Hope to catch you again soon. I've been so bad at catching streams in general. Wine Human, never apologize for that. We know how it is. Life comes first. Hope you're doing well. I am, Wine. Love you. Hi Mac, bye Mac. Male is Sin Eater. Sin Eater is people. Male is Sin Eater. Sin Eater is people. Ah! Literally. The path diverges. Let's split up so we can cover more ground. I'll go east if you would be so kind as to head to the west. We can aim to meet at the foot of the mountain. I missed the rest of that. Taking note of what we see along the way. In a short while then. Two roads diverge in the traveler's eye. What the hell was that? What, the jump scare? Argon, you jump scared me. What was that? How does meal taste? It varies from person to person. That was your gap closer. It like slightly clipped on my screen and jump scared the fuck out of me. Dun 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 dun. Why the music going so hard? Oh, there's a... Can I attune to that? Probably not, right? It'll send me there eventually, definitely. Eventually, yeah, they usually do. They'll take you like right past it at the very least. The music stays this way for a while? Hell yeah. We jamming over here. I hope Allie's okay. If I'm encountering Sin Eaters, she surely must be as well. What server? Dynamis is the data center, Maduin is the server. What the geological concept? What kind of mob is this? Oh, that's so interesting. That's so cool. Repeat the word. Maduin. I typed it out as well. You made a beeline for that 8th right? It's live, but oh, there's spoilage in there.
You're a sight for sore eyes. I don't know about you, but I bumped into quite a few Sin Eaters out there.
I did too. Uh-oh. We have our fuckery music playing.
You too, then. It seems the closer we get to Mount Gulg, the more of them there are.
I love this theme.
Looks a lot bigger from here, doesn't it? If I were Vorthri, the first thing I'd do is surround myself with as many Sin Eaters as I could lay my hands on. And judging by the number we've already faced, his lordship is of the same mind.
Most definitely.
This is going to be a tough climb. But first things first, we need to determine if climbing is even an option. The more I look, the less likely it seems. Y'shtola is right to be worried. But flying may be our only choice after all.
Oh god. Something horrible is gonna happen if we try and fly. We're gonna get shot out of the sky. Huh?
There you are. Master Alphino was afeard you had met with some misfortune.
Eorzea. And you too, Exarch. What brings you here?
Those are Allegan bits? It looked like Magitech.
I wish to
but it
observe
also
the
did
final
kind of look like
struggle with
Allegan.
my own eyes. I arrived at Bottom Rung too late to accompany you, but I was in time to join Eorzea and the others. Come, let us see how this unfolds.
Let us see your face, Crystal Exarch. That's a lot of singing. This design is so hot. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Mommy? Sorry. This design in particular. Sweating. Sweating over here.
Well, it seems flying is off the table.
If we have learned that much, then the Machina have served their purpose.
Ah, so
Flying
that's what
not
they're
an
for.
option.
Wasteful, but effective.
It would seem our foe will not be reached by land or air. We must needs withdraw to consider another course.
Another course is going to be as it always is when we can't reach somewhere. We might be able to reach them through the ether. They must surely have an ether crystal there, and if we set up a jumping point, we can fling ourselves through the ether to the destination. We may not end up where we need to be, but it's going to be that. Or fuckery. Or fuckery.
Master Alphino waiteth for us at Top Rung. Thither should we make our way.
What is this theme playing right now? What is the name of this? Because I love it. Is every NPC in this game white or gray haired, or have there been a lot recently by coincidence? They pretty much are, and that's why I love them. That's why I fall in love with every single one of them, Daniel. White, silver, gray hair is my kryptonite, and they all fucking have it. Hey you! How you doing? How you doing? Give me a little hug. How you doing? I should kiss at you. There's nothing you can do to stop it. I feel like the dote is like a mandatory purchase in this game. Oh shit, taxi! Taxi! Appreciate you. We'll build a Stargate, that's the way. This reminds me, I haven't done my golden saucer stuff today. Oh, Girl Nico, I can come bug you some other time. I'm trying to stay as focused as I can on the MSQ at this particular moment. But another time, I'd be glad to come see you. Hang on, what's your character's name again? Kuro? Because I'll add you, because then I can fully stalk you. Kuro. Wait, I didn't put the apostrophe in. There we go. Now I can stalk you whenever I want. Because it'll show me your location at all times. You cannot hide from me. El Coloso means the Coloso. Who'da thunk it? I didn't expect to see the Chais here, though I suppose it's well within their rights. At any rate, it's time to tackle our next little obstacle, finding a way to reach Mount Gulg. For this, we'll need to put all our heads together. You know what? Here's what we do. Nice, ooh, Sage upgrade. Although they look basically the same. Wait, they're little green ones now. Oh, that's precious. Oh, that's a precious right there. Because our current rapier is way better than the item level of that chest we were just given. Very different from El Culoso. What is El Culoso? Hey, we can slowly gear up our Sage fully with this. Hell yeah. Ba-da-dun-dun-dun-dun.
In short, there's no path, and the sky is thick with Vorthry's winged devils.
Winged devils.
We might consider Amaro. But without extensive training, we cannot hope to contend with the Eaters.
Yeah, no, they just get fucked up.
Airship fleet, meanwhile, consists solely of transport vessels ill-suited for battle. And without the expertise of one such as Sid, we are in no position to attempt to refit.
No. Stargate. We build Stargate.
Oh, it's so frustrating! That wretched mountain should jolly well come back down to us!
Now, dearest, we mustn't disturb these good people at their work. We've ridden the ladder and seen the sights. It's past time we took our leave.
The lady may well have the right of it.
Meaning?
Mount Gulg will not soon come down to Earth, nor can we compel it to do so. But if the mountain will not come to the land, mayhap the land may be made to come to the mountain.
How do you... What?
In the form of a Talos. A Talos large enough to reach out and take the volcano in its grasp.
I'm sorry, what?
To build such a golem would be an onerous undertaking indeed.
Yeah.
Yet the principle seemeth sound in itself.
You're not just gonna build a massive golem.
Hold a dash. No one has ever made one even half that size. Leaving aside the small matter of logistics, which, by the way, would be no small matter, the design would be unimaginably
Mac, I see you.
complex. Though I suppose, if its only function
Big
is to
rock boy.
mountain, perhaps it needn't be. Solid base, firmly rooted to the ground, sacrifice mobility to simplify the construction, reducing materials required.
Catboy Sid. Catboy Sid.
Wait, what am I thinking? We would still need a veritable army of people to do the work.
Mm-hmm.
Left to the crew that helped down below, it would take decades, if not a nice round century.
So we need more hands. And what sort of things would these hands be required to do?
Well, let's see. First, we'd need people to procure the stone for the chest.
What if we grab the mountain and move it closer? So Patrick's Star School of Philosophy.
The rock found near the mountain would suit our purposes well enough. It would be a simple task to quarry the star, but given the stupendous quantity required, we'd need all the help we can get.
Endwalker only needs to be bought once, correct. But then there is a monthly fee. So I would say stay on the free trial for as long as you like.
Amongst the miners of Armoring. I will go and petition their aid.
Make sure you really love the game and then purchase it, because it will be a monthly fee after that point. Miners of Armoring.
While you do that, I'll make for Mordsuk. I'm sure I'll be able to drum up some support.
Then I shall return to Calusia. From fishers to carpenters, Yulmore is home to all manner of talented folk. I dare say their skills will avail us.
And Eorzea will head back to the Fae.
Is there anything else you need?
Oh. She's not gonna ask the Fae for help? Okay, that's fine. Why would we not?
Well, yes, actually. Magic. Lots of the stuff, as much as possible. To awaken a talus of this size would require an entire congregation of mages.
Or
Many among the Knights
congregation.
Blessed are gifted in the arcane arts. I will recruit them to our
What about the
cause.
Fae? I want the Fae to show up.
The Fae folk, too, possess surpassing aptitude in magics. Yet they are not wont to cooperate in the endeavors of men. Leastwise, not without making all manner of mischief.
Fae said they would help us.
That being the case, I would instead call upon the people of the
I'm mad.
Crystarium. With thy permission, Exarch.
I'm mad. Literally the king of the Fae. The king of the Fae was like, call on us if you need
at your
us.
disposal, as are our Amaro and Chocobos.
By the way, your glamour is basically the race exclusive armor of the female Mikota. It's so cute. The starting gear, it's so cute.
I'm sorry. You mean to tell me you can call on not only the people of Yulmore and the Crystarium, but the Knights Blessed and the Maud, and even those miners?
Yep. We've made a lot of friends.
But that's just about everyone in Ballynorvrand.
Yep.
Who are you people? And how did you come to have so many friends?
Listen, I've done a lot of chores for people. I've done a lot of people's chores, a lot of people's homework. They like me now. Okay. This feels too self-important. The saviors of the world, adventures of no import. The artist Alphino and his assistants.
Oh, dearest, have you forgotten
Alphino's
already?
reaction to that was perfect.
You told us that when we first met.
Actually, that may not have been... never mind.
Dulia's reaction was so cute. There is a right
as
answer.
You can see, you will not want for bodies.
Did I pick the right
trust you'll have
answer?
your design ready in good time for their arrival.
Crumb of MSQ people arrive.
Norvrant is counting on you, heir to Daedalus Stoneworks.
Cat Sid, Cat Sid, Cat Sid. You did indeed pick the right answer. Nice.
We'll be back as soon as we can, and we'll bring the whole world with us.
Literally. Minus the Fae. Fae-Ul's gonna be
I take
insulted
it we will be assisting Master Chai.
that we didn't invite
though I'm
them.
quite sure he has everything under control.
No pressure, Chai. He's got Dulia. He's got his own personal cheerleader. He'll be fine. Oh. I'm part of a dirt rally. How did this happen? Send help. How did this happen? And Nito's been killed. He got run over. For those we have lost. For those we can yet save. Feo is constantly insulted by us. I think they're used to it by now. I fucking love Feo so much. Shall we see how we might be of service? Yes. Dulia? When he asked for my hand, my husband proposed that he would one day build a Talos that could take us to the very heavens, and now he'll do it. Have the design ready, she says. In good time, she says. Does she even understand what's involved? Before I can even attempt to design anything, I need intimate knowledge of the land, the knowledge of locals. Last I heard, no one lives here. What? A village of Umoran exiles? But those people have every reason to loathe a free citizen like me. They couldn't possibly be willing to cooperate. This will never work. Never. Never should have fixed that ruddy lift. Never should have ridden it up here. Never should have. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. Feo translated means ugly, does it? Feo is far... What the fuck are these mechs? Feo is far from ugly. Feo cute as frick. Especially as King Titania. He needs some moral support, he do. Oh dear, Darling appears to have lost the plot. But he has it in him, sir. He's the cleverest man I know. He just wants for confidence sometimes. If you were to give him some words of encouragement, I'm sure he could give you your Talos. A bit of advice I learned from his mother. He responds poorly to obvious praise. You'll need to find another way to stroke the fires of his motivation, awaken his sense of daring. Choose words that will best encourage Chai Nose. In order to succeed, you must lift his spirits sufficiently during the conversation. Easy clap. Easy clap. I've played some Telltale games. I know how this goes. It's plagued with self-doubt. I can't do it. No one can. A Talos of that size. No one's even dreamed of it. Dating sim. Hang on, do you know what music we need in the back here? I can't play it now, but I just need to play it for a second, so those that know. I wish I could turn off the background music of the game, because I would just run this. But I can't deal with overlapping audio. I wish I could! I wish I could turn off the music, but I can't. What will you say? Alphino once struggled to collect firewood. He did? But he's such a capable lad, brimming with confidence. I suppose even the most capable among us have struggles to overcome. The command/BGM is unavailable at this time. I would do it. Do BGM 0? I don't think it lets me because it's technically a cutscene. No, it doesn't let me. We'll just have to pretend it's there. China still harbors some misgivings. But regardless of my own feelings, I can't do a damn thing without... Wait, I have an idea. Regardless of my own feelings, I can't do a damn thing without help from those villagers, and they're not valley-like to give it. Tristle's among them. You said so yourself, lest you've forgotten. We essentially sent him to his death. Even if the others don't bear a personal grudge, he would never forgive us. I figured out a way around it. You don't know until you apologize. I'll come with you. Things won't improve by themselves. You have to take the first step. I know. Unless we take the first step, there can never be reconciliation. This is a chance for everyone to come together, even if they hurled stones at me. Perhaps it's worth trying to apologize. You made a macro attached to mouse buttons so you can mute and activate the music during cutscenes. I'll probably do the same. I have so many buttons on this mouse. But what then? In the end, it's not even a question of forgiveness. Building such an enormous Talos is impossible. No amount of contrition will change that. And even if by some miracle the people of Amity were willing to let bygones be bygones, they'd think that the plan is absurd. I think it's absurd. We liberated a castle with a strategy that many would call absurd. Well, now, to flood the very castle you sought to reclaim. Such a strategy could indeed be considered absurd, yet you succeeded not in spite of it, but because of it. own strategy may likewise seem absurd, but maybe, just maybe, it stands a better chance of success for it. Somewhat optimistic. But be that as it may, there are risks to consider that should the venture fail. Aye, imagine for a moment that we fail to reach Vothri and only succeed in provoking him. In his fury, he may well unleash his hordes of eaters, and we'll meet a horrible end. Then we'll go together! That's not the right... I knew that wasn't the right answer, I had to. Oh, so I can die with you? How very kind of you to offer. What if it's all the same? I'd rather keep on living. I had to. How can you remain so optimistic throughout all this? It's downright tiring. Tell me, why did you throw yourself into the midst of such a grueling struggle? To protect those I love. Indeed, what else could compel us to face such dangers? I too have someone I wish to protect, with whom I want to live out my days in peace. He's burning with motivation! Yes, yes, by the gods, I can do this! I just need to have a little faith in myself. Right, let's head to Amity and speak with the villagers. With Tristal. My love, things are liable to become more dangerous, and I want you to wait for me back in Yulmore. No, wherever you go, I'm going too. Besides, you're not the only one who has to apologize. But there's no telling what might happen out there. I don't know if I can keep you safe. Okay, we can have in-game music back. Perhaps this is a bad idea after all. I don't think I have what it takes. Master Chai, that you are beset with doubt is proof that you can envision the task ahead. And that which man can envision, he can make a reality. Thus did some old friends of mine once say. Even should it be a feat fit for the divine, if something has to be done before, then it most assuredly can be done again by our own hands. That's a little idealistic, don't you think? Perhaps, Master Chai, perhaps. But what is man, if not an idealistic creature? 'Tis not an easy thing to achieve one's dreams. My friends can attest to that. Countless times did they meet with frustration in the course of their endeavors. None would have found fault with them had they given up, yet they never did. One step after the next, they forged on towards their goals. And for their determination, they accomplished numerous feats that many believed lay beyond the reach of mankind. Like them, you are a master of science, or you are a man of science. Amidst your doubts, surely there is a spark of desire, the desire to make the impossible possible. Sid's theme, my heart. Come, darling, like the old days. I would be the first to see your Talos. And you shall be, my dear. I would have none other at my side when my greatest masterpiece awakens. Let's go, dude. Right then, to Amity. I'm glad my words struck a chord. Shall we? What are you watching? Oh, what the hell? Are you guys okay? I just saw Lynn's head like whipping around. Oh my god. It's very dizzying. Yes, it is. Don't question the Exarch Chai, that's my husband. Why did you make me read this with my own eyes? Exusi, you mean? Oh, man. Away we go! Hello, I have woke up here. Good morning, Blood Lilies. Thanks for the follow. You must have been dropped off by Kuiper, I'm assuming. What a nice place to wake up in. Mac, don't be sweet to me. It was housing time, then you went to bed, and here you are. In the midst of Shadowbringers. Dun, 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 dun. You say you have every right to be angry with us, but please listen to what I have to say. I am tasked with delivering these people to Mount Golg by means of a Talos of heretofore unseen proportions. However, I cannot do this without the cooperation of those with intimate knowledge of this land, that is, you and your fellow villagers. Now it's Lala time! Have fun doing MSQ, I will lurk! Blood Lilies, I appreciate you. Thank you for the lurk. I'm overtime by 40 seconds? Motherfucker. Oh gee, 6 hours now. Okay, I'll close out this quest, and then we'll continue this tomorrow at 2 p.m. Central. Cooperation? After you ignored my desperate pleas and cast me out, you have the gall to come here and ask for my cooperation. You have every right to be upset. Vothri's not the one to blame for your suffering. We are. We free citizens without a care in the world, indifferent to the hardship of others. We didn't know what would become of you, and frankly, we didn't care. But we know now what we did to you. Too full many was wrong. Terribly wrong. No words will suffice to make amends, but I want you to know that we are deeply sorry. I'm back. We're on intermission for raiding. My static is just studying for the next fight. I'm already cleared on it, so you have time to pop back in for a minute. Hi, Sith. How goes the clears? I'm not sure how I feel. Should I forgive you? Hate you? Perhaps it's not even my place to judge. After all, I sought a place in your city, and I wanted to be you once. But one thing is clear to me. All of that is in the past, and we mustn't let past wrongs stand in the way of a brighter future. And so I will cooperate with you. Please see our friends to Mount Golg. You have my word. I'll set to work on the design at once. Wouldn't do to have nothing to show the others when they return with help. Make no mistake, this venture is unprecedented in the history of Talos building. Nay, the history of all mankind. But rest assured, this genius of Daedalus Stoneworks will deliver. Finally cleared P6S. Now just need to help clear P7S, and they'll be almost caught up. Have you ever cleared P8S yet, Sith? Ah, wicked white. Is there a problem? Well, you see, I've been promised people to procure the stone as well as imbue magic. When I was put to the spot earlier, I thought it was all we required. But I forgot about one rather important item we need to bring the Talos to life. The heart. That's right, the heart. I'm pleased to see you have some familiarity with the Talos. So while I work on the design, I'd be much obliged if you could see to procuring the ore with which to fashion a heart. A heart suitable to bring to life a Talos that shall embrace the very firmament. Had a falling out with your last static before you could even get to the phase 2 of P8S. Oh. My P7S guide is you fall asleep for 7 minutes, then wake up for the last 2 minutes of the fight. That's heartbreaking, Sith. You'll get the clear. You'll get it. You have new static. Shiny new static. Gamers, we have to end here. But we'll continue tomorrow. At 2 p.m. I've already decided what we're streaming tomorrow. Spoiler alert, it's Final Fantasy XIV. This is the Talos that will pierce the heavens. Don't believe in yourself, Chinese. Believe in the me that believes in you. Don't believe in the me that believes in you. Believe in the you that believes in me that believes in you. Darn, I won't be around. Argon, that's heartbreaking. You can always catch the VOD if you're curious how it went. Spoiler alert, it'll probably be lots of crying. Next stream's gonna be awesome. Next stream is going to be lots of crying. I'm actually kind of relieved we didn't get to any heart-wrenching moments so far in today's stream. Considering how scared I was to get into it, we're okay. We're okay until tomorrow. Tomorrow we won't be okay. But today we're okay. All right, let's find someone to raid. We'll see who's on. Tomorrow we will bring tissues, yes indeed. Bring your tissues. Tomorrow will be pain. I'm certain of it. Ponto is live? Guys, can we just raid Ponto? Hang on, I have an idea. We're gonna copy one of Ponto's copy pastes, okay? And we're gonna raid him with one of his own copy pastes. So I'm gonna poke my head into his stream and exclamation mark Ponto, weirdly. Hopefully I can do it. All right, it's gonna look like gibberish in my chat because I don't have any of these emotes. But this is gonna be the raid message. Okay, he's doing Eureka. This looks like gibberish here, but it'll be normal over there, okay? We're gonna raid Ponto. Ponto's very good vibes. And you guys are just gonna love him. You guys are just gonna love him. He's full chaos. He's basically a just chatting streamer in disguise as a as a Final Fantasy XIV streamer. But occasionally he does content. Occasionally, I promise you that. And yeah, we already have our raid message. Like I said, it looks like gibberish in our chat, but it'll be normal in his chat because he has all the emotes there. I love you guys so much. We'll see you tomorrow for a cry stream, okay? Bring lots of tissues. Bring lots of moral support because God fucking knows I'm gonna need it. Love you guys so much, okay? Bye, kisses. Mwah. Take care of yourself, drink water, eat food, take meds if it's something you've forgotten to do. And we'll see you tomorrow, 2 p.m. Central. If not, catch the VOD because we know it's gonna be wild. We know it's gonna be wild. Bye, mwah. Love you.